Section 53 of A Popular History of France, Volume 5. This LibriVox is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 5, by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 45. Louis XIV, His Wars and His Reverses. Part 3. The defeat of Hochstedt in 1704 had been the first step down the ladder. The defeat of Ramillies on the 23rd of May, 1706, was the second and the fatal rung. The king's personal attachment to Marshal Villeroy blinded him as to his military talents. Beaten in Italy by Prince Eugene, Villeroy, as presumptuous as he was incapable, hoped to retrieve himself against Marlborough. "The whole army breathed nothing but battle. I know it was your Majesty's own feeling," wrote Villeroy to the king after the defeat. "Could I help committing myself to a course which I considered expedient?" The marshal had deceived himself as regarded his advantages, as well as the confidence of his troops. There had been 8 hours' fighting at Hochstedt, inflicting much damage upon the enemy. At Ramillies the Bavarians took to their heels at the end of an hour. The French, who felt that they were badly commanded, followed their example. The rout was terrible, and the disorder inexpressible. Villeroy kept recoiling before the enemy, Marlborough kept advancing. 2/3 of Belgium and 16 strong places were lost, when Louis XIV sent Chamillard into the Low Countries. It was no longer the time when Louvois made armies spring from the very soil, and when Vauban prepared the defence of Dunkerque. The king recalled Villeroy, showing him to the last unwavering kindness. "There is no more luck at our age, Marshal," was all he said to Villeroy on his arrival at Versailles. "He was nothing more than an old wrinkled balloon, out of which all the gas that inflated it has gone," says St. Simon. He went off to Paris and to Villeroy, having lost all the varnish that made him glitter, and having nothing more to show but the understratum." The king summoned Vendome to place him at the head of the army of Flanders, "in hopes of restoring to it the spirit of vigor and audacity natural to the French nation," as he himself says. For 2 years past, amidst a great deal of ill success, Vendome had managed to keep in check Victor Amadeo and Prince Eugene, in spite of the embarrassment caused him by his brother the grand prior, the Duke of La Feuillade, Chamillard's son in law, and the orders which reached him directly from the king. He had gained during his 2 campaigns the name of taker of towns, and had just beaten the Austrians in the battle of Cascinato. Prince Eugene had, however, crossed the Adige and the Po when Vendome left Italy. "Everybody here is ready to take off his hat when Marlborough's name is mentioned," he wrote to Chamillard on arriving in Flanders. The English and Dutch army occupied all the country from Ostend to Maestricht. The Duke of Orleans, nephew of the king, had succeeded the Duke of Vendome. He found the army in great disorder, the generals divided and insubordinate. Turin besieged according to the plans of La Feuillade, against the advice of Vauban, who had offered "to put his marshal's baton behind the door, and confine himself to giving his counsels for the direction of the siege." The prince, in his irritation, resigned his powers into the hand of Marshal Marsin. Prince Eugene, who had effected his junction with Victor Amadeo, encountered the French army between the rivers Doria and Stora. The soldiers remembered the Duke of Orleans at Steinkirk and Neerwinden. They asked him if he would grudge them his sword. He yielded, and was severely wounded at the battle of Turin on the 7th of September, 1706. Marsin was killed. Discouragement spread amongst the generals and the troops, and the siege of Turin was raised. Before the end of the year nearly all the places were lost, and Dauphiny was threatened. Victor Amadeo refused to listen to a special peace. In the month of March, 1707, the Prince of Vaudemont, governor of Milaness for the King of Spain, signed a capitulation at Mantua, and led back to France the troops which still remained to him. The Imperialists were masters of Naples. Spain no longer had any possessions in Italy. Philip V had been threatened with the loss of Spain as well as of Italy. For 2 years past Archduke Charles, under the title of Charles III, had, with the support of England and Portugal, been disputing the crown with the young king. Philip V had lost Catalonia, and had just failed in his attempt to retake Barcelona. The road to Madrid was cut off, the army was obliged to make its way by Roussillon and Warn to resume the campaign. The king threw himself in person into his capital, whither he was escorted by Marshal Berwick, a natural son of James II., a Frenchman by choice, full of courage and resolution, "but a great stick of an Englishman, who hadn't a word to say," and who was distasteful to the young queen, Marie Louise. Philip V could not remain at Madrid, which was threatened by the enemy. He removed to Burgos. The English entered the capital, and there proclaimed Charles III. This was too much. Spain could not let herself submit to have an Austrian king imposed upon her by heretics and Portuguese. The old military energy appeared again amongst that people besotted by priests and ceremonials. War broke out all at once at every point. The foreign soldiers were everywhere attacked openly or secretly murdered. The towns rose. A few horsemen sufficed for Berwick to recover possession of Madrid. The king entered it once more on the 4th of October, amidst the cheers of his people, whilst Berwick was pursuing the enemy whom he had cornered, or rencognés, he says, in the mountains of Valencia. Charles III. Had no longer anything left in Spain but Aragon and Catalonia. The French garrisons, set free by the evacuation of Italy, went to the aid of the Spaniards. "Your enemies ought not to hope for success," wrote Louis XIV. To his grandson, "since their progress has served only to bring out the courage and fidelity of a nation always equally brave and firmly attached to its masters. I am told that your people cannot be distinguished from regular troops. We have not been fortunate in Flanders, but we must submit to the judgment of God." He had already let his grandson understand that a great sacrifice would be necessary to obtain peace, which he considered himself bound to procure before long for his people. The Hollanders refused their mediation. "The three men who rule in Europe, to wit, the Grand Pensionary Heinsius, the Duke of Marlborough, and Prince Eugene, desire war for their own interests," was the saying in France. The campaign of 1707 was signalized in Spain by the victory of Almanza, gained on the 13th of April by Marshal Berwick over the Anglo Portuguese army, and by the capture of Lerida, which capitulated on the 11th of November into the hands of the Duke of Orleans. In Germany, Villars drove back the enemy from the banks of the Rhine, advanced into Swabia, and ravaged the Palatinate, crushing the country with requisitions, of which he openly reserved a portion for himself. "Marshal Villars is doing very well for himself," said somebody one day to the king. "Yes," answered his Majesty, "and for me too." "I wrote to the king that I really must fatten my calf," said Villars. The inexhaustible elasticity and marvellous resources of France were enough to restore some hope in 1707. The invasion of Provence by Victor Amadeo and Prince Eugene, their check before Toulon, and their retreat, precipitated by the rising of the peasants, had irritated the allies. The attempts at negotiation which the king had entered upon at the Hague remained without result. The Duke of Burgundy took the command of the armies of Flanders, with Vendome for his second. It was hoped that the lieutenant's boldness, his geniality towards the troops, and his consummate knowledge of war would counterbalance the excessive gravity, austerity, and inexperience of the young prince so virtuous and capable, but reserved, cold, and unaccustomed to command. Discord arose amongst the courtiers. On the 5th of July Ghent was surprised. Vendome had intelligence inside the place, the Belgians were weary of their new masters. "The States have dealt so badly with this country," said Marlborough, "that all the towns are ready to play us the same trick as Ghent, the moment they have the opportunity." Bruges opened its gates to the French. Prince Eugene advanced to second Marlborough, but he was late in starting. The troops of the Elector of Bavaria harassed his march. "I shouldn't like to say a word against Prince Eugene," said Marlborough, "but he will arrive at the appointed spot on the Moselle 10 days too late." The English were by themselves when they encountered the French army in front of Audenarde. The engagement began. Vendome, who commanded the right wing, sent word to the Duke of Burgundy. The latter hesitated and delayed. The generals about him did not approve of Vendome's movement. He fought single handed, and was beaten. The excessive confidence of one leader and the inertness of the other caused failure in all the operations of the campaign. Prince Eugene and the Duke of Marlborough laid siege to Lille, which was defended by old Marshal Boufflers, the bravest and the most respected of all the king's servants. Lille was not relieved, and fell on the 25th of October. The citadel held out until the 9th of December. The king heaped rewards on Marshal Boufflers. At the march out from Lille, Prince Eugene had ordered all his army to pay him the same honors as to himself. Ghent and Bruges were abandoned to the Imperialists. "We had made blunder upon blunder in this campaign," says Marshal Berwick in his Memoires, "and in spite of all that, if somebody had not made the last in giving up Ghent and Bruges, there would have been a fine game the year after." The Low Countries were lost, and the French frontier was encroached upon by the capture of Lille. For the first time, in a letter addressed to Marshal Berwick, Marlborough let a glimpse be seen of a desire to make peace. The king still hoped for the mediation of Holland, and he neglected the overtures of Marlborough. "The army of the allies is without doubt in evil plight," said Chamillard. The campaign in Spain had not been successful. The Duke of Orleans, weary of his powerlessness, and under suspicion at the court of Philip V., had given up the command of the troops. The English admiral, Leake, had taken possession of Sardinia, of the island of Minorca, and of Port Mahon. The archduke was master of the isles and of the sea. The destitution in France was fearful, and the winter so severe that the poor were in want of every thing. Riots multiplied in the towns. The king sent his plate to the mint, and put his jewels in pawn. He likewise took a resolution which cost him even more: he determined to ask for peace. "Although his courage appeared at every trial," says the Marquis of Torcy, "he felt within him just sorrow for a war whereof the weight overwhelmed his subjects. More concerned for their woes than for his own glory, he employed, to terminate them, means which might have induced France to submit to the hardest conditions before obtaining a peace that had become necessary, if God, protecting the king, had not, after humiliating him, struck his foes with blindness." There are regions to which superior minds alone ascend, and which are not attained by the men, however distinguished, who succeed them. William III. was no longer at the head of affairs in Europe; and the triumvirate of Heinsius, Marlborough, and Prince Eugene did not view the aggregate of things from a sufficiently calm height to free themselves from the hatreds and bitternesses of the strife, when the proposals of Louis XIV. arrived at the Hague. "Amidst the sufferings caused to commerce by the war, there was room to hope," says Torcy, "that the grand pensionary, thinking chiefly of his country's interest, would desire the end of a war of which he felt all the burdensomeness. Clothed with authority in his own republic, he had no reason to fear either secret design or cabals to displace him from a post which he filled to the satisfaction of his masters, and in which he conducted himself with moderation. Up to that time the United Provinces had borne the principal burden of the war; the emperor alone reaped the fruit of it. One would have said that the Hollanders kept the temple of peace, and that they had the keys of it in their hands." The king offered the Hollanders a very extended barrier in the Low Countries, and all the facilities they had long been asking for their commerce. He accepted the abandonment of Spain to the archduke, and merely claimed to reserve to his grandson Naples, Sardinia, and Sicily. This was what was secured to him by the second treaty of partition lately concluded between England, the United Provinces, and France. He did not even demand Lothringen. President Rouille, formerly French envoy to Lisbon, arrived disguised in Holland. Conferences were opened secretly at Bodegraven. The treaties of partition negotiated by William of Orange, as well as the wars which he had sustained against Louis XIV. With such persistent obstinacy, had but one sole end, the maintenance of the European equilibrium between the houses of Bourbon and Austria, which were alone powerful enough to serve as mutual counterpoise. To despoil one to the profit of the other, to throw, all at once, into the balance on the side of the empire all the weight of the Spanish succession, was to destroy the work of William III.'s far-sighted wisdom. Heinsius did not see it, but, led on by his fidelity to the allies, distrustful and suspicious as regarded France, burning to avenge the wrongs put upon the republic, he, in concert with Marlborough and Prince Eugene, required conditions so hard that the French agents scarcely dared transmit them to Versailles. What was demanded was the abdication, pure and simple, of Philip V. Holland merely promised her good offices to obtain in his favor Naples and Sicily. England claimed Dunkerque, Germany wanted Strasburg and the renewal of the peace of Westphalia. Victor Amadeo aspired to recover Nice and Savoy. To the Dutch barrier stipulated for at Ryswick were to be added Lille, Conde, and Tournay. In vain was the matter discussed article by article. Rouille for some time believed that he had gained Lille. "You misinterpreted our intentions," said the deputies of the States General; "we let you believe what you pleased. At the commencement of April, Lille was still in a bad condition; we had reason to fear that the French had a design of taking advantage of that. It was a matter of prudence to let you believe that it would be restored to you by the peace. Lille is at the present moment in a state of security; do not count any longer on its restitution." "Probably," said the States delegate to Marlborough, "the king will break off negotiations rather than entertain such hard conditions." "So much the worse for France," rejoined the English general, "for when the campaign is once begun, things will go farther than the king thinks. The allies will never unsay their preliminary demands." And he set out for England, without even waiting for a favorable wind to cross. Louis XIV. Assembled his council, the same which, in 1700, had decided upon acceptance of the crown of Spain. "The king felt all these calamities so much the more keenly," says Torcy, "in that he had experienced nothing of the sort ever since he had taken into his own hands the government of a flourishing kingdom. It was a terrible humiliation for a monarch accustomed to conquer, belauded for his victories, his triumphs, his moderation when he granted peace and prescribed its laws, to see himself now obliged to ask it of his enemies, to offer them to no purpose, in order to obtain it, the restitution of a portion of his conquests, the monarchy of Spain, the abandonment of his allies, and forced, in order to get such offers accepted, to apply to that same republic whose principal provinces he had conquered in the year 1692, and whose submission he had rejected when she entreated him to grant her peace on such terms as he should be pleased to dictate. The king bore so sensible a change with the firmness of a hero, and with a Christian's complete submission to the decrees of Providence, being less affected by his own inward pangs than by the suffering of his people, and being ever concerned about the means of relieving it and terminating the war. It was scarcely perceived that he did himself some violence in order to conceal his own feelings from the public. Indeed, they were so little known that it was generally believed that, thinking more of his own glory than of the woes of his kingdom, he preferred to the blessing of peace the keeping of certain places he had taken in person. This unjust opinion had crept in even amongst the council." End of section 53. Section 54 of A Popular History of France, Volume 5. This LibriVox is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 5, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 45. Louis XIV, his wars and his reverses. Part 4. The reading of the Dutch proposals tore away every veil. "The necessity of obtaining peace, whatever price it might cost, was felt so much the more." The king gave orders to Rouille to resume the conferences, demanding clear and precise explanations. "If the worst comes to the worst," said he, "I will give up Lille to the Hollanders, Strasburg dismantled to the empire, and I will content myself with Naples without Sicily for my grandson. You will be astounded at the orders contained in this despatch, so different from those that I have given you hitherto, and that I considered, as it was, too liberal, but I have always submitted to the divine will, and the evils with which he is pleased to afflict my kingdom do not permit me any longer to doubt of the sacrifice he requires me to make to him of all that might touch me most nearly. I waive therefore my glory." The Marquis of Torcy, secretary of state for foreign affairs, followed close after the despatch. He had offered the king to go and treat personally with Heinsius. "The grand pensionary appeared surprised when he heard that his Majesty was sending one of his ministers to Holland. He had been placed at that post by the Prince of Orange, who put entire confidence in him. Heinsius had not long before been sent to France to confer with Louvois, and in the discharge of that commission he had experienced the bad temper of a minister more accustomed to speak harshly to military officers than to treat with foreigners. He had not forgotten that the minister had threatened to have him put in the Bastille. Consummate master of affairs, of which he had a long experience, he was the soul of the league with Prince Eugene and the Duke of Marlborough. But the pensionary was not accused either of being so much in love with the importance given him by continuance of the war as to desire its prolongation, or of any personally interested view. His externals were simple, there was no ostentation in his household; his address was cold, without any sort of rudeness; his conversation was polished; he rarely grew warm in discussion." Torcy could not obtain anything from Heinsius, any more than from Marlborough and Prince Eugene, who had both arrived at the Hague. The prince remained cold and stern; he had not forgotten the king's behavior towards his house. "That's a splendid post in France, that of colonel general," said he one day; "my father held it; at his death we hoped that my brother might get it; the king thought it better to give it to one of his natural sons. He is master, but, all the same, is one not sorry sometimes to find one's self in a position to make slights repented of?" Marlborough displayed courtesy, insisting upon seeing in the affairs of the coalition the finger of God, who had permitted 8 nations to think and act like one man." The concessions extorted from France were no longer sufficient. M. de Torcy gave up Sicily, and then Naples. A demand was made for Elsass, and certain places in Dauphiny and Provence. Lastly, the allies required that the conditions of peace should be carried out at short notice, during the 2 months' truce it was agreed to grant, and that Louis XIV. Should forthwith put into the hands of the Hollanders 3 places by way of guarantee, in case Philip V. should refuse to abdicate. This was to despoil himself prematurely and gratuitously, for it was impossible to execute the definitive treaty of peace at the time fixed. "The king did not hesitate about the only course there was for him to take, not only for his own glory, but for the welfare of his kingdom," says Torcy. He recalled his envoys, and wrote to the governors of the provinces and towns, "Sir, the hope of an imminent peace was so generally diffused throughout my kingdom that I consider it due to the fidelity which my people have shown during the course of my reign to give them the consolation of informing them of the reasons which still prevent them from enjoying the repose I had intended to procure for them. I would, to restore it, have accepted conditions much opposed to the security of my frontier provinces, But the more readiness and desire I displayed to dissipate the suspicions which my enemies affect to retain of my power and my designs, the more did they multiply their pretensions, refusing to enter into any undertaking beyond putting a stop to all acts of hostility until the first of the month of August, reserving to themselves the liberty of then acting by way of arms if the King of Spain, my grandson, persisted in his resolution to defend the crown which God has given him. Such a suspension was more dangerous than war for my people, for it secured to the enemy more important advantages than they could hope for from their troops. As I place my trust in the protection of God, and hope that the purity of my intentions will bring down His blessing on my arms, I wish my people to know that they would enjoy peace if it had depended only on my will to procure them a boon which they reasonably desire, but which must be won by fresh efforts, since the immense conditions I would have granted are useless for the restoration of the public peace. (Signed) Louis." In spite of all the mistakes due to his past arrogance, the king had a right to make use of such language. In their short sighted resentment the allies had overstepped reason. The young King of Spain felt this when he wrote to his grandfather, "I am transfixed at the chimerical and insolent pretensions of the English and Dutch regarding the preliminaries of peace. Never were seen the like. I am beside myself at the idea that anybody could have so much as supposed that I should be forced to leave Spain as long as I have a drop of blood in my veins. I will use all my efforts to maintain myself upon a throne on which God has placed me, and on which you, after him, have set me, and nothing but death shall wrench me from it or make me yield it." War recommenced on all sides. The king had just consented at last to give Chamillard his discharge. "Sir, I shall die over the job," had for a long time been the complaint of the minister worn out with fatigue. "Ah, well, we will die together," had been the king's rejoinder. France was dying, and Chamillard was by no means a stranger to the cause. Louis XIV. Put in his place Voisin, former superintendent of Hainault, entirely devoted to Madame de Maintenon. He loaded with benefits the minister from whom he was parting, the only one whom he had really loved. The troops were destitute of everything. On assuming the command of the army of the Low Countries, Villars wrote in despair, "Imagine the horror of seeing an army without bread. There was none delivered to day until the evening, and very late. Yesterday, to have bread to serve out to the brigades I had ordered to march, I made those fast that remained behind. On these occasions I pass along the ranks. I coax the soldier. I speak to him in such a way as to make him have patience, and I have had the consolation of hearing several of them say, 'The marshal is quite right, we must suffer sometimes. Panem nostrum quotidianum da nobis hodie,' or 'Give us this day our daily bread,' the men say to me as I go through the ranks. It is a miracle how we subsist, and it is a marvel to see the steadiness and fortitude of the soldier in enduring hunger. Habit is everything. I fancy, however, that the habit of not eating is not easy to acquire." In spite of such privations and sufferings, Villars found the army in excellent spirits, and urged the king to permit him to give battle. "M. de Turenne used to say that he who means to altogether avoid battle gives up his country to him who appears to seek it," the marshal assured him. The king was afraid of losing his last army. The Dukes of Harcourt and Berwick were covering the Rhine and the Alps. Marlborough and Prince Eugene, who had just made themselves master of Tournay, marched against Villars, whom they encountered on the 11th of September, 1709, near the hamlet of Malplaquet. Marshal Boufflers had just reached the army to serve as a volunteer. Villars had entrenched himself in front of the woods. His men were so anxious to get under fire that they threw away the rations of bread just served out. The allies looked sulkily at the works. "We are going to fight moles again," they said. There was a thick fog, as at Lutzen. The fighting went on from 7 in the morning till midday. Villars had yielded the right wing, by way of respect, to Boufflers as his senior, says the allies' account, but the general command nevertheless devolved entirely upon him. "At the hottest of the engagement, the marshal galloped furiously to the centre attacked by Prince Eugene. It was a sort of jaws of hell, a pit of fire, sulphur, and saltpetre, which it seemed impossible to approach and live. One shot and my horse fell," says Villars. "I jumped up, and a second broke my knee. I had it bandaged on the spot, and myself placed in a chair to continue giving my orders; but the pain caused a fainting fit which lasted long enough for me to be carried off without consciousness to Quesnoy." The Prince of Hesse, with the imperial cavalry, had just turned the intrenchments, which the Dutch infantry had attacked to no purpose. Marshal Boufflers was obliged to order a retreat, which was executed as on parade. "The allies had lost more than 20,000 men," according to their official count. "It was too much for this victory, which did not entail the advantage of entirely defeating the enemy, and the whole fruits of which were to end with the taking of Mons." Always a braggart, in spite of his real courage and indisputable military talent, Villars wrote from his bed to the king, on sending him the flags taken from the enemy, "If God give us grace to lose such another battle, your Majesty may reckon that your enemies are annihilated." Boufflers was more proud, and at the same time more modest, when he said, "The series of disasters that have for some years past befallen your Majesty's arms had so humiliated the French nation that one scarcer dared avow one's self a Frenchman. I dare assure you, sir, that the French name was never in so great esteem, and was never perhaps more feared, than it is at present in the army of the Allies." Louis XIV. Was no longer in a position to delude himself, and to celebrate a defeat, even a glorious one, as a victory. Negotiations recommenced. Heinsius had held to his last proposals. It was on this sorry basis that Marshal d'Huxelles and Abbé de Polignac began the parleys, at Gertruydenberg, a small fortress of Mardyk. They lasted from March 9 to July 25, 1710. The king consented to give some fortresses as guarantee, and promised to recommend his grandson to abdicate. In case of refusal, he engaged not only to support him no longer, but to furnish the allies, into the bargain, with a monthly subsidy of 1,000,000, whilst granting a passage through French territory. He accepted the cession of Alsace to Lothringen, the return of the 3 bishoprics to the empire. The Hollanders, commissioned to negotiate in the name of the coalition, were not yet satisfied. "The desire of the allies," they said, "is that the king should undertake, himself alone and by his own forces, either to persuade or to oblige the King of Spain to give up all his monarchy. Neither money nor the co operation of the French troops suit their purpose. If the preliminary articles be not complied with in the space of 2 months, the truce is broken off, war will recommence, even though on the part of the king the other conditions should have been wholly fulfilled. The sole means of obtaining peace is to receive from the king's hands Spain and the Indies." The French plenipotentiaries had been recommended to have patience. Marshal d'Huxelles was a courtier as smooth as he was clever. Abbé de Polignac was shrewd and supple, yet he could not contain his indignation. "It is evident that you have not been accustomed to conquer," said he, haughtily, to the Dutch delegates. When the allies' ultimatum reached the king, the pride of the sovereign and the affection of the father rose up at last in revolt. "Since war there must be," said he, "I would rather wage it against my enemies than against my grandson." And he withdrew all the concessions which had reduced Philip V. to despair. The allies had already invaded Artois. At the end of the campaign they were masters of Douai, St. Venant, Bethune, and Aire. France was threatened everywhere, the king could no longer protect the King of Spain. He confined himself to sending him Vendome. Philip V., sustained by the indomitable courage of his young wife, refused absolutely to abdicate. "Whatever misfortunes may await me," he wrote to the king, "I still prefer the course of submission to whatever it may please God to decide for me by fighting, to that of deciding for myself by consenting to an arrangement which would force me to abandon the people on whom my reverses have hitherto produced no other effect than to increase their zeal and affection for me." It was, therefore, with none but the forces of Spain that Philip V., at the outset of the campaign of 1710, found himself confronting the English and Portuguese armies. The Emperor Joseph, brother of Archduke Charles, had sent him a body of troops commanded by a distinguished general, Count von Stahrenberg. Going from defeat to defeat, the young king found himself forced, as in 1706, to abandon his capital. He removed the seat of government to Valladolid, and departed, accompanied by more than 30,000 persons of every rank, resolved to share his fortunes. The archduke entered Madrid. "I have orders from Queen Anne and the allies to escort King Charles to Madrid," said the English general, Lord Stanhope. "When he is once there, God or the devil keep him in or turn him out, it matters little to me; that is no affair of mine." Stanhope was in the right not to pledge himself. The hostility of the population of Madrid did not permit the archduke to reside there long. After running the risk of being carried off in his palace on the Prado, he removed to Toledo. Vendome blocked the road against the Portuguese. The archduke left the town and withdrew into Catalonia. Stahrenberg followed him on the 22d of November, harassed on his march by the Spanish guerillas rising everywhere upon his route. Every straggler, every wounded man, was infallibly murdered by the peasants. Stanhope, who commanded the rear guard, found himself invested by Vendome in the town of Brihuega. The Spaniards scarcely gave the artillery time to open a breach, the town was taken by assault, and the English made prisoners. Stahrenberg retraced his steps. On the 10th of December fighting began near Villa Viciosa. The advantage was for a long time undecided and disputed. Night came. The Austrian general spiked his guns and retreated by forced marches. The Spaniards bivouacked on the battle field. The king slept on a bed made of the enemy's flags. The allies had taken refuge in Catalonia. Spain had won back her independence and her king. There was great joy at Versailles, greater than in the kingdom, the sole aspiration was for peace. The unexpected assistance was at hand. Queen Anne, wearied with the cupidity and haughtiness of the Duke and Duchess of Marlborough, had given them notice to quit. The friends of the duke had shared his fall, and the Tories succeeded the Whigs in power. The chancellor of the exchequer, Harley, soon afterwards Earl of Oxford, and the secretary of state, St. John, who became Lord Bolingbroke, were inclined to peace. Advances were made to France. A French priest, Abbe Gautier, living in obscurity in England, arrived in Paris during January, 1711. He went to see M. de Torcy at Versailles. "Do you want peace?" said he. "I have come to bring you the means of treating for it, and concluding independently of the Hollanders, unworthy of the king's kindnesses, and of the honor he has so often done them of applying to them to pacificate Europe." "To ask just then one of his Majesty's ministers if he desired peace," says Torcy, "was to ask a sick man suffering from a long and dangerous disease if he wants to be cured." Negotiations were secretly opened with the English cabinet. The Emperor Joseph had just died (April 17, 1711). He left none but daughters. From that moment Archduke Charles inherited the domains of the house of Austria, and aspired to the imperial crown. By giving him Spain, Europe re established the monarchy of Charles V. She saw the dangers into which she was being drawn by the resentments or short sighted ambition of the triumvirate. She fell back upon the wise projects of William III. Holland had abandoned them; to England fell the honor of making them triumphant. She has often made war upon the Continent with indomitable obstinacy and perseverance; but at bottom and by the very force of circumstances England remains, as regards the affairs of Europe, an essentially pacific power. She cannot pretend to any territorial aggrandizement in Europe. It is the equilibrium between the continental powers that makes her strength, and her first interest was always to maintain it. Section 55 of A Popular History of France, Volume 5. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 5, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 45. Louis XIV, his wars and his reverses. Part 5. The campaign of 1711 was everywhere insignificant. Negotiations were still going on with England, secretly and through subordinate agents. Manager, member of the Board of Trade for France, and for England, the poet Prior, strongly attached to Harley. On the 29th of January, 1712, the general conferences were opened at Utrecht. The French had been anxious to avoid the Hague, dreading the obstinacy of Heinsius in favor of his former proposals. Preliminary points were already settled with England. Enormous advantages were secured in America to English commerce, to which was ceded Newfoundland and all that France still possessed in Acadia. The general proposals had been accepted by Queen Anne and her ministers. In vain had the Hollanders and Prince Eugene made great efforts to modify them. St. John had dryly remarked that England had borne the greatest part in the burden of the war, and it was but just that she should direct the negotiations for peace. For 5 years past the United Provinces, exhausted by the length of hostilities, had constantly been defaulters in their engagements. It was proved to Prince Eugene that the imperial army had not been increased by 2 regiments in consequence of the war the emperor's ambassador, M. de Gala, displayed impertinence. He was forbidden to come to the court. In spite of the reserve imposed upon the English ministers by the strife of parties in a free country, their desire for peace was evident. The queen had just ordered the creation of new peers, in order to secure a majority of the upper house in favor of a pacific policy. The bolts of heaven were falling one after another upon the royal family of France. On the 14th of April, 1711, Louis XIV had lost by smallpox his son, the Grand Dauphin, a mediocre and submissive creature, ever the most humble subject of the king, at just 50 years of age. His eldest son, the Duke of Burgundy, devout, austere, and capable, the hope of good men and the terror of intriguers, had taken the rank of Dauphin, and was seriously commencing his apprenticeship in government, when he was carried off on the 18th of February, 1712, by spotted fever, or rougeole pourprée. 6 days after his wife, the charming Mary Adelaide of Savoy, the idol of the whole court, supremely beloved by the king and by Madame de Maintenon, who had brought her up. Their son, the Duke of Brittany, 4 years old, died on the 8th of March. A child in the cradle, weakly and ill, the little Duke of Anjou remained the only shoot of the elder branch of the Bourbons. Dismay seized upon all France. Poison was spoken of. The Duke of Orleans was accused. It was necessary to have a post mortem examination. Only the hand of God had left its traces. Europe, in its turn, was excited. If the little Duke of Anjou were to die, the crown of France reverted to Philip V. The Hollanders and the ambassadors of the Emperor Charles VI., recently crowned at Frankfort, insisted on the necessity of a formal renunciation. In accord with the English ministers, Louis XIV. Wrote to his grandson, "You will be told what England proposes, that you should renounce your birthright, retaining the monarchy of Spain in the Indies, or renounce the monarchy of Spain, retaining your rights to the succession in France, and receiving in exchange for the crown of Spain the kingdoms of Sicily and Naples, the states of the Duke of Savoy, Montferrat and the Mantuan, the said Duke of Savoy succeeding you in Spain. I confess to you that, notwithstanding the disproportion in the dominions, I have been sensibly affected by the thought that you would continue to reign, that I might still regard you as my successor, sure, if the dauphin lives, of a regent accustomed to command, capable of maintaining order in my kingdom and stifling its cabals. If this child were to die, as his weakly complexion gives too much reason to suppose, you would enjoy the succession to me following the order of your birth, and I should have the consolation of leaving to my people a virtuous king, capable of commanding them, and one who, on succeeding me, would unite to the crown states so considerable as Naples, Savoy, Piedmont, and Montferrat. If gratitude and affection towards your subjects are to you pressing reasons for remaining with them, I may say that you owe me the same sentiments; you owe them to your own house, to your own country, before Spain. All that I can do for you is to leave you once more the choice, the necessity for concluding peace becoming every day more urgent." The choice of Philip V. was made. He had already written to his grandfather to say that he would renounce all his rights of succession to the throne of France rather than give up the crown of Spain. This decision was solemnly enregistered by the Cortes. The English required that the Dukes of Berry and Orleans should likewise make renunciation of their rights to the crown of Spain. Negotiations began again, but war began again at the same time as the negotiations. The king had given Villars the command of the army of Flanders. The marshal went to Marly to receive his last orders. "You see my plight, marshal," said Louis XIV. "There are few examples of what is my fate: to lose in the same week a grandson's wife and their son, all of very great promise, and very tenderly beloved. God is punishing me, I have well deserved it; but suspend we my griefs at my own domestic woes, and look we to what may be done to prevent those of the kingdom. If anything were to happen to the army you command, what would be your idea of the course I should adopt as regards my person?" The marshal hesitated. The king resumed, "This is what I think; you shall tell me your opinion afterwards. I know the courtiers' line of argument; they nearly all wish me to retire to Blois, and not wait for the enemy's army to approach Paris, as it might do if mine were beaten. For my part, I am aware that armies so considerable are never defeated to such an extent as to prevent the greater part of mine from retiring upon the Somme. I know that river; it is very difficult to cross. There are forts, too, which could be made strong. I should count upon getting to Peronne or Saint Quentin, and there massing all the troops I had, making a last effort with you, and falling together or saving the kingdom. I will never consent to let the enemy approach my capital." Memoires de Villars, p. 362. God was to spare Louis XIV. That crowning disaster reserved for other times. In spite of all his defaults and the culpable errors of his life and reign, Providence had given this old man, overwhelmed by so many reverses and sorrows, a truly royal soul, and that regard for his own greatness which set him higher as a king than he would have been as a man. "He had too proud a soul to descend lower than his misfortunes had brought him," says Montesquieu, "and he well knew that courage may right a crown, and that infamy never does." On the 25th of May the king secretly informed his plenipotentiaries, as well as his generals, that the English were proposing to him a suspension of hostilities; and he added, "It is no longer a time for flattering the pride of the Hollanders, but whilst we treat with them in good faith, it must be with the dignity that becomes me." "A style different from that of the conferences at the Hague and Gertruydenberg," is the remark made by M. de Torcy. That which the king's pride refused to the ill will of the Hollanders he granted to the good will of England. The day of the commencement of the armistice, Dunkerque was put as guarantee into the hands of the English, who recalled their native regiments from the army of Prince Eugene. The king complained that they left him the auxiliary troops. The English ministers proposed to prolong the truce, promising to treat separately with France if the allies refused assent to the peace. The news received by Louis XIV. Gave him assurance of better conditions than any one had dared to hope for. Villars had not been able to prevent Prince Eugene from becoming master of Quesnoy on the 3rd of July. The Imperialists were already making preparations to invade France. In their army the causeway which connected Marchiennes and Landrecies was called the Paris road. The marshal resolved to relieve Landrecies, and having had bridges thrown over the Schelde, he, on the 23d of July, 1712, crossed the river between Bouchain and Denain. The latter little place was defended by the Duke of Albemarle, son of General Monk, with 17 battalions of auxiliary troops in the pay of the allies. Lieutenant General Albagotti, an experienced soldier, considered the undertaking perilous. "Go and lie down for an hour or two, Monsieur d'Albagotti," said Villars; "to morrow by 3 in the morning you shall know whether the enemy's intrenchments are as strong as you suppose." Prince Eugene was coming up by forced marches to relieve Denain, by falling on the rear guard of the French army. It was proposed to Villars to make fascines to fill up the fosses of Denain. "Do you suppose," said he, pointing to the enemy's army in the distance, "that those gentry will give us the time? Our fascines shall be the bodies of the first of our men who fall in the fosse." "There was not an instant, not a minute to lose," says the marshal in his Memoires. "I made my infantry march on 4 lines in the most beautiful order. As I entered the entrenchment at the head of the troops, I had not gone 20 paces when the Duke of Albemarle and 6 or 7 of the emperor's lieutenant generals were at my horse's feet. I begged them to excuse me if present matters did not permit me to show them all the politeness I ought, but that the first of all was to provide for the safety of their persons." The enemy thought of nothing but flight; the bridges over the Scheldt broke down under the multitude of vehicles and horses; nearly all the defenders of Denain were taken or killed. Prince Eugene could not cross the river, watched as it was by French troops. He did not succeed in saving Marchiennes, which the Count of Broglie had been ordered to invest in the very middle of the action in front of Denain. The Imperialists raised the siege of Landrecies, but without daring to attack Villars, reinforced by a few garrisons. The marshal immediately invested Douai. On the 27th of August, the emperor's troops who were defending one of the forts demanded a capitulation. The officers who went out asked for a delay of 4 days, so as to receive orders from Prince Eugene. The marshal, who was in the trenches, called his grenadiers. "This is my counsel on such occasions," said he to the astonished Imperialists. "My friends, these captains demand 4 days' time to receive orders from their general. What do you think?" "Leave it to us, marshal," replied the grenadiers; "in a quarter of an hour we will slit their windpipes." "Gentlemen," said I to the officers, "they will do as they have said, so take your own course." The garrisons surrendered at discretion. Douai capitulated on the 8th of September. Le Quesnoy was taken on the 4th of October, and Bouchain on the 18th. Prince Eugene had not been able to attempt anything; he fell back under the walls of Brussels. On the Rhine, on the Alps, in Spain, the French and Spanish armies had held the enemy in check. The French plenipotentiaries at Utrecht had recovered their courage. "We put on the face the Hollanders had at Gertruydenberg, and they put on ours," wrote Cardinal de Polignac from Utrecht. "It is a complete turning of the tables." "Gentlemen, peace will be treated for amongst you, for you and without you," was the remark made to the Hollanders. Hereditary adversary of the Van Witts and their party, Heinsius had pursued the policy of William III. without the foresight and lofty views of William III. He had not seen his way in 1709 to shaking off the yoke of Marlborough and Prince Eugene in order to take the advantage in a peace necessary for Europe. In 1712 he submitted to the will of Harley and St. John, thus losing the advantages of the powerful mediatorial position which the United Provinces had owed to the eminent men successively entrusted with their government. Henceforth Holland remained a free and prosperous country, respected and worthy of her independence, but her political influence and importance in Europe were at an end. Under God's hand, great men make great destinies and great positions for their country as well as for themselves. The battle of Denain and its happy consequences hastened the conclusion of the negotiations. The German princes themselves began to split up. The King of Prussia, Frederick William I., who had recently succeeded his father, was the first to escape from the emperor's yoke. Lord Bolingbroke put the finishing stroke at Versailles to the conditions of a general peace. The month of April was the extreme limit fixed by England for her allies. On the 11th peace was signed between France, England, the United Provinces, Portugal, the King of Prussia, and the Duke of Savoy. Louis XIV. Recovered Lille, Aire, Bethune, and St. Venant. He strengthened with a few places the barrier of the Hollanders. He likewise granted to the Duke of Savoy a barrier on the Italian slope of the Alps. He recognized Queen Anne, at the same time exiling from France the pretender James III., whom he had but lately proclaimed with so much flourish of trumpets, and he raised the fortifications of Dunkerque. England kept Gibraltar and Minorca. Sicily was assigned to the Duke of Savoy. France recognized the King of Prussia. The peace was an honorable and an unexpected one. After so many disasters the King of Spain held out for some time. He wanted to set up an independent principality for the Princess des Ursins, or Camarera Mayor, to the queen his wife, an able, courageous, and clever intriguer, all powerful at court, who had done good service to the interests of France. He could not obtain any dismemberment of the United Provinces; and at last Philip V. in his turn signed. The emperor and the empire alone remained aloof from the general peace. War recommenced in Germany and on the Rhine. Villars carried Speer and Kaiserlauten. He laid siege to Landau. His lieutenants were uneasy. "Gentlemen," said Villars, "I have heard the Prince of Conde say that the enemy should be feared at a distance and despised at close quarters." Landau capitulated on the 20th of August. On the 30th of September, Villars entered Fribourg. The citadel surrendered on the 13th of November. The Imperialists began to make pacific overtures. The two generals, Villars and Prince Eugene, were charged with the negotiations. "I arrived at Rastadt on the 26th of November in the afternoon," writes Villars in his Memoires, "and the Prince of Savoy half an hour after me. The moment I knew he was in the court yard, I went to the top of the steps to meet him, apologizing to him on the ground that a lame man could not go down. We embraced with the feelings of an old and true friendship, which long wars and various engagements had not altered." The two plenipotentiaries were headstrong in their discussions. "If we begin war again," said Villars, "where will you find money?" "It is true that we haven't any," rejoined the prince, "but there is still some in the Empire." "Poor states of the Empire!" I exclaimed; "your advice is not asked about beginning the dance; yet you must of course follow the leaders." Peace was at last signed on the 6th of March, 1714. France kept Landau and Fort Louis. She restored Spires, Brisach, and Fribourg. The emperor refused to recognize Philip V., but he accepted the status quo. The crown of Spain remained definitively with the house of Bourbon. It had cost men and millions enough; for an instant the very foundations of order in Europe had seemed to be upset. The old French monarchy had been threatened; it had recovered of itself and by its own resources, sustaining single handed the struggle which was pulling down all Europe in coalition against it; it had obtained conditions which restored its frontiers to the limits of the peace of Ryswick; but it was exhausted, gasping, at wits' end for men and money. Absolute power had obtained from national pride the last possible efforts, but it had played itself out in the struggle; the confidence of the country was shaken; it had been seen what dangers the will of a single man had made the nation incur; the tempest was already gathering within men's souls; the habit of respect, the memory of past glories, the personal majesty of Louis XIV. Still kept up about the aged king the deceitful appearances of uncontested power and sovereign authority; the long decadence of his great grandson's reign was destined to complete its ruin. "I loved war too much," was Louis XIV.'s confession on his death bed; he had loved it madly and exclusively, but this fatal passion, which had ruined and corrupted France, had not at any rate remained infructuous. Louis XIV. Had the good fortune to profit by the efforts of his predecessors as well as of his own servants. Richelieu and Mazarin, Conde and Turenne, Luxembourg, Catinat, Vauban, Villars, and Louvois all toiled at the same work. Under his reign, France was intoxicated with excess of the pride of conquest, but she did not lose all its fruits; she witnessed the conclusion of 5 peaces, mostly glorious, the last sadly honorable; all tended to consolidate the unity and power of the kingdom. It is to the treaties of the Pyrenees, of Westphalia, of Nimeguen, of Ryswick, and of Utrecht, all signed with the name of Louis XIV., that France owed Roussillon, Artois, Alsace, Flanders, and Franche Comte. Her glory has more than once cost her dear; it has never been worth so much and such sordid increment to her territory. Section 55. Chapter 46 of A Popular History of France, Volume 5. This LibriVox is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 5, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 46: Louis XIV. And Home Administration. Part I. It is King Louis XIV.'s distinction, and heavy burden in the eyes of history, that it is impossible to tell of anything in his reign without constantly recurring to himself. He had 2 ministers of the higher order, Colbert and Louvois; several of good capacity, such as Seignelay and Torcy; others incompetent, like Chamillard. He remained as much master of the administrators of the first rank as if they had been insignificant clerks. The home government of France, from 1661 to 1715, is summed up in the king's relations with his ministers. "I resolved from the first not to have any premier minister," says Louis XIV. In his Memoires, "and not to leave to another the functions of king whilst I had nothing but the title; but, on the contrary, I made up my mind to share the execution of my orders amongst several persons, in order to concentrate their authority in mine alone. I might have cast my eyes upon people of higher consideration than those I selected, but they seemed to me competent to execute, under me, the matters with which I purposed to entrust them. I did not think it was to my interest to look for men of higher standing, because, as I wanted above all things to establish my own reputation, it was important that the public should know, from the rank of those of whom I made use, that I had no intention of sharing my authority with them, and that they themselves, knowing what they were, should not conceive higher hopes than I wished to give them." It has been said already that the court governed France in the reign of Louis XIV., and what was, in fact, the court? The men who lived about the king, depending on his favor, the source or arbiter of their fortunes. The great lords served in the army, with lustre, when they bore the name of Conde, Turenne, or Luxembourg, but they never had any place amongst the king's confidential servants. "Luck, in spite of us, has as much to do as wisdom, and more, with the choice of our ministers," he says in his Memoires, "and in respect of what wisdom may have to do therewith, genius is far more effectual than counsel." It was their genius which made the fortunes and the power of Louis XIV.'s two great ministers, Colbert and Louvois. In advance, and on the faith of Cardinal Mazarin, the king knew the worth of Colbert. "I had all possible confidence in him," says he, "because I knew that he had a great deal of application, intelligence, and probity." Rough, reserved, taciturn, indefatigable in work, passionately devoted to the cause of order, public welfare, and the peaceable aggrandizement of France, Colbert, on becoming the comptroller of finance in 1661, brought to the service of the state superior views, consummate experience, and indomitable perseverance. The position of affairs required no fewer virtues. "Disorder reigned everywhere," says the king. "On casting over the various portions of my kingdom not eyes of indifference but the eyes of a master, I was sensibly affected not to see a single one which did not deserve and did not press to be taken in hand. The destitution of the lower orders was extreme, and the finances, which give movement and activity to all this great framework of the monarchy, were entirely exhausted, and in such plight that there was scarcely any resource to be seen. The affluent, to be seen only amongst official people, on the one hand, cloaked all their malversations by divers kinds of artifices, and uncloaked them on the other by their insolent and audacious extravagance, as if they were afraid to leave me in ignorance of them." The punishment of the tax collectors (traitants), prosecuted at the same time as Superintendent Fouquet, the arbitrary redemption of rentes (annuities) on the city of Paris, or on certain branches of the taxes, did not suffice to alleviate the extreme suffering of the people. The talliages from which the nobility and the clergy were nearly everywhere exempt pressed upon the people with the most cruel inequality. "The poor are reduced to eating grass and roots in our meadows like cattle," said a letter from Blaisois; "those who can find dead carcasses devour them, and, unless God have pity upon them, they will soon be eating one another." Normandy, generally so prosperous, was reduced to the uttermost distress. "The great number of poor has exhausted charity and the power of those who were accustomed to relieve them," says a letter to Colbert from the superintendent of Caen. In 1662 the town was obliged to throw open the doors of the great hospital, having no longer any means of furnishing subsistence to those who were in it. I can assure you that there are persons in this town who have gone for whole days without anything to eat. The country, which ought to supply bread for the towns, is crying for mercy's sake to be supplied therewith itself." The peasants, wasted with hunger, could no longer till their fields; their cattle had been seized for taxes. Colbert proposed to the king to remit the arrears of talliages, and devoted all his efforts to reducing them, whilst regulating their collection. His desire was to arrive at the establishment everywhere of real talliages, on landed property, etc., instead of personal talliages, variable imposts, depending upon the supposed means or social position of the inhabitants. He was only very partially successful, without, however, allowing himself to be repelled by the difficulties presented by differences of legislation and customs in the provinces. "Perhaps," he wrote to the superintendent of Aix in 1681, "on getting to the bottom of the matter and considering it in detail, you will not discover in it all the impossibilities you have pictured to yourself." Colbert died without having completed his work. The talliages, however, had been reduced by 8 millions of livres within the first 2 years of his administration. "All the imposts of the kingdom," he writes, in 1662, to the superintendent of Tours, who is complaining of the destitution of the people, "are, as regards the talliages, but about 37 millions, and for 40 or 50 years past they have always been between 40 and 50 millions, except after the peace, when his Majesty reduced them to 32, 33, and 34 millions." Peace was of short duration in the reign of Louis XIV., and often so precarious that it did not permit of disarmament. At the very period when the able minister was trying to make the people feel the importance of the diminution in the talliages, he wrote to the king, I entreat your Majesty to read these few lines attentively. I confess to your Majesty that the last time you were graciously pleased to speak to me about the state of the finances, my respect, the boundless desire I have always had to please you and serve you to your satisfaction, without making any difficulty or causing any hitch, and still more your natural eloquence which succeeds in bringing conviction of whatever you please, deprived me of courage to insist and dwell somewhat upon the condition of your finances, for the which I see no other remedy but increase of receipts and decrease of expenses. Wherefore, though this is no concern at all of mine, I merely entreat your Majesty to permit me to say that in war as well as in peace you have never consulted your finances for the purpose of determining your expenditure, which is a thing so extraordinary that assuredly there is no example thereof. For the past 20 years during which I have had the honor of serving your Majesty, though the receipts have greatly increased, you would find that the expenses have much exceeded the receipts, which might perhaps induce you to moderate and retrench such as are excessive. I am aware, sir, that the figure I present herein is not an agreeable one; but in your Majesty's service there are different functions; some entail nothing but agreeables whereof the expenses are the foundation; that with which your Majesty honors me entails this misfortune, that it can with difficulty produce anything agreeable, since the proposals for expenses have no limit, but one must console oneself by constantly laboring to do one's best." Louis XIV. Did not "moderate or retrench his expenses." Colbert labored to increase the receipts. The new imposts excited insurrections in Angoumois, in Guienne, and Brittany. Bordeaux rose in 1695 with shouts of "Hurrah for the king without gable!" Marshal d'Albret ventured into the streets in the district of St. Michel. He was accosted by one of the ringleaders. "Well, my friend," said the marshal, "with whom is thy business? Dost wish to speak to me?" "Yes," replied the townsman, "I am deputed by the people of St. Michel to tell you that they are good servants of the king, but that they do not mean to have any gabel, or marks on pewter or tobacco, or stamped papers, or irref d'arbitrage, or arbitration clerk's fee." It was not until a year afterwards that the taxes could be established in Gascony. Troops had to be sent to Rennes to impose the stamp tax upon the Bretons. "Soldiers are more likely to be wanted in Lower Brittany than in any other spot," said a letter to Colbert from the lieutenant general, M. de Lavardin. "It is a rough and wild country, which breeds inhabitants who resemble it. They understand French but slightly, and reason not much better. The Parliament is at the back of all this." Riots were frequent, and were put down with great severity. "The poor Low Bretons collect by 40 or 50 in the fields," writes Madame de Sevigne on the 24th of September, 1675; "as soon as they see soldiers, they throw themselves on their knees, saying, 'Mea culpa,' all the French they know." "The severities are abating," she adds on the 3d of November; "after the hangings there will be no more hanging." All these fresh imposts, which had cost so much suffering and severity, brought in but 2,500,000 livres at Colbert's death. The indirect taxes, which were at that time called fermes générales (farmings general), amounted to 37 millions during the first 2 years of Colbert's administration, and rose to 64 millions at the time of his death. "I should be apprehensive of going too far, and that the prodigious augmentations of the fermes (farmings) would be very burdensome to the people," wrote Louis XIV. in 1680. The expenses of recovering the taxes, which had but lately led to great abuses, were diminished by half. "The bailiffs generally, and especially those who are set over the recovery of talliages, are such terrible brutes, that, by way of exterminating a good number of these, you could not do anything more worthy of you than suppress those," wrote Colbert to the criminal magistrate of Orleans. "I am at this moment promoting 2 suits against the collectors of talliages, in which I expect at present to get 10,000 crowns damages, without counting another against an assessor's officer, who wounded one Grimaud, the which had one of his daughters killed before his eyes, his wife, another of his daughters, and his female servant wounded with swords and sticks, the writ of distrainment being executed whilst the poor creature was being buried." The bailiffs were suppressed, and the king's justice was let loose not only against the fiscal officers who abused their power, but also against tyrannical nobles. Masters of requests and members of the Parliament of Paris went to Auvergne and Velay and held temporary courts of justice, which were called grands jours. Several lords were found guilty. Sieur de la Motte actually died upon the scaffold for having unjustly despoiled and maltreated the people on his estates. "He was not one of the worst," says Flechier in his Journal des Grands Jours d'Auvergne. The Duke of Bouillon, governor of the province, had too long favored the guilty. "I resolved," says the king in his Memoires, "to prevent the people from being subjected to thousands and thousands of tyrants, instead of one lawful king, whose indulgence alone it is that causes all this disorder." The puissance of the provincial governors, already curtailed by Richelieu, suffered from fresh attacks under Louis XIV. Everywhere the power passed into the hands of the superintendents, themselves subjected in their turn to inspection by the masters of requests. "Acting on the information I had that in many provinces the people were plagued by certain folks who abused their title of governors in order to make unjust requisitions," says the king in his Memoires, "I posted men in all quarters for the express purpose of keeping myself more surely informed of such exactions, in order to punish them as they deserved." Order was restored in all parts of France. "The Auvergnats," said a letter to Colbert from President de Novion, "never knew so certainly that they had a king as they do now." "A useless banquet at a cost of 1,000 crowns causes me incredible pain," said Colbert to Louis XIV., "and yet, when it is a question of millions of gold for Poland, I would sell all my property, I would pawn my wife and children, and I would go afoot all my life to provide for it, if necessary. Your Majesty, if it please you, you will forgive me this little transport. I begin to doubt whether the liberty I take is agreeable to your Majesty. It has seemed to me that you were beginning to prefer your pleasures and your diversions to everything else. At the very time when your Majesty told me at St. Germain that the morsel must be taken from one's mouth to provide for the increment of the naval armament, you spent 200,000 livres down for a trip to Versailles, to wit, 13,000 pistoles for your gambling expenses and the queen's, and 50,000 livres for extraordinary banquets. You have likewise so intermingled our diversions with the war on land that it is difficult to separate the two, and if your Majesty will be graciously pleased to examine in detail the amount of useless expenditure you have incurred, you will plainly see that if it were all deducted, you would not be reduced to your present necessity. The right thing to do, sir, is to grudge 5 sous for unnecessary things, and to throw millions about when it is for your glory." Section 57 of A Popular History of France, Volume 5. This recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 5, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. CHAPTER XLVI. Louis XIV. And Home Administration. Part II. Colbert knew, in fact, how to "throw millions about," when it was for endowing France with new manufactures and industries. "One of the most important works of peace," he used to say, "is the re establishment of every kind of trade in this kingdom, and to put it in a position to do without having recourse to foreigners for the things necessary for the use and comfort of the subjects. We have no need of anybody, and our neighbors have need of us." Such was the maxim laid down in a document of that date, which has often been attributed to Colbert, and which he certainly put incessantly into practice. The cloth manufactures were dying out; they received encouragement. A Protestant Hollander, Van Robet, attracted over to Abbeville by Colbert, there introduced the making of fine cloths. At Beauvais and in the Gobelin establishment at Paris, under the direction of the great painter Lebrun, the French tapestries soon threw into the shade the reputation of the tapestries of Flanders. Venus had to yield up her secrets and her workmen for the glass manufactories of St. Gobain and Tourlaville. The great lords and ladies were obliged to give up the Venetian point with which their dresses had been trimmed. The importation of it was forbidden, and lace manufactories were everywhere established in France. There was even a strike amongst the women at Alençon against the new lace which it was desired to force them to make. "There are more than 80,000 persons working at lace in Alençon, Sées, Argentan, Falaise, and the circumjacent parishes," said a letter to Colbert from the superintendent of Alençon, "and I can assure you, my lord, that it is manna and a blessing from heaven over all this district, where even little children of 7 years of age find means of earning a livelihood. The little shepherd girls from the fields work, like the rest, at it. They say that they will never be able to make such fine point as this, and that one wants to take away their bread and their means of paying their talliage." Point d'Alençon won the battle, and the making of lace spread all over Normandy. Manufactures of soap, tin, arms, silk, gave work to a multitude of laborers. The home trade of France at the same time received development. The bad state of the roads was "a dreadful hinderance to traffic." Colbert ordered them to be everywhere improved. "The superintendents have done wonders, and we are never tired of singing their praises," writes Madame de Sevigne to her daughter during one of her trips. "It is quite extraordinary what beautiful roads there are; there is not a single moment's stoppage; there are malls and walks everywhere." The magnificent canal of Languedoc, due to the generous initiative of Riquet, united the ocean to the Mediterranean. The canal of Orleans completed the canal of Briare, commenced by Henry IV. The inland custom houses which shackled the traffic between province and province were suppressed at divers points. Many provinces demurred to the admission of this innovation, declaring that, to set their affairs right, "there was need of nothing but order, order, order." Colbert also wanted order, but his views were higher and broader than those of Breton or Gascon merchants. In spite of his desire to "put the kingdom in a position to do without having recourse to foreigners for things necessary for the use and comfort of the French," he had too lofty and too judicious a mind to neglect the extension of trade. Like Richelieu, he was for founding great trading companies. He had 5 for the East and West Indies, the Levant, the North, and Africa. Just as with Richelieu, they were with difficulty established, and lasted but a little while. It was necessary to levy subscriptions on the members of the sovereign corporations. "M. de Bercy put down his name for 1,000 livres," says the journal of Olivier d'Ormesson. M. de Colbert laughed at him, and said that it could not be for his pocket's sake; and the end of it was, that he put down 3,000 livres." Colbert could not get over the mortifying success of the Company of the Dutch Indies. "I cannot believe that they pay 40 per cent.," said he. It was with the Dutch that he most frequently had commercial difficulties. The United Provinces produced but little, and their merchant navy was exclusively engaged in the business of transport. The charge of 50 sous per ton on merchandise carried in foreign vessels caused so much ill humor amongst the Hollanders that it was partly the origin of their rupture with France and of the treaty of the Triple Alliance. Colbert made great efforts to develop the French navy, both the fighting and the merchant. "The sea traffic of all the world," he wrote in 1669 to M. de Pomponne, then ambassador to Holland, "is done with 20,000 vessels, or thereabouts. In the natural order of things, each nation should have its own share thereof, in proportion to its power, population, and seaboard. The Hollanders have 15 or 16,000 out of this number, and the French perhaps 400 or 500 at most. The king is employing all sorts of means which he thinks useful in order to approach a little more nearly to the number his subjects ought naturally to have." Colbert's efforts were not useless; at his death the maritime trade of France had developed itself, and French merchants were effectually protected at sea by ships of war. "It is necessary," said Colbert in his instructions to Seignelay, "that my son should be as keenly alive to all the disorders that may occur in trade, and all the losses that may be incurred by every trader, as if they were his own." In 1692 the royal navy numbered 186 vessels; 160,000 sailors were down on the books. The works at the ports of Toulon, Brest, and Rochefort were in full activity. Louis XIV. Was in a position to refuse the salute of the flag which England had up to that time exacted in the Channel from all nations. "The king my brother and those of whom he takes counsel do not quite know me yet," wrote the king to his ambassador in London, "when they adopt towards me a tone of haughtiness and a certain sturdiness which has a savor of menace. I know of no power under heaven that can make me move a step by that sort of way. Evil may come to me, of course, but no sensation of fear. The King of England and his chancellor may, of course, see pretty well what my strength is, but they do not see my heart. I, who feel and know full well both one and the other, desire that for sole reply to so haughty a declaration they learn from your mouth that I neither seek nor ask for any accommodation in the matter of the flag, because I shall know quite well how to maintain my right whatever may happen. I intend before long to place my maritime forces on such a footing that the English shall consider it a favor if it be my good pleasure then to listen to modifications touching a right which is due to me more legitimately than to them." Duquesne and Tourville, Duguay Trouin and John Bart permitted the king to make good on the seas such proud words. From 1685 to 1712 the French fleets could everywhere hold their own against the allied squadrons of England and Holland. So many and such sustained efforts in all directions, so many vast projects and of so great promise, suited the mind of Louis XIV. As well as that of his minister. "I tell you what I think," wrote Louis XIV. To Colbert in 1674, "but, after all, I end as I began, by placing myself entirely in your hands, being certain that you will do what is most advantageous for my service." Colbert's zeal for his master's service merited this confidence. "Oh," he exclaimed one day, "that I could render this country happy, and that far from the court, without favor, without influence, the grass might grow in my very courts!" Louis XIV. Was the victim of 3 passions which hampered, and in the long run destroyed the accord between king and minister: that for war, whetted and indulged by Louvois, that for kingly and courtly extravagance, and that for building and costly fancies. Colbert likewise loved "buildments," or les bâtiments, as the phrase then was. He urged the king to complete the Louvre, plans for which were requested of Bernini, who went to Paris for the purpose. After 2 years in fructuous feelers and compliments, the Italian returned to Rome, and the work was entrusted to Perrault, whose plan for the beautiful colonnade still existing had always pleased Colbert. The completion of the castle of St. Germain, the works at Fontainebleau and at Chambord, the triumphal arches of St. Denis and St. Martin, the laying out of the Tuileries, the construction of the Observatory, and even that of the Palais des Invalides, which was Louvois' idea, found the comptroller of the finances well disposed, if not eager. Versailles was a constant source of vexation to him. "Your Majesty is coming back from Versailles," he wrote to the king on the 28th of September, 1685. "I entreat that you will permit me to say 2 words about the reflections I often make upon this subject, and forgive me, if it please you, for my zeal. That mansion appertains far more to your Majesty's pleasure and diversion than to your glory. If you would be graciously pleased to search all over Versailles for the 500,000 crowns spent within 2 years, you would assuredly have a difficulty in finding them. If your Majesty thinks upon it, you will reflect that it will appear forever in the accounts of the treasurers of your buildments that, whilst you were expending such great sums on this mansion, you neglected the Louvre, which is assuredly the most superb palace in the world, and the most worthy of your Majesty's grandeur. You are aware that, in default of splendid deeds of arms, there is nothing which denotes the grandeur and spirit of princes more plainly than buildments do, and all posterity measures them by the ell of those superb mansions which they have erected during their lives. Oh, what pity it were that the greatest king, and the most virtuous in that true virtue which makes the greatest princes, should be measured by the ell of Versailles! And, nevertheless, there is room to fear this misfortune. For my part, I confess to your Majesty that, notwithstanding the repugnance you feel to increase the cash orders (comptants), if I could have foreseen that this expenditure would be so large, I should have advised the employment of cash orders, in order to hide the knowledge thereof forever." The cash orders (ordonnances aux comptants) did not indicate their object, and were not revised. The king merely wrote, "Pay cash. I know the object of this expenditure," or bon aux comptants, "Je sais l'objet de cette dépense." Colbert was mistaken in his fears for Louis XIV.'s glory. If the expenses of Versailles surpassed his most gloomy apprehensions, the palace which rose upon the site of Louis XIV.'s former hunting box was worthy of the king who had made it in his own image, and who managed to retain all his court around him there by the mere fact of his will and of his royal presence. Colbert was dead before Versailles was completed; the bills amounted then to 116 millions; the castle of Marly, now destroyed, cost more than 4 millions; money was everywhere becoming scarce; the temper of the comptroller of finances went on getting worse. "Whereas formerly it had been noticed that he set to his work rubbing his hands with joy," says his secretary Perrault, brother of the celebrated architect, "he no longer worked but with an air of vexation, and even with sighs. From the good natured and easy going creature he had been, he became difficult to deal with, and there was not so much business, by a great deal, got through as in the early years of his administration. I do not mean to build any more, Mansard; I meet with too many mortifications," the king would say to his favorite architect. He still went on building, however, but he quarrelled with Colbert over the cost of the great railings of Versailles. "There's swindling here," said Louis XIV. "Sir," rejoined Colbert, "I flatter myself, at any rate, that that word does not apply to me?" "No," said the king, "but more attention should have been shown. If you want to know what economy is, go to Flanders; you will see how little those fortifications of the conquered places cost." It was Vauban whose praise the king thus sang, and Vauban, devoted to Louvois, had for a long time past been embroiled with Colbert. The minister felt himself beaten in the contest he had so long maintained against Michael Le Tellier and his son. In 1664, at the death of Chancellor Seguier, Colbert had opposed the elevation of Le Tellier to this office, "telling the king that, if he came in, he, Colbert, could not serve his Majesty, as he would have him thwarting everything he wanted to do." On leaving the council, Le Tellier said to Brienne, "You see what a tone M. Colbert takes up; he will have to be settled with." The antagonism had been perpetuated between Colbert and Louvois; their rivalry in the state had been augmented by the contrary dispositions of the two ministers; both were passionately devoted to their work, laborious, indefatigable, honest in money matters, and both of fierce and domineering temper; but Louvois was more violent, more bold, less scrupulous as to ways and means of attaining his end, cruel in the exercise of his will and his wrath, less concerned about the sufferings of the people, more exclusively absorbed by one fixed idea. Both rendered great service to the king, but Colbert performing for the prince and the state only useful offices in the way of order, economy, wise and far sighted administration, courageous and steady opposition; Louvois ever urging the king on, according to his bent, as haughty and more impassioned than he, entangling him and encouraging him in wars which rendered his own services necessary, without pity for the woes he entailed upon the nation. It was the misfortune and the great fault of Louis XIV. That he preferred the counsels of Louvois to those of Colbert, and that he allowed all the functions so faithfully exercised by the dying minister to drop into the hands of his enemy and rival. At 64 years of age Colbert succumbed to excess of labor and of cares. That man so cold and reserved, whom Madame de Sevigne called North, and Guy Patin the man of marble (vir marmoreux), felt that disgust for the things of life which appears so strikingly in the 17th century amongst those who were most ardently engaged in the affairs of the world. He was suffering from stone. The king sent to inquire after him and wrote to him. The dying man had his eyes closed; he did not open them. "I do not want to hear anything more about him," said he, when the king's letter was brought to him. "Now, at any rate, let him leave me alone." His thoughts were occupied with his soul's salvation. Madame de Maintenon used to accuse him of always thinking about his finances, and very little about religion. He repeated bitterly, as the dying Cardinal Wolsey had previously said in the case of Henry, "If I had done for God what I have done for that man, I had been saved twice over, and now I know not what will become of me." He expired on the 6th of September, 1683; and on the 10th Madame de Maintenon wrote to Madame de St. Geran, "The king is very well; he feels no more now than a slight sorrow. The death of M. de Colbert afflicted him, and a great many people rejoiced at that affliction. It is all stuff about the pernicious designs he had; and the king very cordially forgave him for having determined to die without reading his letter, in order to be better able to give his thoughts to God. M. de Seignelay was anxious to step into all his posts, and has not obtained a single one; he has plenty of cleverness, but little moral conduct. His pleasures always have precedence of his duties. He has so exaggerated his father's talents and services that he has convinced everybody how unworthy and incapable he is of succeeding him." The influence of Louvois and the king's ill humor against the Colberts peep out in the injustice of Madame de Maintenon. Seignelay had received from Louis XIV. The reversion of the navy. His father had prepared him for it with anxious strictness, and he had exercised the function since 1676. Well informed, clever, magnificent, Seignelay drove business and pleasure as a pair. In 1685 he gave the king a splendid entertainment in his castle of Sceaux. In 1686 he set off for Genoa, bombarded by Duquesne. In 1689 he, in person, organized the fleet of Tourville at Brest. "He was general in everything," says Madame de La Fayette; "even when he did not give the word he had the exterior and air of it." "He is devoured by ambition," Madame de Maintenon had lately said. In 1689 she writes, "Anxious (l'inquiet), i.e., Louvois, hangs but by a thread; he is very much shocked at having the direction of the affairs of Ireland taken from him; he blames me for it. He counted on making immense profits. M. de Seignelay counts on nothing but perils and labors. He will succeed if he do not carry things with too high a hand. The king would have no better servant if he could rid himself a little of his temperament. He admits as much himself, and yet he does not mend." Seignelay died on the 3d of November, 1690, at the age of 39. "He had all the parts of a great minister of state," says St. Simon, "and he was the despair of M. de Louvois, whom he often placed in the position of having not a word of reply to say in the king's presence. His defects corresponded with his great qualities; as a hater and a friend he had no peer but Louvois." "How young! How fortunate how great a position!" wrote Madame de Sevigne on hearing of the death of M. de Seignelay; "it seems as if splendor itself were dead." Section 58 of A Popular History of France, Volume 5. This LibriVox is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 5, by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. CHAPTER XLVI. Louis XIV. And Home Administration. Part III. Seignelay had spent freely, but he left at his death more than 400,000 livres a year. Colbert's fortune amounted to 10 millions, legitimate proceeds of his high offices and the king's liberalities. He was born of a family of merchants, at Rheims, ennobled in the 16th century, but he was fond of connecting it with the Colbert of Scotland. The great minister would often tell his children to reflect "what their birth would have done for them if God had not blessed his labors, and if those labors had not been extreme." He had married his daughters to the Dukes of Beauvilliers and Mortemart. Seignelay had wedded Mademoiselle de Matignon, whose grandmother was an Orleans Longueville. "Thus," said Mademoiselle de Montpensier, "they have the honor of being as closely related as Monsieur le Prince to the king. Marie de Bourbon was cousin german to the king my grandfather. That lends a grand air to M. de Seignelay, who had by nature sufficient vanity." Colbert had no need to seek out genealogies, and great alliances were naturally attracted to his power and the favor he was in. He had in himself that title which comes of superior merit, and which nothing can make up for, nothing can equal. He might have said, as Marshal Lannes said to the Marquis of Montesquieu, who was exhibiting a coat taken out of his ancestor's drawers, "I am an ancestor myself." Louvois remained henceforth alone, without rival and without check. The work he had undertaken for the reorganization of the army was pretty nearly completed; he had concentrated in his own hands the whole direction of the military service, the burden and the honor of which were both borne by him. He had subjected to the same rules and the same discipline all corps and all grades; the general as well as the colonel obeyed him blindly. M. de Turenne alone had managed to escape from the administrative level. "I see quite clearly," he wrote to Louvois on the 9th of September, 1673, "what are the king's wishes, and I will do all I can to conform to them, but you will permit me to tell you that I do not think that it would be to his Majesty's service to give precise orders, at such a distance, to the most incapable man in France." Turenne had not lost the habit of command. Louvois, who had for a long while been under his orders, bowed to the will of the king, who required apparent accord between the marshal and the minister, but he never forgave Turenne for his cool and proud independence. The Prince of Conde more than once turned to advantage this latent antagonism. After the death of Louvois and of Turenne, after the retirement of Conde, when the central power fell into the hands of Chamillard or of Voysin, the pretence of directing war from the king's closet at Versailles produced the most fatal effects. "If M. de Chamillard thinks that I know nothing about war," wrote Villars to Madame de Maintenon, "he will oblige me by finding somebody else in the kingdom who is better acquainted with it." "If your Majesty," he said again, "orders me to shut myself up in Bavaria, and if you want to see your army lost, I will get myself killed at the first opportunity rather than live to see such a mishap." The king's orders, transmitted through a docile minister ignorant of war, had a great deal to do with the military disasters of Louis XIV.'s later years. Meanwhile order reigned in the army, and supplies were regular. Louvois received the nickname of Great Victualler (Vivrier). The wounded were tended in hospitals devoted to their use. "When a soldier is once down he never gets up again," had but lately been the saying. "Had I been at my mother's, in her own house, I could not have been better treated," wrote M. d'Alligny on the contrary, when he came out of one of the hospitals created by Louvois. He conceived the grand idea of the Hotel des Invalides. "It were very reasonable," says the preamble of the king's edict which founded the establishment, "that they who have freely exposed their lives and lavished their blood for the defence and maintenance of this monarchy, who have so materially contributed to the winning of the battles we have gained over our enemies, and who have often reduced them to asking peace of us, should enjoy the repose they have secured for our other subjects, and should pass the remainder of their days in tranquillity." Up to his death Louvois insisted upon managing the Hotel des Invalides himself. Never had the officers of the army been under such strict and minute supervision. Promotion went by seniority, by "the order on the list," as the phrase then was, without any favor for rank or birth. Commanders were obliged to attend to their corps. "Sir," said Louvois one day to M. de Nogaret, "your company is in a very bad state." "Sir," answered Nogaret, "I was not aware of it." "You ought to be aware," said M. de Louvois; "have you inspected it?" "No, sir," said Nogaret. "You ought to have inspected it, sir." "Sir, I will give orders about it." "You ought to have given them. A man ought to make up his mind, sir, either to openly profess himself a courtier or to devote himself to his duty when he is an officer." Education in the schools for cadets, regularity in service, obligation to keep the companies full instead of pocketing a portion of the pay in the name of imaginary soldiers who appeared only on the registers, and who were called dummies (passe volants), the necessity of wearing uniform, introduced into the army customs to which French nobility, as undisciplined as they were brave, had hitherto been utter strangers. Artillery and engineering were developed under the influence of Vauban, "the first of his own time and one of the first of all times," in the great art of besieging, fortifying, and defending places. Louvois had singled out Vauban at the sieges of Lille, Tournai, and Douai, which he had directed in chief under the king's own eye. He ordered him to render the places he had just taken impregnable. "This is no child's play," said Vauban on setting about the fortifications of Dunkerque, "and I would rather lose my life than hear said of me some day what I hear said of the men who have preceded me." Louvois' admiration was unmixed when he went to examine the works. "The achievements of the Romans, which have earned them so much fame, show nothing comparable to what has been done here," he exclaimed. "They formerly levelled mountains in order to make high roads, but here more than 400 have been swept away. In the place where all those sandbanks were, there is now to be seen nothing but one great meadow. The English and the Dutch often send people hither to see if all they have been told is true. They all go back full of admiration at the success of the work and the greatness of the master who took it in hand." It was this admiration and this dangerous greatness which suggested to the English their demands touching Dunkerque during the negotiations for the peace of Utrecht. The honesty and moral worth of Vauban equalled his genius. He was as high minded as he was modest. Evil reports had been spread about concerning the contractors for the fortifications of Lille. Vauban demanded an inquiry. "You are quite right in thinking, my lord," he wrote to Louvois, to whom he was united by a sincere and faithful friendship, "that if you do not examine into this affair, you cannot do me justice, and if you do it me not, that would be compelling me to seek means of doing it myself, and of giving up forever fortification and all its concomitants. Examine, then, boldly and severely; away with all tender feeling, for I dare plainly tell you that in a question of strictest honesty and sincere fidelity I fear neither the king, nor you, nor all the human race together. Fortune had me born the poorest gentleman in France, but in requital she honored me with an honest heart, so free from all sorts of swindles that it cannot bear even the thought of them without a shudder." It was not until 8 years after the death of Louvois, in 1699, when Vauban had directed 53 sieges, constructed the fortifications of 33 places, and repaired those of 300 towns, that he was made a marshal, an honor that no engineer had yet obtained. "The king fancied he was giving himself the baton," it was said, "so often had he had Vauban under his orders in besieging places." The leisure of peace was more propitious to Vauban's fame than to his favor. Generous and sincere as he was, a patriot more far sighted than his contemporaries, he had the courage to present to the king a memorial advising the recall of the fugitive Huguenots, and the renewal, pure and simple, of the Edict of Nantes. He had just directed the siege of Brisach and the defence of Dunkerque when he published a great economical work entitled La Dîme Royale, the fruit of the reflections of his whole life, fully depicting the misery of the people and the system of imposts he thought adapted to relieve it. The king was offended; he gave the marshal a cold reception, and had the work seized. Vauban received his death blow from this disgrace. The royal edict was dated March 19, 1707. The great engineer died on the 30th; he was not quite 74. The king testified no regret for the loss of so illustrious a servant, with whom he had lived on terms of close intimacy. Vauban had appeared to impugn his supreme authority; this was one of the crimes that Louis XIV. Never forgave. In 1683, at Colbert's death, Vauban was enjoying the royal favor, which he attributed entirely to Louvois. The latter reigned without any one to contest his influence with the master. It had been found necessary to bury Colbert by night to avoid the insults of the people, who imputed to him the imposts which crushed them. What an unjust and odious mistake of popular opinion, which accused Colbert of the evils which he had fought against and at the same time suffered under to the last day! All Colbert's offices, except the navy, fell to Louvois or his creatures. Claude Lepelletier, a relative of Le Tellier, became comptroller of France. He entered the council. M. de Blainville, Colbert's second son, was obliged to resign in Louvois' favor the superintendence of buildments, of which the king had previously promised him the reversion. All business passed into the hands of Louvois. Le Tellier had been chancellor since 1677. Peace still reigned. The all powerful minister occupied himself in building Trianon, bringing the river Eure to Versailles, and establishing unity of religion in France. "The counsel of constraining the Huguenots by violent means to become Catholics was given and carried out by the Marquis of Louvois," says an anonymous letter of the time. "He thought he could manage consciences and control religion by those harsh measures which, in spite of his wisdom, his violent nature suggests to him almost in everything." Louvois was the inventor of the dragonnades; it was his father, Michael Le Tellier, who put the seals to the revocation of the Edict of Nantes; and a few days before he died, full of joy at his last work, he piously sang the canticle of Simeon. Louis XIV. And his ministers believed in good faith that Protestantism was stamped out. "The king," wrote Madame de Maintenon, "is very pleased to have put the last touch to the great work of the reunion of the heretics with the church. Father La Chaise, the king's confessor, promised that it would not cost a drop of blood, and M. de Louvois said the same thing." Emigration in mass, the revolt of the Camisards, and the long continued punishments, were a painful surprise for the courtiers accustomed to bend beneath the will of Louis XIV. They did not understand that "anybody should obstinately remain of a religion which was displeasing to the king." The Huguenots paid the penalty for their obstinacy. The intelligent and acute biographer of Louvois, M. Camille Rousset, could not defend him from the charge of violence in their case. On the 10th of June, 1686, he wrote to the superintendent of Languedoc, "On my representation to the king of the little heed paid by the women of the district, in which you are to the penalties ordained against those who are found at assemblies, his Majesty orders that those who are not demoiselles (that is, noble) shall be sentenced by M. de Baville to be whipped and branded with the fleur de lis." He adds, on the 22d of July, "The king having thought proper to have a declaration sent out on the 15th of this month, whereby his Majesty orders that all those who are henceforth found at such assemblies shall be punished by death, M. de Baville will take no notice of the decree I sent you relating to the women, as it becomes useless by reason of this declaration." The king's declaration was carried out, as the sentences of the victims prove: condemned to the galleys, or condemned to death, for the crime of assemblies. This was the language of the Roman emperors; 17 centuries of Christianity had not sufficed to make men comprehend the sacred rights of conscience. The refined and moderate mind of Madame de Sevigne did not prevent her from writing to M. de Bussy on the 28th of October, 1685, "You have no doubt seen the edict by which the king revokes that of Nantes; nothing can be more beautiful in its contents, and never did or will any king do anything more memorable." The noble libertine and free thinker replied to her, "I admire the steps taken by the king to reunite the Huguenots. The war made upon them in former times and the St. Bartholomew gave vigor to this sect. His Majesty has sapped it little by little, and the edict he has just issued, supported by dragoons and Bourdaloues, has given it the finishing stroke." It was the honorable distinction of the French Protestants to proclaim during more than 2 centuries, by their courageous resistance, the rights and dues which were ignored all around them. Whilst the Reformers were undergoing conversion, exile, or death, war was recommencing in Europe, with more determination than ever on the part of the Protestant nations, indignant and disquieted as they were. Louvois began to forget all about the obstinacy of the religionists, and prepared for the siege of Philipsburg and the capture of Manheim and Coblentz. "The king has seen with pleasure," he wrote to Marshal Boufflers, "that after well burning Coblentz, and doing all the harm possible to the elector's palace, you were to march back to Mayence." The haughtiness of the king and the violence of the minister went on increasing with the success of their arms. They treated the pope's rights almost as lightly as those of the Protestants. The pamphleteers of the day had reason to write, "It is clearly seen that the religion of the court of France is a pure matter of interest. The king does nothing but what is for that which he calls his glory and grandeur. Catholics and heretics, holy pontiff, church, and anything you please, are sacrificed to his great pride. Everything must be reduced to powder beneath his feet. We in France are on the high road to putting the sacred rights of the Holy See on the same footing as the privileges granted to Calvinists. All ecclesiastical authority is annihilated. Nobody knows anything of canons, popes, councils; everything is swallowed up in the authority of one man. 'The king willeth it.'" France had no other law any longer, and William III. saved Europe from the same enslavement. The Palatinate was in flames. Louvois was urging on the generals and armies everywhere, sending despatch after despatch, orders upon orders. "I am 1,000 times more impatient to finish this business than you can be," was the spirited reply he received from M. de la Hoguette, who commanded in Italy in the environs of Cuneo. "Besides the reasons of duty which I have always before my eyes, I beg you to believe that the last letters I received from you were quite strong enough to prevent negligence of anything that must be done to prevent similar ones, and to deserve a little more confidence; but the most willing man can do nothing against roads encumbered with ice and snow." Louvois did not admit this excuse; he wanted soldiers to be able to cross the defiles of mountains in the depths of winter just as he would have orange trees travel in the month of February. "I received orders to send off to Versailles from La Meilleraye the orange trees which the Duke of Mazarin gave the king," writes Superintendent Foucauld in his journal. "M. Louvois, in spite of the representations I made him, would have them sent by carriage through the snow and ice; they arrived leafless at Versailles, and several are dead. I had sent him word that the king could take towns in winter, but could not make orange trees bear removal from their hothouses." The nature and the consciences of the Protestants were all that withstood Louis XIV. And Louvois. On the 16th of July, 1691, death suddenly removed the minister, fallen in royal favor, detested and dreaded in France, universally hated in Europe, leaving, however, the king, France, and Europe with the feeling that a great power had fallen, a great deal of merit disappeared. "I doubt not," wrote Louis XIV. To Marshal Boufflers, "that, as you are very zealous for my service, you will be sorry for the death of a man who served me well." "Louvois," said the Marquis of La Fare, "should never have been born, or should have lived longer." The public feeling was expressed in an anonymous epitaph: "Here lieth he who to his will bent every one, knew everything Louvois, beloved by no one, still leaves everybody sorrowing." Section 59 of A Popular History of France, vol. v. This LibriVox is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, vol. v. By François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. CHAPTER XLVI. Louis XIV. And Home Administration. IV. The king felt his loss, but did not regret the minister whose tyranny and violence were beginning to be oppressive to him. He felt himself to be more than ever master in the presence of the young or inexperienced men to whom he henceforth entrusted his affairs. Louvois' son, Barbezieux, had the reversion of the war department. Pontchartrain, who had been comptroller of finance ever since the retirement of Lepelletier, had been appointed to the navy in 1690, at the death of Seignelay. "Monsieur de Pontchartrain had begged the king not to give him the navy," says Dangeau ingenuously, "because he knew nothing at all about it; but the king's will was absolute that he should take it. He now has all that M. de Colbert had, except the buildments." What mattered the inexperience of ministers? The king thought that he alone sufficed for all. God had left it to time to undeceive the all powerful monarch; he alone held out amidst the ruins. After the fathers, the sons were falling around him. Seignelay had followed Colbert to the tomb; Louvois was dead after Michael Le Tellier; Barbezieux died in his turn in 1701. "This secretary of state had naturally good wits, lively and ready conception, and great mastery of details in which his father had trained him early," writes the Marquis of Argenson. He had been spoiled in youth by everybody but his father; he was obliged to put himself at the mercy of his officials, but he always kept up his position over them, for the son of M. de Louvois, their creator, so to speak, could not fail to inspire them with respect, veneration, and even attachment. Louis XIV., who knew the defects of M. de Barbezieux, complained to him, and sometimes rated him in private, but he left him his place, because he felt the importance of preserving in the administration of war the spirit and the principles of Louvois. "Take him for all in all," says St. Simon, "he had the making of a great minister in him, but wonderfully dangerous, the best and most useful friend in the world so long as he was one, and the most terrible, the most inveterate, the most implacable and naturally ferocious enemy. He was a man who would not brook opposition in anything, and whose audacity was extreme." A worthy son of Louvois, as devoted to pleasure as he was zealous in business, he was carried off in 5 days, at the age of 33. The king, who had just put Chamillard into the place of Pontchartrain, made chancellor at the death of Boucherat, gave him the war department in succession to Barbezieux, "thus loading such weak shoulders with 2 burdens of which either was sufficient to break down the strongest." Louis XIV. Had been faithfully and mightily served by Colbert and Louvois; he had felt confidence in them, though he had never had any liking for them personally. Their striking merits, the independence of their character, which peeped out in spite of affected expressions of submission and deference, the spirited opposition of the one and the passionate outbursts of the other, often hurt the master's pride, and always made him uncomfortable. Colbert had preceded him in the government, and Louvois, whom he believed himself to have trained, had surpassed him in knowledge of affairs as well as aptitude for work. Chamillard was the first, the only one of his ministers whom the king had ever loved. "His capacity was nil," says St. Simon, who had very friendly feelings towards Chamillard, "and he believed that he knew everything and of every sort. This was the more pitiable in that it had got into his head with his promotions, and was less presumption than stupidity, and still less vanity, of which he had none. The joke is, that the mainspring of the king's great affection for him was this very incapacity; he confessed it to the king at every step, and the king was delighted to direct and instruct him, in such sort that he grew jealous for his success as if it were his own, and made every excuse for him." The king loved Chamillard, the court bore with him because he was easy and good natured, but the affairs of the state were imperilled in his hands. Pontchartrain had already had recourse to the most objectionable proceedings in order to obtain money; the mental resources of Colbert himself had failed in presence of financial embarrassments and increasing estimates. It is said that during the war with Holland Louvois induced the king to contract a loan. The premier president, Lamoignon, supported the measure. "You are triumphant," said Colbert, who had vigorously opposed it; "you think you have done the deed of a good man. What!
Did not I know as well as you that the king could get money by borrowing, but I was careful not to say so, and so the borrowing road is opened. What means will remain henceforth of checking the king in his expenditure? After the loans, taxes will be wanted to pay them, and if the loans have no limit, the taxes will have none either." At the king's death the loans amounted to more than 2,5 milliards. The deficit was getting worse and worse every day; there was no more money to be had, and the income from property went on diminishing. "I have only some dirty acres which are turning to stones instead of being bread," wrote Madame de Sevigne. Trade was languishing; the manufactures founded by Colbert were dropping away one after another; the revocation of the Edict of Nantes and the emigration of Protestants had drained France of the most industrious and most skilful workmen; many of the Reformers had carried away a great deal of capital; the roads, everywhere neglected, were becoming impracticable. "The tradesmen are obliged to put 4 horses instead of 2 to their wagons," said a letter to Barbezieux from the superintendent of Flanders, "which has completely ruined the traffic." The administration of the provinces was no longer under supervision. "Formerly," says Villars, "the inspectors would pass whole winters on the frontiers; now they are good for nothing but to take the height and measure of the men and send a fine list to the court." The soldiers were without victuals, the officers were not paid; the abuses but lately put down by the strong hand of Colbert and Louvois were cropping up again in all directions. The king at last determined to listen to the general cry and dismiss Chamillard. "The Dukes of Beauvilliers and Chevreuse were intrusted with this unpleasant commission, as well as with the king's assurance of his affection and esteem for Chamillard, and with the announcement of the marks thereof he intended to bestow upon him. They entered Chamillard's presence with such an air of consternation as may be easily imagined, they having always been very good friends of his. By their manner the unhappy minister saw at once that there was something extraordinary, and, without giving them time to speak, 'What is the matter, gentlemen?' he said with a calm and serene countenance. 'If what you have to say concerns me only, you can speak out; I have been prepared a long while for anything.' They could scarcely tell what brought them. Chamillard heard them without changing a muscle, and with the same air and tone with which he had put his first question, he answered, 'The king is master; I have done my best to serve him; I hope another may do it more to his satisfaction and more successfully. It is much to be able to count upon his kindness and to receive so many marks of it.' Then he asked whether he might write to him, and whether they would do him the favor of taking charge of his letter. He wrote the king, with the same coolness, a page and a half of thanks and regards, which he read out to them at once just as he had at once written it in their presence. He handed it to the 2 dukes, together with the memorandum which the king had asked him for in the morning, and which he had just finished, sent word orally to his wife to come after him to L'Etang, whither he was going, without telling her why, sorted out his papers, and gave up his keys to be handed to his successor. All this was done without the slightest excitement; without a sigh, a regret, a reproach, a complaint escaping him, he went down his staircase, got into his carriage, and started off to L'Etang, alone with his son, just as if nothing had happened to him, without anybody's knowing anything about it at Versailles until long afterwards." Memoires de St. Simon, p. 233. Desmarets in the finance, and Voysin in the war department, both superintendents of finance, the former a nephew of Colbert's, and initiated into business by his uncle, both of them capable and assiduous, succumbed, like their predecessors, beneath the weight of the burdens which were overwhelming and ruining France. "I know the state of my finances," Louis XIV. Had said to Desmarets; "I do not ask you to do impossibilities; if you succeed, you will render me a great service; if you are not successful, I shall not hold you to blame for circumstances." Desmarets succeeded better than could have been expected without being able to rehabilitate the finances of the state. Pontchartrain had exhausted the resource of creating new offices. "Every time your Majesty creates a new post, a fool is found to buy it," he had said to the king. Desmarets had recourse to the bankers, and the king seconded him by the gracious favor with which he received at Versailles the greatest of the collectors (traitants), Samuel Bernard. "By this means everything was provided for up to the time of the general peace," says M. d'Argenson. France kept up the contest to the end. When the treaty of Utrecht was signed, the fleet was ruined and destroyed, the trade diminished by 2/3, the colonies lost or devastated by the war, the destitution in the country so frightful that orders had to be given to sow seeds in the fields; the exportation of grain was forbidden on pain of death; meanwhile the peasantry were reduced to browse upon the grass in the roads and to tear the bark off the trees and eat it. 30 years had rolled by since the death of Colbert, 22 since that of Louvois; everything was going to perdition simultaneously; reverses in war and distress at home were uniting to overwhelm the aged king, alone upstanding amidst so many dead and so much ruin. 50 years' sway and glory had inspired Louis XIV. With the presumptuous belief that he could not only choose his ministers well, but also instruct them and teach them their craft," says M. d'Argenson. His mistake was to think that the title of king supplied all the endowments of nature or experience. He was no financier, no soldier, no administrator, yet he would everywhere and always remain supreme master. He had believed that it was he who governed with Colbert and Louvois. Those two great ministers had scarcely been equal to the task imposed upon them by war and peace, by armies, buildments, and royal extravagance. Their successors gave way thereunder, and illusions vanished. The king's hand was powerless to sustain the weight of affairs becoming more and more disastrous. The gloom that pervaded the later years of Louis XIV.'s reign veiled from his people's eyes the splendor of that reign which had so long been brilliant and prosperous, though always lying heavy on the nation, even when they forgot their sufferings in the intoxication of glory and success. It is the misfortune of men, even of the greatest, to fall short of their destiny. Louis XIV. Had wanted to exceed his, and to bear a burden too heavy for human shoulders. Arbiter, for a while, of the affairs of all Europe, ever absolute master in his own dominions, he bent at last beneath the load that was borne without flinching by princes less powerful, less fortunate, less adored, but sustained by the strong institutions of free countries. William III. Had not to serve him a Conde, a Turenne, a Colbert, a Louvois. He had governed from afar his own country, and he had always remained a foreigner in the kingdom which had called him to the throne. But, despite the dislikes, the bitternesses, the fierce contests of parties, he had strengthened the foundations of parliamentary government in England, and maintained freedom in Holland, whilst the ancient monarchy of France, which reached under Louis XIV. The pinnacle of glory and power, was slowly but surely going down to perdition beneath the internal and secret malady of absolute power, without limit and without restraint. End of Project Gutenberg. End of Chapter 46.
Section 60 of A Popular History of France, Volume 5. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 5, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 47. Louis XIV. And Religion, Part 1. Independently of simple submission to the Catholic Church, there were three great tendencies which divided serious minds amongst them during the reign of Louis XIV. Three noble passions held possession of pious souls. Liberty, faith, and love were, respectively, the groundwork as well as the banner of Protestantism, Jansenism, and Quietism. It is in the name of the fundamental and innate liberty of the soul, its personal responsibility, and its direct relations with God, that the Reformation had sprung up and reached growth in France, even more than in Germany and in England. M. de St. Cyran, the head and founder of Jansenism, abandoned the human soul unreservedly to the supreme will of God. His faith soared triumphant over flesh and blood, and his disciples, disdaining the joys and the ties of earth, lived only for eternity. Madame Guyon and Fenelon, less ardent and less austere, discovered in the tender mysticism of pure love that secret of God's which is sought by all pious souls. In the name of divine love, the Quietists renounced all will of their own, just as the Jansenists in the name of faith. Jansenism is dead after having for a long while brooded in the depths of the most noble souls. Quietism, as a sect, did not survive its illustrious founders. Faith and love have withstood the excess of zeal and the erroneous tendencies which had separated them from the aggregate of Christian virtues and doctrines. They have come back again into the pious treasury of the universal Church. Neither time nor persecutions have been able to destroy in France the strong and independent groundwork of Protestantism. Faithful to its fundamental principle, it has triumphed over exile, the scaffold, and indifference, without other head than God himself and God alone. Richelieu had slain the political hydra of Huguenots in France. From that time the Reformers had lived in modest retirement. "I have no complaint to make of the little flock," Mazarin would say; "if they eat bad grass, at any rate they do not stray." During the troubles of the Fronde, the Protestants had resumed, in the popular vocabulary, their old nickname of temps sans faux (far from it), which had been given them at the time of the League. "Faithful to the king in those hard times when most Frenchmen were wavering and continually looking to see which way the wind would blow, the Huguenots had been called temps sans faux, as being removed from and beyond all suspicion of the League or of conspiracy against the state. And so were they rightly designated, inasmuch as to the cry, 'Qui vive?' or 'Whom are you for?' instead of answering 'Vive Guise!' or 'Vive la Ligue!' they would answer 'Temps sans faux, Vive le Roi!' So that, when one Leaguer would ask another, pointing to a Huguenot, 'Is that one of ours?' Temps sans faux would be the reply, 'It is one of the new religion.'"
Conde had represented to Cromwell all the Reformers of France as ready to rise up in his favor; the agent sent by the Protector assured him it was quite the contrary; and the bearing of the Protestants decided Cromwell to refuse all assistance to the princes. La Rochelle packed off its governor, who was favorable to the Fronde. St. Jean d'Angely equipped soldiers for the king. Montauban, to resist the Frondeurs, repaired the fortifications thrown down by Richelieu. "The crown was tottering upon the king's head," said Count d'Harcourt to the pastors of Guienne, "but you have made it secure." The royal declaration of 1652, confirming and ratifying the Edict of Nantes, was a recompense for the services and fidelity of the Huguenots. They did not enjoy it long; an edict of 1656 annulled, at the same time explaining, the favorable declaration of 1652. In 1660 the last national synod was held at Loudun. "His Majesty has resolved," said M. de la Magdelaine, deputed from the king to the synod, "that there shall be no more such assemblies but when he considers it expedient." 15 years had rolled by since the synod of Charenton in 1645. "We are only too firmly persuaded of the usefulness of our synods, and how entirely necessary they are for our churches, after having been so long without them," sorrowfully exclaimed the moderator, Peter Daille. For 212 years the Reformed church of France was deprived of its synods; God at last restored to it this corner stone of its interior constitution. The suppression of the edict chambers instituted by Henry IV. In all the Parliaments, for the purpose of taking cognizance of the affairs of the Reformers, followed close upon the abolition of national synods. Peter du Bosq, pastor of the church of Caen, an accomplished gentleman and celebrated preacher, was commissioned to set before the king the representations of the Protestants. Louis XIV. Listened to him kindly. "That is the finest speaker in my kingdom," he said to his courtiers after the minister's address. The edict chambers were, nevertheless, suppressed in 1669. The half and half (mi parti) chambers, composed of Reformed and Catholic councillors, underwent the same fate in 1679; and the Protestants found themselves delivered over to the intolerance and religious prejudices of the Parliaments, which were almost everywhere harsher, as regarded them, than the governors and superintendents of provinces. "It seemed to me, my son," wrote Louis XIV. In his Memoires of the year 1661, "that those who were for employing violent remedies against the religion styled Reformed did not understand the nature of this malady, caused partly by heated feelings, which should be passed over unnoticed and allowed to die out insensibly, instead of being inflamed afresh by equally strong contradiction, which, moreover, is always useless, when the taint is not confined to a certain known number, but spread throughout the state. I thought, therefore, that the best way of reducing the Huguenots of my kingdom little by little was, in the first place, not to put any pressure upon them by any fresh rigor against them, to see to the observance of all that they had obtained from my predecessors, but to grant them nothing further, and even to confine the performance thereof within the narrowest limits that justice and propriety would permit. But as to graces that depended upon me alone, I have resolved, and have pretty regularly kept my resolution ever since, not to do them any, and that from kindness, not from bitterness, in order to force them in that way to reflect from time to time of themselves, and without violence, whether it were for any good reason that they deprived themselves voluntarily of advantages which might be shared by them in common with all my other subjects." These prudent measures, "quite in kindness and not in bitterness," were not enough to satisfy the fresh zeal with which the king had been inspired. All powerful in his own kingdom, and triumphant everywhere in Europe, he was quite shocked at the silent obstinacy of those Huguenots who held his favor and graces cheap in comparison with a quiet conscience. His kingly pride and his ignorant piety both equally urged him on to that enterprise which was demanded by the zeal of a portion of the clergy. The system of purchasing conversions had been commenced; and Pelisson, himself originally a Protestant, had charge of the payments, a source of fraud and hypocrisies of every sort. A declaration of 1679 condemned the relapse to honorable amends (public recantation, etc.), to confiscation and to banishment. The doors of all employments were closed against Huguenots; they could no longer sit in the courts or parliaments, or administer the finances, or become medical practitioners, barristers, or notaries. Infants of 7 years of age were empowered to change their religion against their parents' will. A word, a gesture, a look, were sufficient to certify that a child intended to abjure. Its parents, however, were bound to bring it up according to its condition, which often facilitated confiscation of property. Pastors were forbidden to enter the houses of their flocks, save to perform some act of their ministry. Every chapel into which a new convert had been admitted was to be pulled down, and the pastor was to be banished.
It was found necessary to set a guard at the doors of the places of worship to drive away the poor wretches who repented of a moment's weakness. The number of "places of exercise," as the phrase then was, received a gradual reduction. "A single minister had the charge of 6, 8, and 10,000 persons," says Elias Benoit, author of the Histoire de l'Edit de Nantes, "making it impossible for him to visit and assist the families, scattered sometimes over a distance of 30 leagues round his own residence." The wish was to reduce the ministers to give up altogether from despair of discharging their functions. The chancellor had expressly said, "If you are reduced to the impossible, so much the worse for you; we shall gain by it." Oppression was not sufficient to break down the Reformers. There was great difficulty in checking emigration, by this time increasing in numbers. Louvois proposed stronger measures. The population was crushed under the burden of military billets. Louvois wrote to Marillac, superintendent of Poitou, "His Majesty has learned with much joy the number of people who continue to become converts in your department. He desires you to go on paying attention thereto. He will think it a good idea to have most of the cavalry and officers quartered upon Protestants. If, according to the regular proportion, the religionists should receive 10, you can make them take 20." The dragoons took up their quarters in peaceable families, ruining the more well to do, maltreating old men, women, and children, striking them with their sticks or the flat of their swords, hauling off Protestants in the churches by the hair of their heads, harnessing laborers to their own ploughs, and goading them like oxen. Conversions became numerous in Poitou. Those who could fly left France, at the risk of being hanged if the attempt happened to fail. "Pray lay out advantageously the money you are going to have," wrote Madame de Maintenon to her brother, M. d'Aubigné. "Land in Poitou is to be had for nothing, and the desolation amongst the Protestants will cause more sales still. You may easily settle in grand style in that province." "We are treated like enemies of the Christian denomination," wrote, in 1662, a minister named Jurieu, already a refugee in Holland. "We are forbidden to go near the children that come into the world; we are banished from the bars and the faculties; we are forbidden the use of all the means which might save us from hunger; we are abandoned to the hatred of the mob; we are deprived of that precious liberty which we purchased with so many services; we are robbed of our children, who are a part of ourselves. Are we Turks? Are we infidels? We believe in Jesus Christ, we do; we believe him to be the eternal Son of God, the Redeemer of the world. The maxims of our morality are of so great purity that none dare gainsay them. We respect the king, we are good subjects, good citizens; we are Frenchmen as much as we are Reformed Christians." Jurieu had a right to speak of the respect for the king which animated the French Reformers. There was no trace left of that political leaven which formerly animated the old Huguenots, and made Duke Henry de Rohan say, "You are all Republicans; I would rather have to do with a pack of wolves than an assembly of parsons." "The king is hoodwinked," the Protestants declared, and all their efforts were to get at him and tell his Majesty of their sufferings. The army remained open to them, though without hope of promotion, and the gentlemen showed alacrity in serving the king. "What a position is ours!" they would say. "If we make any resistance, we are treated as rebels; if we are obedient, they pretend we are converted, and they hoodwink the king by means of our very submission." The misfortunes were redoubling. From Poitou the persecution had extended through all the provinces. Superintendent Foucauld obtained the conversion in mass of the province of Bearn. He egged on the soldiers to torture the inhabitants of the houses they were quartered in, commanding them to keep awake all those who would not give in to other tortures. The dragoons relieved one another so as not to succumb themselves to the punishment they were making others undergo. Beating of drums, blasphemies, shouts, the crash of furniture which they hurled from side to side, commotion in which they kept these poor people in order to force them to be on their feet and hold their eyes open, were the means they employed to deprive them of rest. To pinch, prick, and haul them about, to lay them upon burning coals, and 100 other cruelties, were the sport of these butchers. All they thought most about was how to find tortures which should be painful without being deadly, reducing their hosts thereby to such a state that they knew not what they were doing, and promised anything that was wanted of them in order to escape from those barbarous bands. Languedoc, Guienne, Angoumois, Saintonge, all the provinces in which the Reformers were numerous, underwent the same fate. The self-restraining character of the Norman people, their respect for law, were manifested even amidst persecution. The children were torn away from Protestant families, and the chapels were demolished by act of Parliament. The soldiery were less violent than elsewhere, but the magistrates were more inveterate. "God has not judged us unworthy to suffer ignominy for his name," said the ministers condemned by the Parliament for having performed the offices of their ministry.
"The king has taken no cognizance of the case," exclaimed one of the accused, Legendre, pastor of Rouen; "he has relied upon the judges; it is not his Majesty who shall give account before God. You shall be responsible, and you alone; you, who, convinced as you are of our innocence, have nevertheless condemned us and branded us." "The Parliament of Normandy has just broken the ties which held us bound to our churches," said Peter du Bosq. The banished ministers took the road to Holland. The seaboard provinces were beginning to be dispeopled. A momentary disturbance, which led to belief in a rising of the Reformers of the Cevennes and the Vivarais, served as pretext for redoubled rigor. Dauphiny and Languedoc were given up to the soldiery. Murder was no longer forbidden them; it was merely punishing rebels. Several pastors were sentenced to death. Homel, minister of Soissons in the Vivarais, 75 years of age, was broken alive on the wheel. Abjurations multiplied through terror. "There have been 60,000 conversions in the jurisdiction of Bordeaux, and 20,000 in that of Montauban," wrote Louvois to his father in the first part of September, 1685. "The rapidity with which this goes on is such that before the end of the month there will not remain 10,000 religionists in the district of Bordeaux, in which there were 150,000 on the 15th of last month. The towns of Nimes, Alais, Uzes, Villeneuve, and some others are entirely converted," writes the Duke of Noailles to Louvois in the month of October, 1685. "Those of most note in Nimes made abjuration in church the day after our arrival. There was then a lukewarmness; but matters were put in good train again by means of some billets that I had put into the houses of the most obstinate. I am making arrangements for going and scouring the Uvennes with the 7 companies of Barbezieux, and my head shall answer for it that before the 25th of November not a Huguenot shall be left there." Section
61 of A Popular History of France, Volume 5. This recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 5, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 47. Louis XIV. And Religion, Part 2. And a few days later, at Alais, "I no longer know what to do with the troops, for the places in which I had meant to post them get converted all in a body; and this goes on so quickly that all the men can do is to sleep for a night at the localities to which I send them. It is certain that you may add very nearly a third to the estimate given you of the people of the religion, amounting to the number of 182,000 men, and when I asked you to give me until the 25th of next month for their complete conversion, I took too long a term, for I believe that by the end of the month all will be settled. I will not, however, omit to tell you that all we have done in these conversions will be nothing but useless, if the king do not oblige the bishops to send good priests to instruct the people who want to hear the gospel preached. But I fear that the king will be worse obeyed in that respect by the priests than by the religionists. I do not tell you this without grounds." "There is not a courier who does not bring the king great causes for joy," writes Madame de Maintenon, "that is to say, conversions by thousands. I can quite believe that all these conversions are not sincere, but God makes use of all ways of bringing back heretics. Their children, at any rate, will be Catholics. Their outward reunion places them within reach of the truth. Pray God to enlighten them all. There is nothing the king has more at heart." In the month of August, 1684, she said, "The king has a design of laboring for the entire conversion of the heretics. He often has conferences about it with M. Le Tellier and M. de Chateauneuf, whereat I was given to understand that I should not be one too many. M. de Chateauneuf proposed measures which are not expedient. There must be no precipitation; it must be conversion, not persecution. M. de Louvois was for gentleness, which is not in accordance with his nature and his eagerness to see matters ended. The king is ready to do what is thought most likely to conduce to the good of religion. Such an achievement will cover him with glory before God and before men. He will have brought back all his subjects into the bosom of the church, and will have destroyed the heresy which his predecessors could not vanquish." The king's glory was about to be complete. The gentleness of Louvois had prevailed. He had found himself obliged to moderate the zeal of his superintendents. "Nothing remained but to weed out the religionists of the small towns and villages." By stretching a point, the process had been carried into the principality of Orange, which still belonged to the house of Nassau, on the pretext that the people of that district had received in their chapels the king's subjects. The Count of Tessay, who had charge of the expedition, wrote to Louvois, "Not only on one and the same day did the whole town of Orange become converted, But the state took the same resolution, and the members of the Parliament who were minded to distinguish themselves by a little more stubbornness, adopted the same course 24 hours afterwards. All this was done gently, without violence or disorder. There is only a parson named Chambrun, patriarch of the district, who persists in refusing to listen to reason; for the president, who did aspire to the honor of martyrdom, would, as well as the rest of the Parliament, have turned Mohammedan if I had desired it. You would not believe how infatuated all these people were, and are still, about the Prince of Orange, his authority, Holland, England, and the Protestants of Germany. I should never end if I were to recount all the foolish and impertinent proposals they have made to me." M. de Tessé did not tell Louvois that he was obliged to have the pastors of Orange seized and carried off. They were kept 12 years in prison at Pierre Encise. None but M. de Chambrun, who had been taken to Valence, managed to escape and take refuge in Holland, bemoaning to the end of his days a moment's weakness. "I was quite exhausted by torture, and I let fall this unhappy expression, 'Very well, then, I will be reconciled.' This sin has brought me down as it were into hell itself, and I have looked upon myself as a dastardly soldier who turned his back on the day of battle, and as an unfaithful servant who betrayed the interests of his master." The king assembled his council. The lists of converts were so long that there could scarcely remain in the kingdom more than a few thousand recalcitrants. "His Majesty proposed to take an ultimate resolution as regarded the Edict of Nantes," writes the Duke of Burgundy in a memorandum found amongst his papers. "Monseigneur represented that, according to an anonymous letter he had received the day before, the Huguenots had some expectation of what was coming upon them, that there was perhaps some reason to fear that they would take up arms, relying upon the protection of the princes of their religion, and that, supposing they dared not do so, a great number would leave the kingdom, which would be injurious to commerce and agriculture, and for that same reason would weaken the state. The king replied that he had foreseen all for some time past, and had provided for all; that nothing in the world would be more painful to him than to shed a single drop of the blood of his subjects, but that he had armies and good generals whom he would employ in case of need against rebels who courted their own destruction. As for calculations of interest, he thought them worthy of but little consideration in comparison with the advantages of a measure which would restore to religion its splendor, to the state its tranquillity, and to authority all its rights. A resolution was carried unanimously for the suppression of the Edict of Nantes." The declaration, drawn up by Chancellor Le Tellier and Chateauneuf, was signed by the king on the 15th of October, 1685. It was dispatched on the 17th to all the superintendents. The Edict of Pacification, that great work of the liberal and prudent genius of Henry IV., respected and confirmed in its most important particulars by Cardinal Richelieu, recognized over and over again by Louis XIV. Himself, disappeared at a single stroke, carrying with it all hope of liberty, repose, and justice for 1,500,000 subjects of the king. "Our pains," said the preamble of the edict, "have had the end we had proposed, seeing that the better and the greater part of our subjects of the religion styled Reformed have embraced the Catholic. The execution of the Edict of Nantes consequently remaining useless, we have considered that we could not do better, for the purpose of effacing entirely the memory of the evils which this false religion has caused in our kingdom, than revoke entirely the aforesaid Edict of Nantes, and all that has been done in favor of the said religion." The Edict of October 15, 1685, supposed the religion styled Reformed to be already destroyed and abolished. It ordered the demolition of all the chapels that remained standing, and interdicted any assembly or worship. Recalcitrant (opiniâtres) ministers were ordered to leave the kingdom within 15 days. The schools were closed. All new born babies were to be baptized by the parish priests. Religionists were forbidden to leave the kingdom on pain of the galleys for the men, and confiscation of person and property for the women. "The will of the king," said Superintendent Marillac at Rouen, "is that there be no more than one religion in this kingdom. It is for the glory of God and the well being of the state." 2 hours were allowed the Reformers of Rouen for making their abjuration. One clause, at the end of the Edict of October 15, seemed to extenuate its effect. "Those of our subjects of the religion styled Reformed, who shall persist in their errors, pending the time when it may please God to enlighten them like the rest, shall be allowed to remain in the kingdom, country, and lands which obey the king, there to continue their trade and enjoy their property without being liable to be vexed or hindered on pretext of prayer or worship of the said religion of whatever nature they may be." "Never was there illusion more cruel than that which this clause caused people," says Benoit in his Histoire de l'Edit de Nantes. It was believed that the king meant only to forbid special exercises, but that he intended to leave conscience free, since he granted this grace to all those who were still Reformers, pending the time when it should please God to enlighten them. Many gave up the measures they had taken for leaving the country with their families; many voluntarily returned from the retreats where they had hitherto been fortunate enough to lie hid. The most mistrustful dared not suppose that so solemn a promise was only made to be broken on the morrow. They were all, nevertheless, mistaken, and those who were imprudent enough to return to their homes were only just in time to receive the dragoons there." A letter from Louvois to the Duke of Noailles put a stop to all illusion. "I have no doubt," he wrote, "that some rather heavy billets upon the few amongst the nobility and third estate still remaining of the religionists will undeceive them as to the mistake they are under about the edict M. de Chateauneuf drew up for us. His Majesty desires that you should explain yourself very sternly, and that extreme severity should be employed against those who are not willing to become of his religion. Those who have the silly vanity to glory in holding out to the last must be driven to extremity." The pride of Louis XIV. Was engaged in the struggle. Those of his subjects who refused to sacrifice their religion to him were disobedient, rebellious, and besotted with silly vanity. "It will be quite ridiculous before long to be of that religion," wrote Madame de Maintenon. Even in his court and amongst his most useful servants the king encountered unexpected opposition. Marshal Schomberg with great difficulty obtained authority to leave the kingdom. Duquesne was refused. The illustrious old man, whom the Algerian corsairs called "the old French captain, whose bride is the sea, and whom the angel of death has forgotten," received permission to reside in France without being troubled about his religion. "For 60 years I have rendered to Caesar that which was Caesar's," said the sailor proudly; "it is time to render unto God that which is God's." And when the king regretted that his religion prevented him from properly recognizing his glorious career, "Sir," said Duquesne, "I am a Protestant, but I always thought that my services were Catholic." Duquesne's children went abroad. When he died, 1688, his body was refused to them. His sons raised a monument to him at Aubonne, in the canton of Berne, with this inscription: "This tomb awaits the remains of Duquesne. Passer, should you ask why the Hollanders have raised a superb monument to Ruyter vanquished, and why the French have refused a tomb to Ruyter's vanquisher, the fear and respect inspired by a monarch whose power extends afar do not allow me to answer." Of the rest, only the Marquis of Ruvigny and the Princess of Tarento, daughter in law of the Duke of La Tremoille and issue of the House of Hesse, obtained authority to leave France. All ports were closed, all frontiers watched. The great lords gave way, one after another. Accustomed to enjoy royal favors, attaching to them excessive value, living at court, close to Paris, which was spared a great deal during the persecution, they, without much effort, renounced a face which closed to them henceforth the door to all offices and all honors. The gentlemen of the provinces were more resolute. Many realized as much as they could of their property, and went abroad, braving all dangers, even that of the galleys in case of arrest. The Duke of La Force had abjured, then repented of his abjuration, only to relapse again. One of his cousins, 75 years of age, was taken to the galleys. He had for his companion Louis de Marolles, late king's councillor. "I live just now all alone," wrote the latter to his wife. "My meals are brought from outside. If you saw me in my beautiful convict dress, you would be charmed. The iron I wear on my leg, though it weighs only 3 pounds, inconvenienced me at first far more than that which you saw me in at La Tournelle." Files of Protestant galley convicts were halted in the towns, in the hope of inspiring the obstinate with a salutary terror. The error which had been fallen into, however, was perceived at court. The stand made by Protestants astounded the superintendents as well as Louvois himself. Everywhere men said, as they said at Dieppe, "We will not change our religion for anybody. The king has power over our persons and our property, but he has no power over our consciences." There was fleeing in all directions. The governors grew weary of watching the coasts and the frontiers. "The way to make only a few go," said Louvois, "is to leave them liberty to do so without letting them know it." Any way was good enough to escape from such oppression. "2 days ago," wrote M. de Tessé, who commanded at Grenoble, "a woman, to get safe away, hit upon an invention which deserves to be known. She made a bargain with a Savoyard, an ironmonger, and had herself packed up in a load of iron rods, the ends of which showed. It was carried to the custom house, and the tradesman paid on the weight of the iron, which was weighed together with the woman, who was not unpacked until she was 6 leagues from the frontier. "For a long time," says M. Floquet, "there was talk in Normandy of the Count of Marance, who, in the middle of a severe winter, flying with 39 others on board a fishing smack, encountered a tempest, and remained a long time at sea without provisions, dying of hunger, he, the countess, and all the passengers, amongst whom were pregnant women, mothers with infants at the breast, without resources of any sort, reduced for lack of everything to a little melted snow, with which they moistened the parched lips of the dying babies." It were impossible to estimate precisely the number of emigrations. It was probably between 300,000 and 400,000. "To speak only of our own province," writes M. Floquet in his Histoire du Parlement de Normandie, "about 184,000 religionists went away; more than 26,000 habitations were deserted; in Rouen there were counted no more than 60,000 men instead of the 80,000 that were to be seen there a few years before. Almost all trade was stopped there as well as in the rest of Normandy. The little amount of manufacture that was possible rotted away on the spot for want of transport to foreign countries, whence vessels were no longer found to come. Rouen, Darnetal, Elbeuf, Louviers, Caudebec, Le Havre, Pont Audemer, Cayenne, St. Lo, Alençon, and Bayeux were falling into decay, the different branches of trade and industry which had but lately been seen flourishing there having perished through the emigration of the masters whom their skilled workmen followed in shoals." The Norman emigration had been very numerous, thanks to the extent of its coasts and to the habitual communication between Normandy, England, and Holland. Vauban, however, remained very far from the truth when he deplored, in 1688, "the desertion of 100,000 men, the withdrawal from the kingdom of 60 millions of livres, the enemy's fleets swelled by 9,000 sailors, the best in the kingdom, and the enemy's armies by 600 officers and 12,000 soldiers, who had seen service." It is a natural but a striking fact that the Reformers who left France and were received with open arms in Brandenburg, Holland, England, and Switzerland, carried in their hearts a profound hatred for the king who drove them away from their country, and everywhere took service against him, while the Protestants who remained in France, bound to the soil by 1,000 indissoluble ties, continued at the same time to be submissive and faithful. "It is right," said Chanlay, in a memoir addressed to the king, "whilst we condemn the conduct of the new converts, fugitives who have borne arms against France since the commencement of this war up to the present, it is right, say I, to give those who have stayed in France the praise and credit they deserve. Indeed, if we except a few disturbances of little consequence which have taken place in Languedoc, we have, besides the fact of their remaining faithful to the king in the provinces, and especially in Dauphiny, even whilst the confederated armies of the Emperor of Spain and of the Duke of Savoy were in the heart of that province in greater strength than the forces of the king, to note that those who were fit to bear arms have enlisted amongst the troops of his Majesty and done good service." In 1745, after 60 years' persecution, consequent upon the revocation of the Edict of Nantes, Matthew Desubas, a young pastor accused before the superintendent of Languedoc, Lenain, said with high spirited modesty, "The ministers preach nothing but patience and fidelity to the king." "I am aware of it, sir," answered the superintendent. The pastors were hanged or burned, the faithful flock dragged to the galleys in the Tower of Constance. Prayers for the king, nevertheless, were sent up from the proscribed assemblies in the desert, whilst the pulpit of Suren at the Hague resounded with his anathemas against Louis XIV., and the regiments of emigrant Huguenots were marching against the king's troops under the flags of England or Holland. Section 62 of A Popular History of France, Volume 5. This LibriVox is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 5, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 47. Louis XIV. And Religion, Part 3. The peace of Ryswick had not brought the Protestants the hoped for alleviation of their woes. Louis XIV. Haughtily rejected the petition of the English and Dutch plenipotentiaries on behalf of "those in affliction who ought to have their share in the happiness of Europe." The persecution everywhere continued. With determination and legality in the north, with violence and passion in the south, abandoned to the tyranny of M. de Lamoignon de Baville, a crafty and cold-bloodedly cruel politician, without the excuse of any zealous religious conviction. The execution of several ministers who had remained in hiding in the Cevennes, or had returned from exile to instruct and comfort their flocks, raised to the highest pitch the enthusiasm of the Reformers of Languedoc. Deprived of their highly prized assemblies and of their pastors' guidance, men and women, greybeards and children, all at once fancied themselves animated by the spirit of prophecy. Young girls had celestial visions. the little peasant lasses poured out their utterances in French, sometimes in the language and with the sublime eloquence of the Bible, sole source of their religious knowledge. The rumor of these marvels ran from village to village. Meetings were held to hear the inspired maidens, in contempt of edicts, the galleys, and the stake. A gentleman glass worker, named Abraham de la Serre, was, as it were, the Samuel of this new school of prophets. In vain did M. de Baville have 300 children imprisoned at Uzes, and then send them to the galleys. The religious contagion was too strong for the punishments. "Women found themselves in a single day husbandless, childless, houseless, and penniless," says Court. They remained immovable in their pious ecstasy. The assemblies multiplied. The troops which had so long occupied Languedoc had been summoned away by the War of Succession in Spain. The militia could no longer restrain the Reformers, growing every day more enthusiastic through the prophetic hopes which were born of their long sufferings. The archpriest of the Cevennes, Abbé du Chayla, a tyrannical and cruel man, had undertaken a mission at the head of the Capuchins. His house was crammed with condemned Protestants. The breath of revolt passed over the mountains on the night of July 27, 1702. The castle of the archpriest was surrounded by Huguenots in arms, who demanded the surrender of the prisoners. Du Chayla refused. The gates were forced, the condemned released, the priests who happened to be in the house killed or dispersed. The archpriest had let himself down by a window. He broke his thigh. He was found hiding in a bush. The castle was in flames. "No mercy, no mercy," shouted the madmen. "The spirit willeth that he die." Every one of the Huguenots stabbed the poor wretch with their poniards. "That's for my father broken on the wheel. That's for my brother sent to the galleys. That's for my mother, who died of grief. That's for my relations in exile." He received 52 wounds. Next day the Cevennes were everywhere in revolt. A prophet named Seguier was at the head of the insurrection. He was soon made prisoner. "How dost thou expect me to treat thee?" asked his judge. "As I would have treated thee, had I caught thee," answered the prophet. He was burned alive in the public square of Pont de Montvert, a mountain burgh. "Where do you live?" he had been asked at his examination. "In the desert," he replied, "and soon in heaven." He exhorted the people from the midst of the flames. The insurrection went on spreading. "Say not, 'What can we do? We are so few, we have no arms,'" said another prophet named Laporte. "The Lord of hosts is our strength. We will intone the battle psalms, and from the Lozere to the sea Israel shall rise. And as for arms, have we not our axes? They will beget muskets." The plain rose like the mountain. Baron Saint Come, an early convert, and colonel of the militia, was assassinated near Vauvert. Murders multiplied. The priests were especially the object of the revolters' vengeance. They assembled under the name of "Children of God," and marched under the command of two chiefs, one named Roland, who formerly served under Catinat, and the other, a young man, whiles a baker and whiles a shepherd, who was born in the neighborhood of Anduze, and whose name has remained famous. John Cavalier was barely 18 when M. de Baville launched his brother in law, the Count of Broglie, with a few troops upon the revolted Cévenols. The Catholic peasants called them Camisards, the origin of which name has never been clearly ascertained. M. de Broglie was beaten. The insurrection, which was entirely confined to the populace, disappeared all at once in the woods and rocks of the country, to burst once more unexpectedly upon the troops of the king. The great name of Lamoignon shielded Baville. Chamillard had for a long while concealed from Louis XIV. The rising in the Cevennes. He never did know all its gravity. "It is useless," said Madame de Maintenon, "for the king to trouble himself with all the circumstances of this war. It would not cure the mischief, and would do him much." "Take care," wrote Chamillard to Baville, on superseding the Count of Broglie by Marshal Montrevel, "not to give this business the appearance of a serious war." The rumor of the insurrection in Languedoc, however, began to spread in Europe. Conflagrations, murders, executions in cold blood or in the heat of passion, crimes on the part of the insurgents, as well as cruelties on the part of judges and generals, succeeded one another uninterruptedly, without the military authorities being able to crush a revolt that it was impossible to put down by terror or punishments. "I take it for a fact," said a letter to Chamillard from M. de Julien, an able captain of irregulars, lately sent into Languedoc to aid the Count of Broglie, "that there are not in this district 40 who are real converts, and are not entirely on the side of the Camisards. I include in that number females as well as males, and the mothers and daughters would give the more striking proofs of their fury if they had the strength of the men. I will say but one word more, which is that the children who were in their cradles at the time of the general conversions, as well as those who were 4 or 5 years old, are now more Huguenot than the fathers. Nobody, however, has set eyes upon any minister. How then comes it that they are so Huguenot? because the fathers and mothers brought them up in those sentiments all the time they were going to mass. You may rely upon it that this will continue for many generations." M. de Julien came to the conclusion that the proper way was to put to the sword all the Protestants of the country districts, and burn all the villages. M. de Baville protested. "It is not a question of exterminating these people," he said, "but of reducing them, of forcing them to fidelity. The king must have industrious people and flourishing districts preserved to him." The opinion of the generals prevailed. The Cevenols were proclaimed outlaws, and the pope decreed a crusade against them. The military and religious enthusiasm of the Camisards went on increasing. Cavalier, young and enterprising, divided his time between the boldest attempts at surprise and mystical ecstasies, during which he singled out traitors who would have assassinated him, or sinners who were not worthy to take part in the Lord's Supper. The king's troops ravaged the country. The Camisards, by way of reprisal, burned the Catholic villages. Everywhere the war was becoming horrible. The peaceable inhabitants, Catholic or Protestant, were incessantly changing from wrath to terror. Cavalier, naturally sensible and humane, sometimes sank into despondency. He would fling himself on his knees, crying, "Lord, turn aside the king from following the counsels of the wicked," and then he would set off again upon a new expedition. The struggle had been going on for 2 years, and Languedoc was a scene of fire and bloodshed. Marshal Montrevel had gained great advantages when the king ordered Villars to put an end to the revolt. "I made up my mind," writes Villars in his Memoires, "to try everything, to employ all sorts of ways except that of ruining one of the finest provinces in the kingdom, and that, if I could bring back the offenders without punishing them, I should preserve the best soldiers there are in the kingdom. They are, said I to myself, Frenchmen, very brave and very strong, 3 qualities to be considered." "I shall always," he adds, "have 2 ears for 2 sides." "We have to do here with a very extraordinary people," wrote the marshal to Chamillard soon after his arrival. "It is a people unlike anything I ever knew, all alive, turbulent, hasty, susceptible of light as well as deep impressions, tenacious in its opinions. Add thereto zeal for religion, which is as ardent amongst heretics as Catholics, and you will no longer be surprised that we should be often very much embarrassed. There are 3 sorts of Camisards: the first, with whom we might arrange matters by reason of their being weary of the miseries of war; the second, stark mad on the subject of religion, absolutely intractable on that point. The first little boy or little girl that falls a trembling and declares that the Holy Spirit is speaking to it, all the people believe it, and if God with all his angels were to come and speak to them, they would not believe them more. People, moreover, on whom the penalty of death makes not the least impression. In battle they thank those who inflict it upon them. They walk to execution singing the praises of God, and exhorting those present, insomuch that it has often been necessary to surround the criminals with drums to prevent the pernicious effect of their speeches. Finally, the third, people without religion, accustomed to pillage, to murder, to quarter themselves upon the peasants; a rascalry furious, fanatical, and swarming with prophetesses." Villars had arrived in Languedoc the day after the checks encountered by the Camisards. The despondency and suffering were extreme, and the marshal had Cavalier sounded. "What do you want to lay down your arms?" said the envoy. "3 things," replied the Cevenol chief: "liberty of conscience, the release of our brethren detained in the prisons and the galleys, and, if these demands are refused, permission to quit France with 10,000 persons." The negotiators were entrusted with the most flattering offers for Cavalier. Sensible, and yet vain, moved by his country's woes, and flattered by the idea of commanding a king's regiment, the young Camisard allowed himself to be won. He repaired formally to Nimes for an interview with the marshal. "He is a peasant of the lowest grade," wrote Villars to Chamillard, "who is not 22, and does not look 18; short, and with no imposing air, qualities essential for the lower orders, but surprising good sense and firmness. I asked him yesterday how he managed to keep his followers under. 'Is it possible,' said I, 'that at your age, and not being long used to command, you found no difficulty in often ordering to death your own men?' 'No, sir,' said he, 'when it seemed to me just.' 'But whom did you employ to inflict it?' 'The first whom I ordered, and nobody ever hesitated to follow my orders.' I fancy, sir, that you will consider this rather surprising. Furthermore, he shows great method in the matter of his supplies, and he disposes his troops for an engagement as well as very experienced officers could do. It is a piece of luck if I get such a man away from them." Cavalier's fellows began to escape from his sway. They had hoped for a while that they would get back that liberty for which they had shed their blood. "They are permitted to have public prayer and chant their psalms. No sooner was that known all round," writes Villars, "than behold my madmen rushing up from burghs and castles in the neighborhood, not to surrender, but to chant with the rest. The gates were closed; they leaped the walls and forced the guards. It is published abroad that I have indefinitely granted free exercise of the religion." The bishops let the marshal be. "Stuff we our ears," said the Bishop of Narbonne, "and make we an end." The Camisards refused to listen to Cavalier. "Thou art mad," said Roland; "thou hast betrayed thy brethren; thou shouldst die of shame. Go tell the marshal that I am resolved to remain sword in hand until the entire and complete restoration of the Edict of Nantes." The Cevenols thought themselves certain of aid from England. Only a handful followed Cavalier, who remained faithful to his engagements. He was ordered with his troop to Elsass. He slipped away from his watchers and threw himself into Switzerland. At the head of a regiment of refugees, he served successively the Duke of Savoy, the States General, and England. He died at Chelsea in 1740, the only one amongst the Camisards to leave a name in the world. The insurrection still went on in Languedoc under the orders of Roland, who was more fanatical and more disinterested than Cavalier. He was betrayed and surrounded in the castle of Castelnau on the 16th of August, 1704. Roland just had time to leap out of bed and mount his horse. He was taking to flight with his men by a back door, when a detachment of dragoons came up with him. The Camisard chief put his back against an old olive and sold his life dearly. When he fell, his lieutenants let themselves be taken "like lambs" beside his corpse. "They were destined to serve as examples," writes Villars, "but the manner in which they met death was more calculated to confirm the religious spirit in these wrong heads than to destroy it. Lieutenant Maille was a fine young man of wits above the common. He heard his sentence with a smile, passed through the town of Nimes with the same air, begging the priest not to plague him. The blows dealt him did not alter this air in the least, and did not elicit a single exclamation. His arms broken, he still had strength to make signs to the priest to be off, and as long as he could speak he encouraged the others. That made me think that the quickest death is always best with these fellows, and that their sentence should above all things bear a reference to their obstinacy in revolt rather than in religion." Villars did not carry executions to excess, even in the case of the most stubborn. Little by little the chiefs were killed off in petty engagements or died in obscurity of their wounds. Provisions were becoming scarce, the country was wasted, submission became more frequent every day. The principals all demanded leave to quit France. "There are left none but a few brigands in the Upper Cevennes," says Villars. Some partial risings alone recalled, up to 1709, the fact that the old leaven still existed. The war of the Camisards was over. It was the sole attempt in history on the part of French Protestantism since Richelieu, a strange and dangerous effort made by an ignorant and savage people. Roused to enthusiasm by persecution, believing itself called upon by the Spirit of God to win, sword in hand, the freedom of its creed under the leadership of two shepherd soldiers and prophets. Only the Scottish Cameronians have presented the same mixture of warlike ardor and pious enthusiasm, more gloomy and fierce with the men of the North, more poetical and prophetical with the Cevenols, flowing in Scotland as in Languedoc from religious oppression and from constant reading of the Holy Scriptures. The silence of death succeeded everywhere in France to the plaints of the Reformers and to the crash of arms. Louis XIV. Might well suppose that Protestantism in his dominions was dead. It was a little before the time when the last of the Camisards, Abraham Mazel and Clarisse, perished near Uzes, in 1710, that the king struck the last blow at Jansenism by destroying its earliest nest and its last refuge, the house of the nuns of Port Royal des Champs. With truces, and intervals of apparent repose, the struggle had lasted more than 60 years between the Jesuits and Jansenism. M. de St. Cyran, who left the Bastille a few months after the death of Richelieu, had dedicated the last days of his life to writing against Protestantism, being so much the more scared by the heresy in that perhaps he felt attracted thereto by a secret affinity. He was already dying when there appeared the book Frequent Communion by M. Arnauld, youngest son and 20th child of that illustrious family of Arnauld in whom Jansenism seemed to be personified. The author was immediately accused at Rome, and buried himself for 20 years in retirement. M. de St. Cyran was still working, dictating Christian thoughts and points touching death. Stantem mori oportet, or one should die in harness, he would say. On the 3rd of October, 1643, he succumbed suddenly in the arms of his friends. "I cast my eyes upon the body, which was still in the same posture in which death had left it," writes Lancelot, "and I thought it so full of majesty, and of mien so dignified, that I could not tire of admiring it, and I fancied that he would still have been capable, in the state in which he was, of striking with awe the most passionate of his foes, had they seen him." It was the most cruel blow that could have fallen upon the pious nuns of Port Royal. "Dominus in coelo," or Lord in heaven," was all that was said by Mother Angelica Arnauld, who, like M. de St. Cyran himself, centred all her thoughts and all her affections upon eternity. Section 63 of A Popular History of France, Volume 5. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France, from the Earliest Times, Volume 5, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 47: Louis XIV and Religion. Part IV. With his dying breath, M. de St. Cyran had said to M. Gudrin, physician to the College of Jesuits, "Sir, tell your fathers when I am dead not to triumph, and that I leave behind me a dozen stronger than I." With all his penetration, the director of consciences was mistaken. None of those he left behind him would have done his work. He had inspired with the same ardor and the same constancy the strong and the weak, the violent and the pacific. He had breathed his mighty faith into the most diverse souls, fired with the same zeal penitents and nuns, men rescued from the scorching furnace of life in the world, and women brought up from infancy in the shade of the cloister. M. Arnauld was a great theologian, an indefatigable controversialist, the oracle and guide of his friends in their struggle against the Jesuits. M. de Sacy and M. Singlin were wise and able directors, as austere as M. de St. Cyran in their requirements, less domineering and less rough than he. But M. de St. Cyran alone was and could be the head of Jansenism. He alone could have inspired that idea of immolation of the whole being to the sovereign will of God, as to the truth which resides in him alone. Once assured of this point, M. de St. Cyran became immovable. Mother Angelica pressed him to appear before the archbishop's council, which was to pronounce upon his book Théologie familière. "It is always good to humble oneself," she said. "As for you," he replied, "who are in that disposition, and would not in any respect compromise the honor of the truth, you could do it; but as for me, I should break down before the eyes of God if I consented thereto. The weak are more to be feared sometimes than the wicked." Mother Angelica Arnauld, to whom these lines were addressed, was the most perfect image and the most accomplished disciple of M. de St. Cyran. More gentle and more human than he, she was not quite as strong and quite as zealous. "It is necessary to be dead to everything, and after that to await everything." Such was the motto of her inward life and of the constant effort made by this impassioned soul, susceptible of all tender affections, to detach herself violently and irrevocably from earth. The instinct of command, loftiness and breadth of views, find their place with the holy priest and with the nun. The mind of M. de St. Cyran was less practical and his judgment less simple than that of the abbess, habituated as she had been from childhood to govern the lives of her nuns as their conscience. A reformer of more than one convent since the day when she had closed the gates of Port Royal against her father, M. Arnauld. In order to restore the strictness of the cloister, Mother Angelica carried rule along with her; for she carried within herself the government, rigid no doubt, for it was life in a convent, but characterized by generous largeness of heart, which caused the yoke to be easily borne. "To be perfect, there is no need to do singular things," she would often repeat, after St. Francis de Sales; "what is needed is to do common things singularly well." She carried the same zeal from convent to convent, from Port Royal des Champs to Port Royal de Paris; from Montbuisson, whither her superiors sent her to establish a reformation, to Saint Sacrement, to establish union between the two orders; ever devoted to religion, without having chosen her vocation; attracting around her all that were hers; her mother, a wife at 12 years of age, and astonished to find herself obeying after having commanded her 20 children for 50 years; 5 of her sisters, nieces, and cousins, and in "the desert," beside Port Royal des Champs, her brothers, her nephews, her friends, steeped like herself in penitence. Before her, Saint Bernard had "dispeopled the world" of those whom he loved, by an error common to zealous souls and exclusive spirits, solely occupied with thoughts of salvation. Even in solitude Mother Angelica had not found rest. "I am not fit to live on earth," she would say. "I know not why I am still here. I can no longer bear either myself or others. There is none that seeketh after God." She was piously unjust towards her age, and still more towards her friends. It was the honorable distinction of M. de St. Cyran and his disciples that they did seek after God and holiness, at every cost and every risk. Mother Angelica was nearing the repose of eternity, the only repose admitted by her brother M. Arnauld, when the storm of persecution burst upon the monastery. The Augustinus of Jancius, Bishop of Ypres, a friend of M. de St. Cyran's, had just been condemned at Rome. 5 propositions concerning grace were pronounced heretical. "The pope has a right to condemn them," said the Jansenists, "if they are to be found in the Augustinus; but, in fact, they are not to be found there." The dispute waxed hot. M. Arnauld threw himself into it passionately. He, in his turn, was condemned by the Sorbonne. "This is the very day," he wrote to his sister, Mother Angelica, "when I am to be wiped out from the number of the doctors. I hope of God's goodness that He will not on that account wipe me out from the number of His servants. That is the only title I desire to preserve." M. Arnauld's friends pressed him to protest against his condemnation. "Would you let yourself be crushed like a child?" they said. He wrote in the theologian's vein, lengthily and bitterly. His friends listened in silence. Arnauld understood them. "I see quite well that you do not consider this document a good one for its purpose," said he, "and I think you are right; but you who are young," and he turned towards Pascal, who had a short time since retired to Port Royal, "you ought to do something." This was the origin of the Lettres Provinciales. For the first time Pascal wrote something other than a treatise on physics. He revealed himself all at once and entirely. The recluses of Port Royal were obliged to close their schools. They had to disperse. Arnauld concealed himself with his friend Nicole. "I am having search made everywhere for M. Arnauld," said Louis XIV. To Boileau, who was supposed to be much attached to the Jansenists. "Your Majesty always was lucky," replied Boileau; "you will not find him." The nuns' turn had come. Orders were given to send away the pensioners (pupils). Mother Angelica set out for the house at Paris, "where was the battle ground." Memoires pour servir à l'Histoire de Port Royal, p. 127. As she was leaving the house in the fields, which was so dear to her, she met in the court yard M. d'Andilly, her brother, who was waiting to say good by to her. When he came up to her, she said to him, "Good by, my dear brother; be of good courage, whatever happens." "Fear nothing, my dear sister; I am perfectly so." But she replied, "Brother, brother, let us be humble; let us remember that humility without fortitude is cowardice, but that fortitude without humility is presumption." "When she arrived at the convent in Paris, she found us for the most part very sad," writes her niece, Mother Angelica de St. Jean, "and some were in tears. She, looking at us with an open and confident countenance, said, 'Why, I believe there is weeping here. Come, my children, what is all this? Have you no faith? And at what are you dismayed? What if men do rage? Are you afraid of that? They are but flies. You hope in God, and yet fear anything. Fear but Him, and trust me, all will be well.' And to Madame de Chevreuse, who came to fetch her daughters, 'Madame, when there is no God, I shall lose courage; but so long as God is God, I shall hope in Him.'" She succumbed, however, beneath the burden; and the terror she had always felt of death aggravated her sufferings. "Believe me, my children," she would say to the nuns, "believe what I tell you; people do not know what death is, and do not think about it. As for me, I have apprehended it all my life, and have always been thinking about it; but all I have imagined is less than nothing in comparison with what it is, with what I feel, and with what I comprehend at this moment. It would need but such thoughts to detach us from everything." M. Singlin, being obliged to conceal himself, came secretly to see her. She would not have her nephew, M. de Sacy, run the same risk. "I shall never see him more," she said. "It is God's will. I do not vex myself about it. My nephew without God could be of no use to me, and God without my nephew will be all in all to me." The grand vicar of the Archbishop of Paris went to Port Royal to make sure that the pensioners had gone. He sat down beside Mother Angelica's bed. "So you are ill, mother," said he. "Pray, what is your complaint?" "I am dropsical, sir," she replied. "Jesus, my dear mother, you say that as if it were nothing at all. Does not such a complaint dismay you?" "No, sir," she replied, "I am incomparably more dismayed at what I see happening in our house; for indeed I came hither to die here, but I did not come to see all that I now see, and I had no reason to expect the kind of treatment we are having. Sir, this is man's day; God's day will come, who will reveal many things and avenge everything." She died on the 6th of August, 1661, murmuring over and over again, "Good by, good by." And when she was asked why she said that, she replied simply, "Because I am going away, my children." She had given instructions to bury her in the Pro, or court yard, and not to have any nonsense (badineries) after her death. "I am your Jonas," she said to the nuns; "when I am thrown into the whale's belly, the tempest will cease." She was mistaken; the tempest was scarcely beginning. Cardinal de Retz was still titular Archbishop of Paris, and rather favorable to Jansenism. It was therefore the grand vicars who prepared the exhortation to the faithful, calling upon them to accept the papal decision touching Jansen's book. There was drawn up a formula, or formulary of adhesion, "turned with some skill," says Madame Perier, in her biography of Jacqueline Pascal, "and in such a way that subscription did not bind the conscience, as theologians most scrupulous about the truth affirmed. The nuns of Port Royal, however, refused to subscribe. 'What hinders us,' said a letter to Mother Angelica de St. Jean from Jacqueline Pascal, Sister St. Euphemia in religion, 'what hinders all the ecclesiastics who recognize the truth to reply, when the formulary is presented to them to subscribe, I know the respect I owe the bishops, but my conscience does not permit me to subscribe that a thing is in a book in which I have not seen it, and after that wait for what will happen. What have we to fear? Banishment and dispersion for the nuns, seizure of temporalities, imprisonment and death, if you will, but is not that our glory, and should it not be our joy? Let us renounce the gospel, or follow the maxims of the gospel, and deem ourselves happy to suffer somewhat for righteousness' sake. I know that it is not for daughters to defend the truth, though one might say, unfortunately, that since the bishops have the courage of daughters, the daughters must have the courage of bishops; but if it is not for us to defend the truth, it is for us to die for the truth, and suffer everything rather than abandon it." Jacqueline subscribed, divided between her instinctive repugnance and her desire to show herself a "humble daughter of the Catholic church." "It is all we can concede," she said; "for the rest, come what may, poverty, dispersion, imprisonment, death, all this seems to me nothing in comparison with the anguish in which I should pass the remainder of my life, if I had been wretch enough to make a covenant with death on so excellent an occasion of paying to God the vows of fidelity which our lips have pronounced." "Her health was so shaken by the shock which all this business caused her," writes Madame Prier, "that she fell dangerously ill, and died soon after. 'Think not, I beg of you, my father,' she wrote to M. Arnauld, 'firm as I may appear, that nature does not greatly apprehend all the consequences of this; but I hope that grace will sustain me, and it seems to me as if I feel it.' 'The king does all he wills,' Madame de Guémené had said to M. le Tellier, whom she was trying to soften towards Port Royal; 'he makes princes of the blood; he makes archbishops and bishops, and he will make martyrs likewise.' Jacqueline Pascal was "the first victim" of the formulary. She was not the only one. "It will not stop there," said the king, to whom it was announced that the daughters of Port Royal consented to sign the formulary on condition only of giving an explanation of their conduct. Cardinal de Retz had at last sent in his resignation. M. du Marca, archbishop designate in succession to him, died 3 days after receiving the bulls from Rome. Ardouin de Porefix had just been nominated in his place. He repaired to Port Royal; the days of grace were over; the nuns remained indomitable. "What is the use of all your prayers?" said he to Sister Christine Brisquet. "What ground for God to listen to you? You go to him and say, 'My God, give me thy spirit and thy grace; but, my God, I do not mean to subscribe. I will take good care not to do that for all that may be said.' After that, what ground for God to hearken to you?" He forbade the nuns the sacraments. "They are pure as angels and proud as demons," repeated the archbishop angrily, as he left the convent. On the 25th of August he returned to Port Royal, accompanied by a numerous escort of ecclesiastics and exons. "When I say a thing, so it must be," he said as he entered; "I will not eat my words." He picked out 12 nuns, who were immediately taken away and dispersed in different monasteries. M. d'Andilly was at the gate, receiving in his carriage his sister, Mother Agnes, aged and infirm, and his 3 daughters doomed to exile. "I had borne up all day without weeping and without inclination thereto," writes Mother Angelica de St. Jean on arrival at the Annonciade Bleue, "but when night came, and after finishing all my prayers, I thought to lay me down and take some rest, I felt myself all in a moment bruised and lacerated in every part by the separations I had just gone through. I then found sensibly that, to escape weakness in the hour of deep affliction, there must be no dropping of the eyes that have been lifted to the mountains." 10 months later the exiled nuns returned, without having subscribed, to Port Royal des Champs, a little before the moment when M. de Sacy, who had become their secret director since the death of M. Singlin, was arrested, together with his secretary Fontaine, at 6 in the morning in front of the Bastille. "As he had for 2 years past been expecting imprisonment, he had got the epistles of St. Paul bound up together, so as to always carry them about with him. 'Let them do with me what they please,' he was wont to say, 'wherever they put me, provided that I have my St. Paul with me, I fear nothing.'" On the 13th of May, 1666, the day of his arrest, M. de Sacy had for once happened to forget his book. He was put into the Bastille after an examination, "which revealed a man of much wit and worth," said the king himself. Fontaine remained separated from him for 3 months. "Liberty, for me, is to be with M. de Sacy," said the faithful secretary.
Open the door of his room and that of the Bastille, and you will see to which of the two I shall run. Without him, everything will be prison to me. I shall be free whenever I see him." At last he had the joy of recovering his well beloved master, strictly watched and still deprived of the sacraments. Like Luther at Wartburg, he was finishing the revisal of his translation of the Bible, when his cousins MM. de Pomponne and Arnauld entered his room on the 31st of October, 1668. They chatted a while without any appearance of impatience on the part of M. de Sacy. "You are free," said his friends at last, who had wanted to prove him, and they showed him the king's order, which he read, says Abbe Arnauld, without any change of countenance, and as little affected by joy as he had been a moment before by the long iniquity of his release." Section 64 of A Popular History of France, Volume 5. This recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 5, by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. CHAPTER XLVII. Louis XIV. And Religion. Part V. He lived 15 years longer, occupied during the interval of rest which the peace of the church restored to Port Royal in directing and fortifying souls. He published, one after another, the volumes of his translation of the Bible, with expositions (éclaircissements) which had been required by the examiners. In 1679 the renewal of the king's severities compelled him to retire completely to Pomponne. On the 3d of January, 1684, at 71 years of age, he felt ill and went to bed. He died next day, without being taken by surprise, as regarded either his affairs or his soul, by so speedy an end. "O blessed flames of purgatory!" he said, as he breathed his last. He had requested to be buried at Port Royal des Champs. He was borne thither at night. The cold was intense, and the roads were covered with snow. The carriages were escorted by men carrying torches. The nuns looked a moment upon the face of the saintly director, whom they had not seen for many years, and then he was lowered into his grave. "Needs hide in earth what is but earth," said Mother Angelica de St. Jean, in deep accents and a lowly voice, "and return to nothingness what in itself is but nothing." She was nevertheless heartbroken, and tarried only for this pious duty to pass away in her turn. "It is time to give up my veil to him from whom I received it," said she. A fortnight after the death of M. de Sacy, she expired at Port Royal, just preceding to the tomb her brother M. de Luzancy, who breathed his last at Pomponne, where he had lived with M. de Sacy. "I confess," said the inconsolable Fontaine, "that when I saw this brother and sister stricken with death by that of M. de Sacy, I blushed, I who thought I had always loved him, not to follow him like them; and I became, consequently, exasperated with myself for loving so little in comparison with those persons whose love had been strong as death." The human heart avenges itself for the tortures men pretentiously inflict upon it. The disciples of St. Cyran thought to stifle in their souls all earthly affections, and they died of grief on losing those they loved. "Their life ebbed away in those depths of tears," as M. Vinet has said. The great Port Royal was dead with M. de Sacy and Mother Angelica de St. Jean, faithful and modest imitators of their illustrious predecessors. The austere virtue and the pious severance from the world existed still in the house in the Fields, under the direction of Duguet. The persecution too continued, persistent and noiseless. The king had given the direction of his conscience to the Jesuits. From Father La Chaise, moderate and prudent, he had passed to Father Le Tellier, violent and perfidious. Furthermore, the long persistence of the Jansenists in their obstinacy, their freedom of thought which infringed the unity so dear to Louis XIV., displeased the monarch, absolute even in his hour of humiliation and defeat. The property of Port Royal was seized, and Cardinal de Noailles, well disposed at bottom towards the Jansenists, but so feeble in character that determination disgusted him as if it were a personal insult, ended by once more forbidding the nuns the sacraments. The house in the Fields was suppressed, and its title merged in that of Port Royal in Paris, for some time past replenished with submissive nuns. Madame de Chateau Renaud, "the new abbess, went to take possession. The daughters of Mother Angelica protested, but without violence, as she would have done in their place." On the 29th of October, 1709, after prime, Father Le Tellier having told the king that "Madame de Chateau Renaud dared not to go to Port Royal des Champs, being convinced that those headstrong, disobedient, and rebellious daughters would laugh at the king's decree, and that unless his Majesty would be pleased to give precise orders to disperse them, it would never be possible to carry it out," the king, being pressed in this way, sent his orders to M. d'Argenson, lieutenant of police. He appeared at Port Royal with a commissary and 2 exons. He asked for the prioress. She was at church. When service was over, he summoned all the nuns. One, old and very paralytic, was missing. "Let her be brought," said M. d'Argenson. "His Majesty's orders are," he continued, "that you break up this assemblage, never to meet again. It is your general dispersal that I announce to you. You are allowed but 3 hours to break up." "We are ready to obey, sir," said the mother prioress. "Half an hour is more than sufficient for us to say our last good bye, and take with us a breviary, a Bible, and our regulations." And when he asked her whither she meant to go, "Sir, the moment our community is broken up and dispersed, it is indifferent to me in what place I may be personally, since I hope to find God wherever I shall be." They got into carriages, receiving one after another the farewell and blessing of the mother prioress, who was the last to depart. Remaining firm to the end there were 22, the youngest 50 years old. They all died in the convents to which they were taken. A seizure was at once made of all papers and books left in the cells. Cardinal Noailles did not interfere. M. de St. Cyran had depicted him by anticipation, when he said that the weak were more to be feared than the wicked. He was complaining one day of his differences with his bishops. "What can you expect, Monseigneur?" laughingly said a lady well disposed to the Jansenists. "God is just; it is the stones of Port Royal tumbling upon your head." The tombs were destroyed; some coffins were carried to a distance; others left and profaned. The plough passed over the ruins; the hatred of the enemies of Port Royal was satiated. A few of the faithful, preserving in their hearts the ardent faith of M. de St. Cyran, narrowed, however, and absorbed by obstinate resistance; a few theologians dying in exile, and leaving in Holland a succession of bishops detached from the Roman Church, this was all that remained of one of the noblest attempts ever made by the human soul to rise, here below, above that which is permitted by human nature. Virtues of the utmost force, Christianity zealously pushed to its extremest limits, and the most invincible courage, sustained the Jansenists in a conscientious struggle against spiritual oppression. Its life died out, little by little, amongst the dispersed members. The Catholic Church suffered therefrom in its innermost sanctuary. "The Catholic religion would only be more neglected if there were no more religionists," said Vauban in his Memoire in favor of the Protestants. It was the same as regarded the Jansenists. The Jesuits and Louis XIV., in their ignorant passion for unity and uniformity, had not comprehended that great principle of healthy freedom and sound justice of which the scientific soldier had a glimmering. The insurrection of the Camisards in the Cevennes had been entirely of a popular character. The Jansenists had penitents amongst the great of this world, though none properly belonged to them or retired to their convents or their solitudes. It was the great French burgessdom, issue for the most part of the magistracy, which supplied their most fervent associates. Fenelon and Madame Guyon founded their little church at court amongst the great lords, and many remained faithful to them till death. The spiritual letters of Fenelon, models of wisdom, pious tact, moderation, and knowledge of the human heart, are nearly all addressed to persons engaged in the life and the offices of the court, exposed to all the temptations of the world. It is no longer the desert of the penitents of Port Royal, or the strict cloister of Mother Angelica. Fenelon is for only inward restrictions and an abstention purely spiritual. From afar, and in his retreat at Cambrai, he watches over his faithful flock with a tender preoccupation which does not make him overlook the duties of their position. "Take as penance from your sins," he wrote, "the disagreeable liabilities of the position you are in. The very hindrances which seem injurious to our advancement in piety turn to our profit, provided that we do what depends on ourselves. Fail not in any of your duties towards the court, as regards your office and the proprieties, but be not anxious for posts which awaken ambition." Such are, with their discreet tolerance, the teachings of Fenelon, adapted for the guidance of the Dukes of Beauvilliers and Chevreuse, and of the Duke of Burgundy himself. He went much further, and on less safe a road, when he was living at court, under the influence of Madame Guyon. A widow and still young, gifted with an ardent spirit and a lofty and subtle mind, Madame Guyon had imagined, in her mystical enthusiasm, a theory of pure love, very analogous fundamentally, if not in its practical consequences, to the doctrines taught shortly before by a Spanish priest named Molinos, condemned by the court of Rome in 1687. It was about the same time that Madame Guyon went to Paris, with her book on the Moyen court et facile de faire l'oraison du coeur, or short and easy method of making orison with the heart. Prayer, according to this holy mystical teaching, loses the character of supplication or intercession, to become the simple silence of a soul absorbed in God. "Why are not simple folks so taught?" she said. "Shepherds keeping their flocks would have the spirit of the old anchorites, and laborers, whilst driving the plough, would talk happily with God; all vice would be banished in a little while, and the kingdom of God would be realized on earth." In
It was a far cry from the sanguinary struggle against sin and the armed Christianity of the Jansenists. The sublime and specious visions of Madame Guyon fascinated lofty and gentle souls. The Duchess of Charot, daughter of Fouquet, Mesdames de Beauvilliers, de Chevreuse, de Mortemart, daughters of Colbert and their pious husbands, were the first to be chained to her feet. Fenelon, at that time preceptor to the children of France (royal family), saw her, admired her, and became imbued with her doctrines. She was for a while admitted to the intimacy of Madame de Maintenon. It was for this little nucleus of faithful friends that she wrote her book of Torrents. The human soul is a torrent which returns to its source in God, who lives in perfect repose, and who would fain give it to those who are his. The Christian soul has nothing more that is its, neither will nor desire. It has God for soul; he is its principle of life. "In this way there is nothing extraordinary; no visions, no ecstasies, no entrancements. The way is simple, pure, and plain. There the soul sees nothing but in God, as God sees himself and with his eyes." With less vagueness, and quite as mystically, Fenelon defined the sublime love taught by Madame Guyon in the following maxim, afterwards condemned at Rome: "There is an habitual state of love of God which is pure charity, without any taint of the motive of self interest. Neither fear of punishment nor desire of reward have any longer part in this love. God is loved not for the merit, or the perfection, or the happiness to be found in loving him." What singular seductiveness in those theories of pure love which were taught at the court of Louis XIV. By his grandchildren's preceptor, at a woman's instigation, and zealously preached 50 years afterwards by President of New Jersey College, Jonathan Edwards, in the cold and austere atmosphere of New England! Led away by the generous enthusiasm of his soul, Fenelon had not probed the dangers of his new doctrine. The Gospel and Church of Christ, whilst preaching the love of God, had strongly maintained the fact of human individuality and responsibility. The theory of mere (pure) love, absorbing the soul in God, put an end to repentance, effort to withstand evil, and the need of a Redeemer. Bossuet was not deceived. The elevation of his mind, combined with strong common sense, caused him to see through all the veils of the mysticism. Madame Guyon had submitted her books to him; he disapproved of them, at first quietly, then formally, after a thorough examination, in conjunction with 2 other doctors. Madame Guyon retired to a monastery of Meaux. She soon returned to Paris, and her believers rallied round her. Bossuet, in his anger, no longer held his hand. Madame Guyon was shut up first at Vincennes, and then in the Bastille. She remained 7 years in prison, and ended by retiring to near Blois, where she died in 1717, still absorbed in her holy and vague reveries, praying no more, inasmuch as she possessed God, "a submissive daughter, however, of the Catholic, Apostolic, and Roman Church, having and desiring to admit no other opinion but its," as she says in her will. Bourdaloue calls mere (pure) love "a bare faith, which has for its object no verity of the Gospels, no mystery of Jesus Christ's, no attribute of God's, nothing whatever, unless it be in a word God." In the presence of death, on the approach of the awful realities of eternity, Madame Guyon no doubt felt the want of a more simple faith in the mighty and living God. Fenelon had not waited so long to surrender. The instinct of the pious and vigorous souls of the 17th century had not allowed them to go astray. There was little talk of pantheism, which had spread considerably in the 16th century; but there had been a presentiment of the dangers lurking behind the doctrines of Madame Guyon. Bossuet, that great and noble type of the finest period of the Catholic Church in France, made the mistake of pushing his victory too far. Fenelon, a young priest when the great Bishop of Meaux was already in his zenith, had preserved towards him a profound affection and a deep respect. "We are, by anticipation, agreed, however you may decide," he wrote to him on the 28th of July, 1694; "it will be no specious submission, but a sincere conviction. Though that which I suppose myself to have read should appear to me clearer than that 2 and 2 make 4, I should consider it still less clear than my obligation to mistrust all my lights, and to prefer before them those of a bishop such as you. You have only to give me my lesson in writing; provided that you wrote me precisely what is the doctrine of the Church, and what are the articles in which I have slipped, I would tie myself down inviolably to that rule." Bossuet required more. He wanted Fenelon, recently promoted to the archbishopric of Cambrai, to approve of the book he was preparing on Etats d'Oraison (States of Orison), and explicitly to condemn the works of Madame Guyon. Fenelon refused with generous indignation. "So it is to secure my own reputation," he writes to Madame de Maintenon in 1696, "that I am wanted to subscribe that a lady, my friend, would plainly deserve to be burned with all her writings, for an execrable form of spirituality, which is the only bond of our friendship.
I tell you, madame, I would burn my friend with my own hands, and I would burn myself joyfully, rather than let the church be imperilled. But here is a poor captive woman, overwhelmed with sorrows; there is none to defend her, none to excuse her; they are always afraid to do so. I maintain that this stroke of the pen, given by me against my conscience, from a cowardly policy, would render me forever infamous, and unworthy of my ministry and my position." Fenelon no longer submitted his reason and his conduct, then, to the judgment of Bossuet; he recognized in him an adversary, but he still spoke of him with profound veneration. "Fear not," he writes to Madame de Maintenon, "that I should gainsay M. de Meaux. I shall never speak of him but as of my master, and of his propositions but as the rule of faith." Fenelon was at Cambrai, being regular in the residence which removed him for 9 months in the year from the court and the children of France, when there appeared in his Explication des Maximes des Saints sur la vie intérieure (Exposition of the maxims of the saints touching the inner life), almost at the same moment as Bossuet's Instructions sur les Etats d'Oraison (Lessons on States of Orison). Fenelon's book appeared as dangerous as those of Madame Guyon. He himself submitted it to the pope, and was getting ready to repair to Rome to defend his cause, when the king wrote to him, "I do not think proper to allow you to go to Rome; you must, on the contrary, repair to your diocese, whence I forbid you to go away. You can send to Rome your pleas in justification of your book." Fenelon departed to an exile which was to last as long as his life. On his departure he wrote to Madame de Maintenon, "I shall depart hence, madame, to morrow (Friday), in obedience to the king. My greatest sorrow is to have wearied him and to displease him. I shall not cease, all the days of my life, to pray God to pour His graces upon him. I consent to be crushed more and more. The only thing I ask of his Majesty is, that the diocese of Cambrai, which is guiltless, may not suffer for the errors imputed to me. I ask protection only for the sake of the church, and even that protection I limit to not being disturbed in those few good works which my present position permits me to do, in order to fulfil a pastor's duties. It remains for me, madame, only to ask your pardon for all the trouble I have caused you. I shall all my life be as deeply sensible of your former kindnesses as if I had not forfeited them, and my respectful attachment to yourself, madame, will never diminish." Fenelon made no mistake in addressing to Madame de Maintenon his farewell and his regrets. She had acted against him with the uneasiness of a person led away for a moment by an irresistible attraction, and returning, quite affrighted, to rule and the beaten paths. The mere love theory had no power to fascinate her for long. The Archbishop of Cambrai did not drop out of that pleasant dignity. The pious counsellors of the king were working against him at Rome, bringing all the influence of France to weigh upon Innocent XII. Fenelon had taken no part in the declarations of the Gallican church in 1682 which had been drawn up by Bossuet. The court of Rome was inclined towards him; the strife became bitter and personal; pamphlets succeeded pamphlets, letters. Bossuet published a Relation du Quietisme, an account of Quietism, and remarks upon the reply of M. de Cambrai, "I write this for the people," he said, "in order that, the character of M. de Cambrai being known, his eloquence may, with God's permission, no more impose upon anybody." Fenelon replied with a vigor, a fulness, and a moderation which brought men's minds over to him. "You do more for me, by the excess of your accusations," said he to Bossuet, "than I could do myself. But what a melancholy consolation when we look at the scandal which troubles the house of God, and which causes so many heretics and libertines (free thinkers) to triumph! Whatever end may be put by a holy pontiff to this matter, I await it with impatience, having no wish but to obey, no fear but to be in the wrong, no object but peace. I hope that it will be seen from my silence, my unreserved submission, my constant horror of illusion, my isolation from any book and any person of a suspicious sort, that the evil you would fain have caused to be apprehended is as chimerical as the scandal has been real, and that violent measures taken against imaginary evils turn to poison." Section 65 of A Popular History of France, Volume 5. This recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 5, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 47: Louis XIV and Religion. Part 6. Fenelon was condemned on the 12th of March, 1699. The sentence of Rome was mild, and hinted no suspicion of heresy. It had been wrested from the pope by the urgency of Louis XIV.
"It would be painful to his Majesty," wrote the Bishop of Meaux in the king's name, "to see a new schism growing up amongst his subjects at the very time that he is applying himself with all his might to the task of extirpating that of Calvin, and if he saw the prolongation, by manoeuvres which are incomprehensible, of a matter which appeared to be at an end. He will know what he has to do, and will take suitable resolutions, still hoping, nevertheless, that his Holiness will not be pleased to reduce him to such disagreeable extremities." When the threat reached Rome, Innocent XII. Had already yielded. Fenelon submitted to the pope's decision completely and unreservedly. "God gives me grace to be at peace amidst bitterness and sorrow," he wrote to the Duke of Beauvilliers on the 29th of March, 1699. "Amongst so many troubles I have one consolation little fitted to be known in the world, but solid enough for those who seek God in good faith, and that is, that my conduct is quite decided upon, and that I have no longer to deliberate. It only remains for me to submit and hold my peace. That is what I have always desired. I have now but to choose the terms of my submission. The shortest, the simplest, the most absolute, the most devoid of any restriction, are those that I rather prefer. My conscience is disburdened in that of my superior. In all this, far from having an eye to my advantage, I have no eye to any man. I see but God, and I am content with what he does." Bossuet had triumphed. His vaster mind, his more sagacious insight, his stronger judgment, had unravelled the dangerous errors in which Fenelon had allowed himself to be entangled. The Archbishop of Cambrai, however, had grown in the estimation of good men on account of his moderation, his gentle and high spirited independence during the struggle, his submission, full of dignity, after the papal decision. The mind of Bossuet was the greater, the spirit of Fenelon was the nobler and more deeply pious. "I cannot consent to have my book defended even indirectly," he wrote to one of his friends on the 21st of July, 1699. "In God's name, speak not of me, but to God only, and leave men to think as they please. As for me, I have no object but silence and peace after my unreserved submission." Fenelon was not detached from the world and his hopes to quite such an extent as he would have had it appear. He had educated the Duke of Burgundy, who remained passionately attached to him, and might hope for a return of prosperity. He remained in the silence and retirement of his diocese, with the character of an able and saintly bishop, keeping open house, grandly and simply, careful of the welfare of the soldiery who passed through Cambrai, adored by his clergy and the people. "Never a word about the court, or about public affairs of any sort that could be found fault with, or any that smacked the least in the world of baseness, regret, or flattery," writes St. Simon; "never anything that could give a bare hint of what he had been or might be again. He was a tall, thin man, well made, pale, with a large nose, eyes from which fire and intellect streamed like a torrent, and a physiognomy such that I have never seen any like it, and there was no forgetting it when it had been seen but once. It combined everything, and there was no conflict of opposites in it. There were gravity and gallantry, the serious and the gay; it savored equally of the learned doctor, the bishop, and the great lord. That which appeared on its surface, as well as in his whole person, was refinement, intellect, grace, propriety, and, above all, nobility. It required an effort to cease looking at him. His manners corresponded therewith in the same proportion, with an ease which communicated it to others. With all this, a man who never desired to show more wits than they with whom he conversed, who put himself within everybody's range without ever letting it be perceived, in such wise that nobody could drop him, or fight shy of him, or not want to see him again. It was this rare talent, which he possessed to the highest degree, that kept his friends so completely attached to him all his life, in spite of his downfall, and that in their dispersion brought them together to speak of him, to sorrow after him, to yearn for him, to bind themselves more and more to him, as the Jews to Jerusalem, and to sigh after his return, and hope continually for it, just as that unfortunate people still expects and sighs after the Messiah." Those faithful friends were dropping one after another. The death of the Duke of Burgundy and of the Duke of Chevreuse in 1712, and that of the Duke of Beauvilliers in 1714, were a fatal blow to the affections as well as to the ambitious hopes of Fenelon. Of delicate health, worn out by the manifold duties of the episcopate, inwardly wearied by long and vain expectation, he succumbed on the 7th of January, 1715, at the moment when the attraction shown by the Duke of Orleans towards him, and "the king's declining state," were once more renewing his chances of power. "He was already consulted in private and courted again in public," says St. Simon, "because the inclination of the rising sun had already shone through." He died, however, without letting any sign of yearning for life appear. regardless of all that he was leaving, and occupied solely with that which he was going to meet, with a tranquillity, a peace, which excluded nothing but disquietude, and which included penitence, despoilement, and a unique care for the spiritual affairs of his diocese." The Christian soul was detaching itself from the world to go before God with sweet and simple confidence. "Oh, how great is God! How all in all! How as nothing are we when we are so near Him, and when the veil which conceals Him from us is about to lift." Oeuvres de Fenelon, Lettres spirituelles, p. 128. So many fires smouldering in the hearts, so many different struggles going on in the souls, that sought to manifest their personal and independent life, have often caused forgetfulness of the great mass of the faithful who were neither Jansenists nor Quietists. Bossuet was the real head and the pride of the great Catholic Church of France in the 17th century. What he approved of was approved of by the immense majority of the French clergy; what he condemned was condemned by them. Moderate and prudent in conduct as well as in his opinions, pious without being fervent, holding discreetly aloof from all excesses, he was a Gallican without fear and without estrangement as regarded the papal power, to which he steadfastly paid homage. It was with pain, and not without having sought to escape therefrom, that he found himself obliged, at the assembly of the clergy in 1682, to draw up the solemn declarations of the Gallican church. The meeting of the clergy had been called forth by the eternal discussions of the civil power with the court of Rome on the question of the rights of regale, that is to say, the rights of the sovereign to receive the revenues of vacant bishoprics, and to appoint to benefices belonging to them. The French bishops were of independent spirit. The Archbishop of Paris, Francis de Harlay, was on bad terms with Pope Innocent XI. Bossuet managed to moderate the discussions, and kept within suitable bounds the declaration which he could not avoid. He had always taught and maintained what was proclaimed by the Assembly of the Clergy of France, "that St. Peter and his successors, vicars of Jesus Christ, and the whole church itself, received from God authority over only spiritual matters, and such as appertain to salvation, and not over temporal and civil matters, in such sort that kings and sovereigns are not subject to tiny ecclesiastical power by order of God in temporal matters, and cannot be deposed directly or indirectly by authority of the keys of the church. Finally, that though the pope has the principal part in questions of faith, and though his decrees concern all the churches, and each church severally, his judgment is nevertheless not irrefragable, unless the consent of the church intervene." Old doctrines in the church of France, but never before so solemnly declared, and made incumbent upon the teaching of all the faculties of theology in the kingdom. Constantly occupied in the dogmatic struggle against Protestantism, Bossuet had imported into it a moderation in form which, however, did not keep out injustice. Without any inclination towards persecution, he, with almost unanimity on the part of the bishops of France, approved of the king's piety in the revocation of the Edict of Nantes. "Take up your sacred pens," says he in his funeral oration over Michael Le Tellier, "ye who compose the annals of the church; haste ye to place Louis amongst the peers of Constantine and Theodosius. Our fathers saw not as we have seen an inveterate heresy falling at a single blow, scattered flocks returning in a mass, and our churches too narrow to receive them, their false shepherds leaving them without even awaiting the order, and happy to have their banishment to allege as excuse. All tranquillity amidst so great a movement, the universe astounded to see in so novel an event the most certain sign as well as the most noble use of authority, and the prince's merit more recognized and more revered than even his authority. Moved by so many marvels, say ye to this new Constantine, this new Theodosius, this new Marciot, this new Charlemagne, what the 630 fathers said aforetime in the council of Chaloedon. You have confirmed the faith; you have exterminated the heretics. That is the worthy achievement of your reign, that is its own characteristic. Through you heresy is no more. God alone could have wrought this marvel. King of heaven, preserve the king of earth. That is the prayer of the churches; that is the prayer of the bishops." Bossuet, like Louis XIV., believed Protestantism to be destroyed. "Heresy is no more," he said. It was the same feeling that prompted Louis XIV., when dying, to the edict of March 8, 1715. "We learn," said he, "that abjurations being frequently made in provinces distant from those in which our newly converted subjects die, our judges to whom those who die relapsed are denounced find a difficulty in condemning them, for want of proof of their abjuration. The stay which those who were of the religion styled Reformed have made in our kingdom since we abolished therein all exercise of the said religion, is a more than sufficient proof that they have embraced the Catholic religion, without which they would have been neither suffered nor tolerated." There did not exist, there could not exist, any more Protestants in France. All those who died without sacraments were relapsed, and as such dragged on the hurdle. Those who were not married at a Catholic church were not married. M. Guizot was born at Nimes on the 4th of October, 1787, before Protestants possessed any civil rights in France. Bossuet had died on the 12th of April, 1704. When troubles began again in the church, the enemies of the Jansenists obtained from the king a decree interdicting the Réflexions morales sur le Nouveau Testament, an old and highly esteemed work by Father Quesnel, sometime an Oratorian, who had become head of the Jansenists on the death of the great Arnauld. Its condemnation at Rome was demanded. Cardinal de Noailles, Archbishop of Paris, had but lately, as Bishop of Chalons, approved of the book. He refused to retract his approbation. The Jesuits made urgent representations to the pope. Clement XI. launched the bull Unigenitus, condemning 101 propositions extracted from the Réflexions morales. 8 prelates, with Cardinal de Noailles at their head, protested against the bull. It was nevertheless enregistered at the Parliament, but not without difficulty. The archbishop still held out, supported by the greater part of the religious orders and the majority of the doctors of Sorbonne. The king's confessor, Le Tellier, pressed him to prosecute the cardinal and get him deposed by a national council. The affair dragged its slow length along at Rome. The archbishop had suspended from the sacred functions all the Jesuits of his diocese. The struggle had commenced under the name of Jansenism against the whole Gallican church. The king was about to bring the matter before his bed of justice when he fell ill. He saw no more of Cardinal de Noailles, and this rupture vexed him. "I am sorry to leave the affairs of the church in the state in which they are," he said to his councillors. "I am perfectly ignorant in the matter. You know, and I call you to witness, that I have done nothing therein but what you wanted, and that I have done all you wanted. It is you who will answer before God for all that has been done, whether too much or too little. I charge you with it before him, and I have a clear conscience. I am but a know nothing who have left myself to your guidance." An awful appeal from a dying king to the guides of his conscience! He had dispeopled his kingdom, reduced to exile, despair, or falsehood 1,500,000 of his subjects, but the memory of the persecutions inflicted upon the Protestants did not trouble him. They were for him rather a pledge of his salvation and of his acceptance before God. He was thinking of the Catholic Church, the holy priests exiled or imprisoned, the nuns driven from their convent, the division among the bishops, the scandal amongst the faithful. The great burden of absolute power was evident to his eyes. He sought to let it fall back upon the shoulders of those who had enticed him or urged him upon that fatal path. A vain attempt in the eyes of men, whatever may be the judgment of God's sovereign mercy. History has left weighing upon Louis XIV. The crushing weight of the religious persecutions ordered under his reign. Section 65. Chapter 47. Section 66 of A Popular History of France, Volume 5. This recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 5, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 48. Louis XIV. Literature and Art. Part 1. It has been said in this history that Louis XIV. Had the fortune to find himself at the culminating point of absolute monarchy, and to profit by the labors of his predecessors, reaping a portion of their glory. He had likewise the honor of enriching himself with the labors of his contemporaries, and attracting to himself a share of their lustre. The honor, be it said, not the fortune, for he managed to remain the centre of intellectual movement as well as of the court, of literature and art as well as affairs of state. Only the abrupt and solitary genius of Pascal, or the prankish and ingenuous geniality of La Fontaine, held aloof from king and court. Racine and Moliere, Bossuet and Fenelon, La Bruyere and Boileau lived frequently in the circle of Louis XIV., and enjoyed in different degrees his favor. M. de la Rochefoucauld and Madame de Sévigné were of the court. Lebrun, Rigaud, Mignard painted for the king. Perrault and Mansart constructed the Louvre and Versailles. The learned of all countries considered it an honor to correspond with the new academies founded in France. Louis XIV. Was even less a man of letters or an artist than an administrator or a soldier. But literature and art, as well as the superintendents and the generals, found in him the king. The puissant unity of the reign is everywhere the same. The king and the nation are in harmony. Pascal, had he been born later, would have remained independent and proud, from the nature of his mind and of his character, as well as from the connection he had full early with Port Royal, where they did not rear courtiers. He died, however, at 39 in 1661, the very year in which Louis XIV. Began to govern. Born at Clermont in Auvergne, educated at his father's and by his father, though it was not thought desirable to let him study mathematics,
He had already discovered by himself the first 32 propositions of Euclid, when Cardinal Richelieu, holding on his knee little Jacqueline Pascal, and looking at her brother, said to Monsieur Pascal, the two children's father, who had come to thank him for a favor, "Take care of them; I mean to make something great of them." This was the native and powerful instinct of genius divining genius. Richelieu, however, died 3 years later, without having done anything for the children who had impressed him, beyond giving their father a share in the superintendence of Rouen. He thus put them in the way of the great Corneille, who was affectionately kind to Jacqueline, but took no particular notice of Blaise Pascal. The latter was 17; he had already written his Traité des Coniques, or Treatise on Conics, and begun to occupy himself with "his arithmetical machine," as his sister Madame Perier calls it. At 23 he had ceased to apply his mind to human sciences. "When he afterwards discovered the roulette (cycloid), it was without thinking," says Madame Perier, "and to distract his attention from a severe toothache he had." He was not 24 when anxiety for his salvation and for the glory of God had taken complete possession of his soul. It was to the same end that he composed the Lettres Provinciales, the first of which was written in 6 days, and the style of which, clear, lively, precise, far removed from the somewhat solemn gravity of Port Royal, formed French prose as Malherbe and Boileau formed the poetry. This was the impression of his contemporaries, the most hard of them to please in the art of writing. "That is excellent, that will be relished," said the recluses of Port Royal, in spite of the misgivings of M. Singlin. More than 30 years after Pascal's death, Madame de Sevigne, in 1689, wrote to Madame de Grignan, "Sometimes, to divert ourselves, we read the little letters to a provincial. Good heavens, how charming, and how my son reads them! I always think of my daughter, and how that excess of correctness of reasoning would suit her. But your brother says that you consider that it is always the same thing over again. Ah, my goodness, so much the better! Could any one have a more perfect style, a raillery more refined, more natural, more delicate, worthier offspring of those dialogues of Plato which are so fine? And when after the first 10 letters he addresses himself to the reverend Jesuit fathers, what earnestness, what solidity, what force, what eloquence, what love for God and for the truth! What a way of maintaining it and making it understood! I am sure that you have never read them but in a hurry, pitching on the pleasant places; but it is not so when they are read at leisure." Lord Macaulay once said to M. Guizot, "Amongst modern works I know only 2 perfect ones, to which there is no exception to be taken, and they are Pascal's Provincials and the Letters of Madame de Sevigne." Boileau was of Lord Macaulay's opinion, at least as regarded Pascal. "Corbinelli wrote to me the other day," says Madame de Sevigne on the 15th of January, 1690. "He gave me an account of a conversation and a dinner at M. de Lamoignon's. The persons were the master and mistress of the house, M. de Troyes, M. de Toulon, Father Bourdaloue, a comrade of his, Despreaux, and Corbinelli. The talk was of ancient and modern works. Despreaux supported the ancient, with the exception of one single modern, which surpassed, in his opinion, both old and new. Bourdaloue's comrade, who assumed the well read air, and who had fastened on to Despreaux and Corbinelli, asked him what in the world this book could be that was so remarkably clever. Despreaux would not give the name. Corbinelli said to him, 'Sir, I conjure you to tell me, that I may read it all night.' Despreaux answered, laughing, 'Ah, sir, you have read it more than once, I am sure.' The Jesuit joins in, with a disdainful air, and presses Despreaux to name this marvellous writer. 'Do not press me, father,' says Despreaux. The father persists. At last Despreaux takes hold of his arm, and squeezing it very hard, says, 'You will have it, father. Well, then, egad, it is Pascal.' 'Pascal!' says the father, all blushes and astonishment. 'Pascal is as beautiful as the false can be.' 'False!' replied Despreaux, 'false! Let me tell you that he is as true as he is inimitable. He has just been translated into 3 languages.' The father rejoined, 'He is none the more true for that.' Despreaux grew warm, and shouted like a madman, 'Well, father, will you say that one of yours did not have it printed in one of his books that a Christian was not obliged to love God? Dare you say that that is false?' 'Sir,' said the father in a fury, 'we must distinguish.' 'Distinguish!' cried Despreaux, 'distinguish! Egad! Distinguish whether we are obliged to love God!' And taking Corbinelli by the arm, he flew off to the other end of the room, coming back again, and rushing about like a lunatic; but he would not go near the father any more, and went off to join the rest of the company. Here endeth the story. The curtain falls." Literary taste and religious sympathies combined, in the case of Boileau, to exalt Pascal. The Provincials could not satisfy for long the pious ardor of Pascal's soul. He took in hand his great work on the Vérité de la Religion. He had taken a vigorous part in the discussions of Port Royal as to subscription of the formulary. His opinion was decidedly in favor of resistance. It was the moment when MM. Arnauld and Nicole had discovered a restriction, as it was then called, which allowed subscribing with a safe conscience. "M. Pascal, who loved truth above all things," writes his niece Marguerite Perier, "who, moreover, was pulled down by a pain in the head which never left him, who had exerted himself to make them feel as he himself felt, and who had expressed himself very vigorously in spite of his weakness, was so grief stricken that he had a fit, and lost speech and consciousness. Everybody was alarmed; exertions were made to bring him round, and then those gentlemen withdrew. When he was quite recovered, Madame Perier asked him what had caused this incident. He answered, 'When I saw all those persons that I looked upon as being those whom God had made to know the truth, and who ought to be its defenders, wavering and falling, I declare to you that I was so overcome with grief that I was unable to support it, and could not help breaking down.'" Blaise Pascal was the worthy brother of Jacqueline. In the former, as well as the latter, the soul was too ardent and too strong for its covering of body. Nearly all his relatives died young. "I alone am left," wrote Mademoiselle Perier, when she had become, exceptionally, very aged. "I might say, like Simon Maccabeus, the last of all his brethren, all my relatives and all my brethren are dead in the service of God and in the love of truth. I alone am left. Please God I may never have a thought of backsliding." Pascal was unable to finish his work. "God, who had inspired my brother with this design and with all his thoughts," writes his sister, "did not permit him to bring it to its completion, for reasons to us unknown." The last years of Pascal's life, invalid as he had been from the age of 18, were one long and continual torture, accepted and supported with an austere disdain of suffering. Incapable of any application, he gave his attention solely to his salvation and the care of the poor. "I have taken it into my head," says he, "to have in the house a sick pauper, to whom the same service shall be rendered as to myself; particular attention to be paid to him, and in fact no difference to be made between him and me, in order that I may have the consolation of knowing that there is one pauper as well treated as myself, in the perplexity I suffer from finding myself in the great affluence of every sort in which I do find myself." The spirit of M. de St. Cyran is there, and also the spirit of the Gospel, which caused Pascal, when he was dying, to say, "I love poverty, because Jesus Christ loved it. I love wealth, because it gives the means of assisting the needy." A genius unique in the extent and variety of his faculties, which were applied with the same splendid results to mathematics and physics, to philosophy and polemics, disdaining all preconceived ideas, going unerringly and straightforwardly to the bottom of things with admirable force and profundity, independent and free even in his voluntary submission to the Christian faith, which he accepts with his eyes open, after having weighed it, measured it, and sounded it to its uttermost depths, too steadfast and too simple not to bow his head before mysteries, all the while acknowledging his ignorance. "If there were no darkness," says he, "man would not feel his corruption; if there were no light, man would have no hope of remedy. Thus it is not only quite right, but useful for us that God should be concealed in part, and revealed in part, since it is equally dangerous for man to know God without knowing his own misery, and to know his own misery without knowing God." The lights of this great intellect had led him to acquiesce in his own fogs. "One can be quite sure that there is a God, without knowing what he is," says he. In 1627, 4 years after Pascal, and, like him, in a family of the long robe, was born, at Dijon, his only rival in that great art of writing prose which established the superiority of the French language. At 16, Bossuet preached his first sermon in the drawing room of Madame de Rambouillet, and the great Conde was pleased to attend his theological examinations. He was already famous at court as a preacher and a polemist, when the king gave him the title of Bishop of Condom, almost immediately inviting him to become preceptor to the dauphin; a difficult and an irksome task for him who had already written for Turenne an exposition of the Catholic faith, and had delivered the funeral orations over Madame Henriette and the Queen of England. "The king has greatly at heart the dauphin's education," wrote Father Lacoue to Colbert; "he regards it as one of his grand state strokes in respect of the future." The dauphin was not devoid of intelligence. "Monseigneur has plenty of wits," said Councillor Legoux de Saint Seine in his private journal, "but his wits are under a bushel." The boy was indolent, with little inclination for work, roughly treated by his governor, the Duke of Montausier, who was endowed with more virtue than ability in the superintendence of a prince's education. "Oh!" cried Monseigneur when official announcement was made to him of the project of marriage which the king was conducting for him with the Princess Christine of Bavaria. We shall see whether M. Huet, or afterwards Bishop of Avranches, will want to make me learn ancient geography any more." Bossuet had better understood what ought to be the aim of a king's education. "Remember, Monseigneur," he constantly repeated to him, "that, destined as you are to reign some day over this great kingdom, you are bound to make it happy." He was in despair at his pupil's inattention. "There is a great deal to endure with a mind so destitute of application," he wrote to Marshal Bellefonds; "there is no perceptible relief, and we go on, as St. Paul says, hoping against hope." He had written a little treatise on inattention, De Incogitantia, in the vain hope of thus rousing his pupil to work. "I dread nothing in the world so much," Louis XIV. Would say, "as to have a sluggard (fainéant) dauphin. I would much prefer to have no son at all." Bossuet foresaw the innumerable obstacles in the way of his labors. "I perceive, as I think," he wrote to his friends, "in the dauphin the beginnings of great graces, a simplicity, a straightforwardness, a principle of goodness, an attention, amidst all his flightiness, to the mysteries, a something or other which comes with a flash, in the middle of his distractions, to call him back to God. You would be charmed if I were to tell you the questions he puts to me, and the desire he shows to be a good servant of God. But the world, the world, the world! Pleasures, evil counsels, evil examples! Save us, Lord, save us! Thou didst verily preserve the children from the furnace, but thou didst send thine angel; and as for me, alas, what am I? Humility, trepidation, absorption into one's own nothingness." It was not for Bossuet that the honor was reserved of succeeding in the difficult task of a royal education. Fenelon encountered in the Duke of Burgundy a more undisciplined nature, a more violent character, and more dangerous tendencies than Bossuet had to fight against in the grand dauphin; but there was a richer mind and a warmer heart. The preceptor, too, was more proper for the work. Bossuet, nevertheless, labored conscientiously to instruct his little prince, studying for him and with him the classical authors, preparing grammatical expositions, and, lastly, writing for his edification the Traité de la Connaissance de Dieu et de Soi même, or Treatise on the Knowledge of God and of Self; the Discours sur l'Histoire universelle, or Discourse on Universal History; and the Politique tirée de l'Écriture sainte, or Polity derived from Holy Writ. The labor was in vain; the very loftiness of his genius, the extent and profundity of his views, rendered Bossuet unfit to get at the heart and mind of a boy who was timid, idle, and kept in fear by the king as well as by his governor. The dauphin was 19 when his marriage restored Bossuet to the church and to the world. The king appointed him almoner to the dauphiness, and before long Bishop of Meaux. Neither the assembly of the clergy and the part he played therein, nor his frequent preachings at court, diverted Bossuet from his duties as bishop. He habitually resided at Meaux, in the midst of his priests. The greater number of his sermons, written at first in fragments, collected from memory in their aggregate, and repeated frequently with divergences in wording and development, were preached in the cathedral of Meaux. The dauphin sometimes went thither to see him. "Pray, sir," he had said to him in his childhood, "take great care of me whilst I am little; I will of you when I am big." Assured of his righteousness as a priest and his fine tact as a man, the king appealed to Bossuet in the delicate conjunctures of his life. It is related that it was the Bishop of Meaux who dissuaded him from making public his marriage with Madame de Maintenon. She, more anxious for power than splendor, did not bear him any ill will for it. Amidst the various leanings of the court, divided as it was between Jansenism and Quietism, it was to the simple teaching of the Catholic church, represented by Bossuet, that she remained practically attached. Right minded and strong minded, but a little cold hearted, Madame de Maintenon could not suffer herself to be led away by the sublime excesses of the Jansenists or the pious reveries of Madame Guyon. The Jesuits had influence over her, without her being a slave to them, and that influence increased after the death of Bossuet. The guidance of the Bishop of Meaux, in fact, answered the requirements of spirits that were pious and earnest without enthusiasm; less ardent in faith and less absolute in religious practice than M. de St. Cyran and Port Royal, less exacting in his demands than Father Bourdaloue, susceptible now and then of mystic ideas, as is proved by his letters to Sister Cornuot. He did not let himself be won by the vague ecstasies of absolute or pure love. He had a mind large enough to say, like Mother Angelica Arnauld, "I am of all saints' order, and all saints are of my order;" but his preferences always inclined towards those saints and learned doctors who had not carried any religious tendency to excess, and who had known how to rest content with the spirit of a rule and a faith that were practical. A wonderful genius, discovering by flashes, and as if by instinct, the most profound truths of human nature, and giving them expression in an incomparable style, forcing, straining the language to make it render his idea, darting at one bound to the sublimest height by use of the simplest terms, which he, so to speak, bore away with him, wresting them from their natural and proper signification. "There, in spite of that great heart of hers, is that princess so admired and so beloved; there, such as death has made her for us." Bossuet alone could speak like that. Section 67 of A Popular History of France, Volume 5. This recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 5, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 48. Louis XIV. Literature and Art. Part 2. He was writing incessantly, all the while that he was preaching at Meaux and at Paris, making funeral orations over the queen, Maria Theresa, over the Princess Palatine, Michael Le Tellier, and the Prince of Conde. The Edict of Nantes had just been revoked. Controversy with the Protestant ministers, headed by Claude and Jurieu, occupied a great space in the life of the Bishop of Meaux. He at that time wrote his Histoire des Variations, often unjust and violent, always able in its attacks upon the Reformation. He did not import any zeal into persecution, though all the while admitting unreservedly the doctrines universally propagated amongst Catholics. "I declare," he wrote to M. de Baville, "that I am and have always been of opinion, first, that princes may by penal laws constrain all heretics to conform to the profession and practices of the Catholic church; secondly, that this doctrine ought to be held invariable in the church, which has not only conformed to, but has even demanded similar ordinances from princes." He at the same time opposed the constraint put upon the new converts to oblige them to go to mass, without requiring from them any other act of religion. "When the emperors imposed a like obligation on the Donatists," he wrote to the Bishop of Mirepoix, "it was on the supposition that they were converted, or would be; but the heretics at the present time, who declare themselves by not fulfilling their Easter (or communicating), ought to be rather hindered from assisting at the mysteries that constrained thereto, and the more so in that it appears to be a consequence thereof to constrain them likewise to fulfil their Easter, which is expressly to give occasion for frightful sacrilege. They might be constrained to undergo instruction, but so far as I can learn, that would hardly advance matters, and I think that we must be reduced to three things: one is to oblige them to send their children to the schools, or in default, to find means of taking them out of their hands; another is to be firm as regards marriages; and the last is to take great pains to become privately acquainted with those of whom there are good hopes, and to procure for them solid instruction and veritable enlightenment. The rest must be left to time and to the grace of God. I know of nothing else." About the same time Fenelon engaged upon the missions in Poitou, being as much convinced as the Bishop of Meaux of a sovereign's rights over the conscience of the faithful, as well as of the terrible danger of hypocrisy, wrote to Bossuet, telling him that he had demanded the withdrawal of the troops in all the districts he was visiting. "It is no light matter to change the sentiments of a whole people. What difficulty must the apostles have found in changing the face of the universe, overcoming all passions, and establishing a doctrine till then unheard of, seeing that we cannot persuade the ignorant by clear and express passages which they read every day in favor of the religion of their ancestors, and that the king's own authority stirs up every passion to render persuasion more easy for us. The remnants of this sect go on sinking little by little, as regards all exterior observance, into a religious indifference which cannot but cause fear and trembling. If one wanted to make them abjure Christianity and follow the Koran, there would be nothing required but to show them the dragoons. Provided that they assemble by night, and withstand all instruction, they consider that they have done enough." Cardinal Noailles was of the same mind as Bossuet and Fenelon. "The king will be pained to decide against your opinion as regards the new converts," says a letter to him from Madame de Maintenon; "meanwhile the most general is to force them to attend at mass. Your opinion seems to be a condemnation of all that has been hitherto done against these poor creatures. It is not pleasant to hark back so far, and it has always been supposed that, in any case, they must have a religion." In vain were liberty of conscience and its inviolable rights still misunderstood by the noblest spirits; the sincerity and high mindedness of the great bishops instinctively revolted against the hypocrisy engendered of persecution. The tacit assuagement of the severities against the Reformers, between 1688 and 1700, was the fruit of the representations of Bossuet, Fenelon, and Cardinal Noailles. Madame de Maintenon wrote at that date to one of her relatives,
You are converted, do not meddle in the conversion of others. I confess to you that I do not like the idea of answering before God and the king for all those conversions." At the same time with the controversial treatises, the Élévation sur les Mystères and the Méditation sur l'Évangile were written at Meaux, drawing the bishop away to the serener regions of supreme faith. There might he have chanced to meet those Reformers, as determined as he in the strife, as attached at bottom as he for life and death to the mysteries and to the lights of a common hope. "When God shall give us grace to enter paradise," St. Bernard used to say, "we shall be above all astonished at not finding some of those whom we had thought to meet there, and at finding others whom we did not expect." Bossuet had a moment's glimpse of this higher truth. In concert with Leibnitz, a great intellect of more range in knowledge and less steadfastness than he in religious faith, he tried to reconcile the Catholic and Protestant communions in one and the same creed. There were insurmountable difficulties on both sides; the attempt remained unsuccessful. The Bishop of Meaux had lately triumphed in the matter of Quietism, breaking the ties of old friendship with Fenelon, and more concerned about defending sound doctrine in the church than fearful of hurting his friend, who was sincere and modest in his relations with him, and humbly submissive to the decrees of the court of Rome. The Archbishop of Cambrai was in exile at his own diocese. Bossuet was ill at Meaux, still, however, at work, going deeper every day into that profound study of Holy Writ and of the Fathers of the Church which shines forth in all his writings. He had stone and suffered agonies, but would not permit an operation. On his death bed, surrounded by his nephews and his vicars, he rejected with disdain all eulogies on his episcopal life. "Speak to me of necessary truths," said he, preserving to the last the simplicity of a great and strong mind, accustomed to turn from appearances and secondary doctrines to embrace the mighty realities of time and of eternity. He died at Paris on the 12th of April, 1704, just when the troubles of the church were springing up again. Great was the consternation amongst the bishops of France, wont as they were to shape themselves by his counsels. "Men were astounded at this mortal's mortality." Bossuet was 73. A month later, on the 13th of May, Father Bourdaloue in his turn died, a model of close logic and moral austerity, with a stiff and manly eloquence, so impressed with the miserable insufficiency of human efforts that he said as he was dying, "My God, I have wasted life; it is just that thou recall it." There remained only Fenelon in the first rank, which Massillon did not as yet dispute with him. Malebranche was living retired in his cell at the Oratory, seldom speaking, writing his Recherches sur la Vérité, or Researches into Truth, and his Entretiens sur la Métaphysique, or Discourses on Metaphysics, bolder in thought than he was aware of or wished, sincere and natural in his meditations as well as in his style. In spite of Fléchier's eloquence in certain funeral orations, posterity has decided against the modesty of the Archbishop of Cambrai, who said at the death of the Bishop of Nimes in 1710, "We have lost our master." In his retirement or his exile, after Bossuet's death, it was around Fenelon that was concentrated all the lustre of the French episcopate, long since restored to the respect and admiration it deserved. Fenelon was born in Perigord, at the castle of Fenelon, on the 6th of August, 1651. Like Cardinal Retz, he belonged to an ancient and noble house, and was destined from his youth for the church. Brought up at the seminary of St. Sulpice, lately founded by M. Ollier, he for a short time conceived the idea of devoting himself to foreign missions. His weak health and his family's opposition turned him ere long from his purpose, but the preaching of the gospel amongst the heathen continued to have for him an attraction which is perfectly depicted in one of the rare sermons of his which have been preserved. He had held himself modestly aloof, occupied with confirming new Catholics in their conversion or with preaching to the Protestants of Poitou. He had written nothing but his Traité de l'Éducation des Filles, intended for the family of the Duke of Beauvilliers, and a book on the Ministère du Pasteur. He was in bad odor with Harlay, Archbishop of Paris, who had said to him curtly one day, "You want to escape notice, Monsieur Abbé, and you will." Nevertheless, when Louis XIV. Chose the Duke of Beauvilliers as governor to his grandson, the Duke of Burgundy, the duke at once called Fenelon, then 38 years of age, to the important post of preceptor. Whereas the Grand Dauphin, endowed with ordinary intelligence, was indolent and feeble, his son was, in the same proportion, violent, fiery, indomitable. "The Duke of Burgundy," says St. Simon, "was a born demon (naquit terrible), and in his early youth caused fear and trembling; harsh, passionate, even to the last degree of rage against inanimate things madly impetuous, unable to bear the least opposition, even from the hours and the elements, without flying into furies enough to make you fear that everything inside him would burst; obstinate to excess, passionately fond of all pleasures, of good living, of the chase madly, of music with a sort of transport, and of play too, in which he could not bear to lose; often ferocious, naturally inclined to cruelty, savage in raillery, taking off absurdities with a patness which was killing. From the height of the clouds he regarded men as but atoms to whom he bore no resemblance, whoever they might be. Barely did the princes his brothers appear to him intermediary between himself and the human race, although there had always been an affectation of bringing them all three up in perfect equality. Wits, penetration, flashed from every part of him, even in his transports. His repartees were astounding. His replies always went to the point and deep down, even in his mad fits. He made child's play of the most abstract sciences. The extent and vivacity of his wits were prodigious, and hindered him from applying himself to one thing at a time, so far as to render him incapable of it." As a sincere Christian and a priest, Fenelon saw from the first that religion alone could triumph over this terrible nature. The Duke of Beauvilliers, as sincere and as Christianly as he, without much wits, modestly allowed himself to be led. All the motives that act most powerfully on a generous spirit, honor, confidence, fear and love of God, were employed one after the other to bring the prince into self subjection. He was but 8 years old, and Fenelon had been only a few months with him when the child put into his hands one day the following engagement: "I promise Monsieur l'Abbé de Fenelon, on the honor of a prince, to do at once whatever he bids me, and to obey him the instant he orders me anything, and if I fail to, I will submit to any kind of punishment and disgrace. Done at Versailles the 29th of November, 1689. Signed, Louis." The child, however, would forget himself, and relapse into his mad fits. When his preceptor was chiding him one day for a grave fault, he went so far as to say, "No, no, sir, I know who I am, and what you are." Fenelon made no reply. Coldly and gravely he allowed the day to close and the night to pass without showing his pupil any sign of either resentment or affection. Next day the Duke of Burgundy was scarcely awake when his preceptor entered the room. "I do not know, sir," said he, "whether you remember what you said to me yesterday, that you know what you are and what I am. It is my duty to teach you that you do not know either one or the other. You fancy yourself, sir, to be more than I. Some lackeys, no doubt, have told you so, but I am not afraid to tell you, since you force me to it, that I am more than you. You have sense enough to understand that there is no question here of birth. You would consider anybody out of his wits who pretended to make a merit of it that the rain of heaven had fertilized his crops without moistening his neighbours'. You would be no wiser if you were disposed to be vain of your birth, which adds nothing to your personal merit. You cannot doubt that I am above you in lights and knowledge. You know nothing but what I have taught you; and what I have taught you is nothing compared with what I might still teach you. As for authority, you have none over me, and I, on the contrary, have it fully and entirely over you. The king and Monseigneur have told you so often enough. You fancy, perhaps, that I think myself very fortunate to hold the office I discharge towards you. Disabuse yourself once more, sir. I only took it in order to obey the king and give pleasure to Monseigneur, and not at all for the painful privilege of being your preceptor. And that you may have no doubt about it, I am going to take you to his Majesty, and beg him to get you another one, whose pains I hope may be more successful than mine." The Duke of Burgundy's passion was past, and he burst into sobs. "Ah, sir," he cried, "I am in despair at what took place yesterday. If you speak to the king, you will lose me his affection. If you leave me, what will be thought of me? I promise you that you shall be satisfied with me, but promise me." Fenelon promised nothing. He remained, and the foundation of his authority was laid forever in the soul of his pupil. The young prince did not forget what he was, but he had felt the superiority of his master. "I leave the Duke of Burgundy behind the door," he was accustomed to say, "and with you I am only little Louis." God, at the same time with Fenelon, had taken possession of the Duke of Burgundy's soul. "After his first communion, we saw disappearing, little by little, all the faults which in his infancy caused us great misgivings as to the future," writes Madame de Maintenon. "His piety has caused such a metamorphosis that, from the passionate thing he was, he has become self restrained, gentle, complaisant. One would say that that was his character, and that virtue was natural to him." "All his mad fits and spites yielded at the bare name of God," Fenelon used to say. "One day, when he was in a very bad temper, and wanted to hide in his passion what he had done in his disobedience, I pressed him to tell me the truth before God. Then he put himself into a great rage, and bawled, 'Why ask me before God? Very well, then, as you ask me in what way, I cannot deny that I committed that fault. He was as it were beside himself with excess of rage, and yet religion had such dominion over him that it wrung from him so painful an avowal. "From this abyss," writes the Duke of St. Simon, "came forth a prince affable, gentle, humane, self restrained, patient, modest, humble, and austere towards himself, wholly devoted to his obligations, and feeling them to be immense. He thought of nothing but combining the duties of a son and a subject with those to which he saw himself destined." "From this abyss," came forth also a prince singularly well informed, fond of study, with a refined taste in literature, with a passion for science. For his instruction Fenelon made use of the great works composed for his father's education by Bossuet, adding thereto writings more suitable for his age. For him he composed the Fables and the Dialogue des Morts, and a Histoire de Charlemagne, which has perished. In his stories, even those that were imaginary, he paid attention before everything to truth. "Better leave a history in all its dryness than enliven it at the expense of truth," he would say. The suppleness and richness of his mind sufficed to save him from wearisomeness. The liveliness of his literary impressions communicated itself to his pupil. "I have seen," says Fenelon in his letter to the French Academy, "I have seen a young prince but 8 years old overcome with grief at the sight of the peril of little Joche. I have seen him lose patience with the chief priest for concealing from Joche his name and his birth. I have seen him weeping bitterly as he listened to these verses: O miseram Euridicen anima fugiente vocabat, Euridicen toto ferebant flumine ripae." The soul and mind of Fenelon were sympathetic. Bossuet, in writing for the grand dauphin, was responsive to the requirements of his own mind, never to those of the boys with whose education he had been entrusted. Fenelon also wrote Télémaque. "It is a fabulous narrative," he himself says, "in the form of an heroic poem, like Homer's or Virgil's, wherein I have set forth the principal actions that are meet for a prince whose birth points him out as destined to reign. I did it at a time when I was charmed with the marks of confidence and kindness showered upon me by the king. I must have been not only the most ungrateful but the most insensate of men to have intended to put into it satirical and insolent portraits. I shrink from the bare idea of such a design. It is true that I have inserted in these adventures all the verities necessary for government and all the defects that one can show in the exercise of sovereign power; but I have not stamped any of them with a peculiarity which would point to any portrait or caricature. The more the work is read, the more it will be seen that I wish to express everything without depicting anybody consecutively. It is, in fact, a narrative done in haste, in detached pieces and at different intervals. All I thought of was to amuse the Duke of Burgundy, and whilst amusing, to instruct him, without ever meaning to give the work to the public." Télémaque was published, without any author's name and by an indiscretion of the copyists, on the 6th of April, 1699. Fenelon was in exile at his diocese. Public rumor before long attributed the work to him. The Maximes des Saints had just been condemned. Télémaque was seized. The printers were punished. Some copies had escaped the police. The book was reprinted in Holland. All Europe read it, finding therein the allusions and undermeanings against which Fenelon defended himself. Louis XIV. Was more than ever angry with the archbishop. "I cannot forgive M. de Cambrai for having composed the Télémaque," Madame de Maintenon would say. Fenelon's disgrace, begun by the Maximes des Saints touching absolute or pure love, was confirmed by his ideal picture of kingly power. Chimerical in his theories of government, high flown in his pious doctrines, Fenelon, in the conduct of his life as well as in his practical directions to his friends, showed a wisdom, a prudence, a tact which singularly belied the free speculations of his mind or his heart. He preserved silence amid the commendations and criticisms of the Télémaque. "I have no need and no desire to change my position," he would say. "I am beginning to be old, and I am infirm; there is no occasion for my friends to ever commit themselves, or to take any doubtful step on my account. I never sought out the court; I was sent for thither. I stayed there nearly 10 years without obtruding myself, without taking a single step on my own behalf, without asking the smallest favor, without meddling in any matter, and confining myself to answering conscientiously in all matters about which I was spoken to. I was dismissed; all I have to do is to remain at peace in my own place. I doubt not that, besides the matter of my condemned work, the policy of Télémaque was employed against me upon the king's mind; but I must suffer and hold my tongue." End of Section 67. Section 68 of A Popular History of France, Volume 5. This is the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 5, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 48. Louis XIV, Literature and Art, Part 3. Every tongue was held within range of King Louis XIV. It was only on the 22nd of December, 1701, 4 years after Fenelon's departure, that the Duke of Burgundy thought he might write to him in the greatest secrecy, "At last, my dear Archbishop, I find a favorable opportunity of breaking the silence I have kept for 4 years. I have suffered many troubles since, but one of the greatest has been that of being unable to show you what my feelings towards you were during that time, and that my affection increased with your misfortunes, instead of being chilled by them. I think with real pleasure on the time when I shall be able to see you again, but I fear that this time is still a long way off. It must be left to the will of God, from whose mercy I am always receiving new graces. I have been many times unfaithful to him since I saw you, but he has always done me the grace of recalling me to him, and I have not, thank God, been deaf to his voice. I continue to study all alone, although I have not been doing so in the regular way for the last 2 years, and I like it more than ever. But nothing gives me more pleasure than metaphysics and ethics, and I am never tired of working at them. I have done some little pieces myself, which I should very much like to be in a position to send you, that you might correct them as you used to do my themes in old times. I shall not tell you here how my feelings revolted against all that has been done in your case, but we must submit to the will of God, and believe that all has happened for our good. Farewell, my dear Archbishop. I embrace you with all my heart. I ask your prayers and your blessing. Louis. "I speak to you of God and yourself only," answered Fenelon in a letter full of wise and tender counsels. "It is no question of me. Thank God, I have a heart at ease. My heaviest cross is that I do not see you, but I constantly present you before God in closer presence than that of the senses. I would give 1,000 lives like a drop of water to see you such as God would have you." Next year, in 1702, the king gave the Duke of Burgundy the command of the army in Flanders. He wrote to Fenelon, "I cannot feel myself so near you without testifying my joy thereat, and, at the same time, that which is caused by the king's permission to call upon you on my way. He has, however, imposed the condition that I must not see you in private. I shall obey this order, and yet I shall be able to talk to you as much as I please, for I shall have with me Saumery, who will make the third at our first interview after 5 years' separation." The archbishop was preparing to leave Cambrai so as not to be in the prince's way. He now remained, only seeing the Duke of Burgundy, however, in the presence of several witnesses. When he presented him with his table napkin at supper, the prince raised his voice, and turning to his old master, said, with a touching reminiscence of his childhood's passions, "I know what I owe you, you know what I am to you." The correspondence continued, with confidence and deference on the part of the prince, with tender, sympathetic, far-sighted, paternal interest on the part of the archbishop, more and more concerned for the perils and temptations to which the prince was exposed, in proportion as he saw him nearer to the throne, and more exposed to the incense of the world. "The right thing is to become the counsel of his Majesty," he wrote to him on the death of the Grand Dauphin, "the father of the people, the comfort of the afflicted, the defender of the church. The right thing is to keep flatterers aloof and distrust them, to distinguish merit, seek it out and anticipate it, to listen to everything, believe nothing without proof, and, being placed above all, to rise superior to every one. The right thing is to desire to be father and not master. The right thing is not that all should be for one, but that one should be for all, to secure their happiness." A solemn and touching picture of an absolute monarch, submitting to God and seeking his will alone. Fenelon had early imbued his pupil with the spirit of it, and the pupil appeared on the point of realizing it, but God at a single blow destroyed all these fair hopes. "All my ties are broken," said Fenelon; "I live but on affection, and of affection I shall die. We shall recover ere long that which we have not lost. We approach it every day with rapid strides. Yet a little while, and there will be no more cause for tears." A week later he was dead, leaving amongst his friends, so diminished already by death, an immeasurable gap, and amongst his adversaries themselves the feeling of a great loss. "I am sorry for the death of M. de Cambrai," wrote Madame de Maintenon on the 10th of January, 1715. "He was a friend I lost through quietism, but it is asserted that he might have done good service in the council if things should be pushed so far." Fenelon had not been mistaken when he wrote once upon a time to Madame de Maintenon, who consulted him about her defects, "You are good towards those for whom you have liking and esteem, but you are cold so soon as the liking leaves you. When you are frigid your frigidity is carried rather far, and when you begin to feel mistrust, your heart is withdrawn too brusquely from those to whom you had shown confidence." Fenelon had never shown any literary prepossessions. He wrote for his friends or for the Duke of Burgundy, lavishing the treasures of his mind and spirit upon his letters of spiritual guidance, composing, in order to convince the Duke of Orleans, his Traité de l'existence de Dieu, indifferent as to the preservation of the sermons he preached every Sunday, paying more attention to the plans of government he addressed to the young dauphin than to the publication of his works. Several were not collected until after his death. In delivering their eulogy of him at the French Academy, neither M. de Bose, who succeeded him, nor M. Dacier, director of the Academy, dared to mention the name of Telemaque. Clever (spirituel) "to an alarming extent," or faire part, in the minutest detail of his writings, rich, copious, harmonious, but not without tendencies to lengthiness, the style of Fenelon is the reflex of his character; sometimes a little subtle and covert, like the prelate's mind, it hits and penetrates without any flash (éclat), and without dealing heavy blows. "Graces flowed from his lips," said Chancellor d'Aguesseau, "and he seemed to treat the greatest subjects as if, so to speak, they were child's play to him. The smallest grew to nobleness beneath his pen, and he would have made flowers grow in the midst of thorns. A noble singularity, pervading his whole person, and a something sublime in his very simplicity, added to his characteristics a certain prophet like air. Always original, always creative, he imitated nobody, and himself appeared inimitable." His last act was to write a letter to Father Le Tellier to be communicated to the king. "I have just received extreme unction, that is, the state, Reverend Father, when I am preparing to appear before God, in which I pray you with instance to represent to the king my true sentiments. I have never felt anything but docility towards the church, and horror at the innovations which have been imputed to me. I accepted the condemnation of my book in the most absolute simplicity. I have never been a single moment in my life without feeling towards the king personally the most lively gratitude, the most genuine zeal, the most profound respect, and the most inviolable attachment. I take the liberty of asking of his Majesty 2 favors, which do not concern either my own person or anybody belonging to me. The first is, that he will have the goodness to give me a pious and methodical successor, sound and firm against Jansenism, which is in prodigious credit on this frontier. The other favor is, that he will have the goodness to complete with my successor that which could not be completed with me on behalf of the gentlemen of St. Sulpice. I wish his Majesty a long life, of which the church as well as the state has infinite need. If peradventure I go into the presence of God, I shall often ask these favors of him." How dread is the power of sovereign majesty, operative even at the deathbed of the greatest and noblest spirits, causing Fenelon in his dying hour to be anxious about the good graces of a monarch ere long, like him, a dying. Our thoughts may well linger over those 3 great minds, Pascal, Bossuet, and Fenelon, 1 layman and 2 bishops, all equally absorbed by the great problems of human life and immortality. With different degrees of greatness and fruitfulness, they all serve the same cause. Whether as defenders or assailants of Jansenism and Quietism, the solitary philosopher or the prelates engaged in the court or in the guidance of men, all 3 of them serving God on behalf of the soul's highest interests, remained unique in their generation, and without successors as they had been without predecessors. Leaving the desert and the church, and once more entering the world, we immediately encounter, amongst women, one, and one only, in the first rank, Marie de Rabutin Chantal, Marchioness of Sevigne, born at Paris on the 5th of February, 1627, 5 months before Bossuet. Like a considerable number of women in Italy in the 16th century, and in France in the 17th, she had received a careful education. She knew Italian, Latin, and Spanish. She had for masters Manage and Chapelain, and she early imbibed a real taste for solid reading, which she owed to her leaning towards the Jansenists and Port Royal. She was left a widow at 25 by the death of a very indifferent husband, and she was not disposed to make a second venture. Before getting killed in a duel, M. de Sevigne had made a considerable gap in the property of his wife, who, however, had brought him more than 500,000 livres. Madame de Sevigne had 2 children. She made up her mind to devote herself to their education, to restore their fortune, and to keep her love for them and for her friends. Of them she had many, often very deeply smitten with her. All remained faithful to her, and she deserted none of them, though they might be put on trial and condemned like Fouquet, or perfidious and cruel like her cousin, M. de Bussy Rabutin. The safest and most agreeable of acquaintances, ever ready to take part in the joys as well as the anxieties of those whom she honored with her friendship, without permitting this somewhat superficial sympathy to agitate the depths of her heart, she had during her life but one veritable passion, which she admitted nobody to share with her. Her daughter, Madame de Grignan, the prettiest girl in France, clever, virtuous, business like, appears in her mother's letters fitful, cross grained, and sometimes rather cold. Madame de Sevigne is a friend whom we read over and over again, whose emotions we share, to whom we go for an hour's distraction and delightful chat. We have no desire to chat with Madame de Grignan; we gladly leave her to her mother's exclusive affection, feeling infinitely obliged to her, however, for having existed, inasmuch as her mother wrote letters to her. Madame de Sevigne's letters to her daughter are superior to all her other letters, charming as they are. When she writes to M. de Pomponne, to M. de Coulanges, to M. de Bussy, the style is less familiar, the heart less open, the soul less stirred. She writes to her daughter as she would speak to her. It is not letters, it is an animated and charming conversation, touching upon everything, embellishing everything with an inimitable grace. She gave her daughter in marriage to Count de Grignan in January 1669. Next year her son in law was appointed lieutenant general of the king in Provence. He was to fill the place there of the Duke of Vendome, too young to discharge his functions as governor. In the month of January 1671, M. de Grignan removed his wife to Aix. He was a Provencal, he was fond of his province, his castle of Grignan, and his wife. Madame de Sevigny found herself condemned to separation from the daughter whom she loved exclusively. "In vain I seek my darling daughter; I can no longer find her, and every step she takes removes her farther from me. I went to St. Mary's, still weeping and still dying of grief. It seemed as if my heart and my soul were being wrenched from me; and, in truth, what a cruel separation! I asked leave to be alone. I was taken into Madame de Houssaye's room, and they made me up a fire. Agnes sat looking at me without speaking; that was our bargain. I stayed there till 5 o'clock, without ceasing to sob. All my thoughts were mortal wounds to me. I wrote to M. de Grignan, you can imagine in what key. Then I went to Madame de La Fayette's, who redoubled my griefs by the interest she took in them. She was alone, ill and distressed at the death of one of the nuns. She was just as I could have desired. I returned hither at 8, but when I came in, can you conceive what I felt as I mounted these stairs? That room into which I used always to go, alas! I found the doors of it open, but I saw everything disfurnished, everything disarranged, and your little daughter, who reminded me of mine. The wakenings of the night were dreadful. I think of you continuously. It is what devotees call an habitual thought, such as one should have of God, if one did one's duty. Nothing gives me any distraction. I see that carriage which is forever going on and will never come near me. I am forever on the highways. It seems as if I were afraid sometimes that the carriage will upset with me. The rains there have been for the last 3 days reduce me to despair. The Rhone causes me strange alarm. I have a map before my eyes. I know all the places where you sleep. This evening you are at Nevers. On Sunday you will be at Lyons, where you will receive this letter. I have received only 2 of yours. Perhaps a third will come. That is the only comfort I desire. As for others I seek for none." During 25 years Madame de Sevigny could never become accustomed to her daughter's absence. She set out for the Rochers, near Vitry, a family estate of M. de Sevigny's. Her friend the Duke of Chaulnes was governor of Brittany. "You shall now have news of our states as your penalty for being a Breton." M. de Chaulnes arrived on Sunday evening, to the sound of everything that can make any in Vitry. On Monday morning he sent me a letter. I wrote back to say that I would go and dine with him. There are 2 dining tables in the same room, 14 covers at each table. Monsieur presides at one, Madame at the other. The good cheer is prodigious; joints are carried away quite untouched, and as for the pyramids of fruit, the doors require to be heightened. Our fathers did not foresee this sort of machine; indeed, they did not even foresee that a door required to be higher than themselves. Well, a pyramid wants to come in, one of those pyramids which make everybody exclaim from one end of the table to the other; but so far from that boding damage, people are often, on the contrary, very glad not to see any more of what they contain. This pyramid, then, with 20 or 30 porcelain dishes, was so completely upset at the door, that the noise it made put to silence the violins, hautbois, and trumpets. After dinner, M. de Locmaria and M. de Coetlogon danced with 2 fair Bretons some marvellous jigs, or passe pipes, and some minuets in a style that the court people cannot approach, wherein they do the Bohemian and Breton step with a neatness and correctness which are charming. I was thinking all the while of you, and I had such tender recollections of your dancing and of what I had seen you dance, that this pleasure became a pain to me. The States are sure not to be long. There is nothing to do but to ask for what the king wants. Nobody says a word, and it is all done. As for the governor, he finds, somehow or other, more than 40,000 crowns coming in to him. An infinity of presents, pensions, repairs of roads and towns, 15 or 20 grand dinner parties, incessant play, eternal balls, comedies 3 times a week, a great show of dress, that is the States. I am forgetting 300 or 400 pipes of wine which are drunk; but if I did not reckon this little item, the others do not forget it and put it first. This is what is called the sort of twaddle to make one go to sleep on one's feet; but it is what comes to the tip of your pen when you are in Brittany and have nothing else to say." Even in Brittany and at the Rochers, Madame de Sevigne always has something to say. The weather is frightful; she is occupied a good deal in reading the romances of La Calprenède and the Grand Cyrus, as well as the Ethics of Nicole. "For 4 days it has been one continuous tempest; all our walks are drowned; there is no getting out any more. Our masons, our carpenters keep their rooms; in short, I hate this country, and I yearn every moment for your sun. Perhaps you yearn for my reign; we do well both of us. I am going on with the Ethics of Nicole, which I find delightful. It has not yet given me any lesson against the rain, but I am expecting it, for I find everything there, and conformity to the will of God might answer my purpose, if I did not want a specific remedy. In fact, I consider this an admirable book; nobody has written as these gentlemen have, for I put down to Pascal half of all that is beautiful. It is so nice to have one's self and one's feelings talked about, that, though it be in bad part, one is charmed by it. What is called searching the depths of the heart with a lantern is exactly what he does. He discloses to us that which we feel every day, but have not the wit to discern or the sincerity to avow. I have even forgiven the swelling in the heart (l'enfleur du coeur) for the sake of the rest; and I maintain that there is no other word to express vanity and pride, which are really wind. Try and find another word. I shall complete the reading of this with pleasure." Here we have the real Madame de Sevigne, whom we love, on whom we rely, who is as earnest as she is amiable and gay, who goes to the very core of things, and who tells the truth of herself as well as of others. "You ask me, my dear child, whether I continue to be really fond of life. I confess to you that I find poignant sorrows in it, but I am even more disgusted with death. I feel so wretched at having to end all this thereby, that if I could turn back again, I would ask for nothing better. I find myself under an obligation which perplexes me. I embarked upon life without my consent, and I must go out of it; but that overwhelms me. And how shall I go? Which way? By what door? When will it be? In what condition? Shall I suffer 1,000 pains, which will make me die desperate? Shall I have brain fever? Shall I die of an accident? How shall I be with God? What shall I have to show him? Shall fear, shall necessity bring me back to him? Shall I have no sentiment but that of dread? What can I hope? Am I worthy of heaven? Am I worthy of hell? Nothing is such madness as to leave one's salvation in uncertainty, but nothing is so natural; and the stupid life I lead is the easiest thing in the world to understand. I bury myself in these thoughts, and I find death so terrible that I hate life more because it leads me thereto than because of the thorns with which it is planted. You will say that I want to live for ever then; not at all; but if my opinion had been asked, I should have preferred to die in my nurse's arms. That would have removed me from vexations of spirit, and would have given me heaven full surely and easily." Section 68.